like men have breasts and women have breasts, but their breasts get bigger. They have ovaries, we have testes. Ours fall down, theirs stay up, but that's the divine feminine that is in all of us. That's like the blueprint. And then out of the blueprint, you divide like a cell, the self, you divide the cell. It starts out as that like feminine principle of creation, the create, and then you split the cells, and or either split into being male and being female, the duality, and then thus having the male and female that reproduce to give you the God, which is um, the triality.
There's one thing that I don't think a single person in the world has an answer to about what we're talking about, and it's how in the world does male female population density regulate itself so well? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
If male birth versus female birth seems to be sort of, up to fate, right? Or just up to chance. How does it work out that there's always been such a sort of near 50-50 ratio going on of both of us?
Well, because you have to acknowledge that it's not random, or it's not there's a design. You have intelligent design, so it's designed that way to even itself out, to be natural, because you have to have, to procreate and have, you have to have men and women, and so you have to have a somewhat even amount or whatever for the humans to repopulate and to keep this thing going, to keep the design, the creation going. So you got to design it that way, or it will fail, or whatever, if there's not enough men or not enough women to keep the thing going. So it's designed that way.
Well, hold on, man. You can't have too much of a spiritual mushy gushy view on life because of all the animals that have gone extinct. I mean, if there was some sort of order to like maintaining life, you'd expect that there wouldn't be any sort of extinct animals. So I'm saying that does make sense. It does make sense that there would be a system in place from on high, laid out as the blueprint or the procedure or whatever. I mean, that makes sense. But at the same time, it raises some other questions about, like, oh damn, why wasn't there a good enough system for that to be worked out naturally versus this system working out naturally? It's like,
but you're comparing humans and animals, and having you're begging the question that they should be the same. Well, who says they should be the same? Maybe it was designed that some animals, can go instinct, and that humans were designed a different way, and their program, blueprint, or whatever is different. So why do they have to be the same? That animals can be that, and humans can be this. They don't have to be the same. Who said they have to be the same? And because animals can go extinct, and why don't humans? That's I don't know, false dichotomy, I guess, I think is the right word.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying. It really raises the question. A lot of these different conversations kind of come down to this, like, branch of philosophy called natural theology. And natural theology is like a study and like a collection of reasonings and philosophies that try to support the idea of divinity in any way, God, gods, whatever whatever you want as your, most high, right? But natural theology tries to support the existence or concept of like the most high sort of, overarching powers and influence or whatever there is, based on natural examples that are part of everyday experiences. And I have a soft spot for this philosophy because, often, and I say, things are just so balanced, in life overall, in the world, and things are so exactly how I imagine they sort of should be. There's violence and things I don't like or whatever, but I kind of like see the necessity for those things too. Like I wouldn't want to read a superhero comic book if there wasn't a villain. It'd just be Superman sitting on his couch watching TV if there wasn't a villain, you know?
It's perfectly imperfect, which is a
Right.
paradox.
Yep.
It always brings us back to a paradox of perfectly imperfect, which is a paradox, and that's what this is, or organized chaos, which is a paradox, but that's what this is.
Hey, that's beautiful, man. You know that's like what that's my jam, bro. You already know that though. The
Yes.
reconciled paradox, the mixture gray world. Yeah. The union of opposites, the hermaphrodite. That's what, that really is what this place is. A perfect imperfect place, a temporary everlasting place, a limited limitless place,
Yeah,
finite infinite place.
Infinitely limited.
Yeah, right. It's so funny when you try to talk about the universe at large. The only way to get across the truth is to speak paradoxically. Like if you speak one-sided, you're only going to tell half the story here. Oh, there's good people. Well, there's bad people too. Oh, there's up. Well, there's also down. Oh, there's hot. Well, there's also cold. Oh, there's black. Well, there's also white. Well, there's gray. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's also
One.
gray. There's also warm. There's also the midpoint of everything. There's a gray in everything. Yeah, we have absolutes, but then there's the middle thing um of the paradox, or both, or two things being one thing but still being two things, but being, it's kind of like the holy union. It's kind of like having sex, two become one.
It's a lot like sex. Yeah, and that, I mean, that only goes to support this philosophy even more, right? That the only way to create life is to have a union of opposites, and become more, to bring opposing sides together, into a holy union, like you said. I mean, that's what it's about, man. There's a book or something like that out there called The Alchemical Marriage, and of course, marriage and sex have a lot in similar, right?
I always think it's funny. I've been trying to figure out the connection, but how the word marriage sound, if you pronounce it differently, it's mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What you're seeing here is, geez, what a
Which
famous quote.
it's kind of funny because it kind of like alludes to illusion. So a marriage is a mirage, and then there's also like masculine, the mask I lie in, and there's like deception or illusion kind of theme going on. And I haven't found the one for the feminine, but maybe we'll find it. But yeah, there's something like the theme of something being illusionary or pseudo or actual but not
Well,
actual. The paradox, it's
well, the
real because
thing
I'm
about a
experiencing
marriage,
it.
right?
But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The thing about a marriage in relation to what you were saying is like a marriage is a very abstract conceptual thing, right? Like nothing. It's sort of like the difference between like a lump of iron and a magnetized lump of iron. There's absolutely no physical change that occurs in a piece of metal that's a magnet versus a piece of metal that's not a magnet. It's only a imaginary qualitative change instead of actual quantitative change. It's it's the same material, just like you and this woman. It's the same materials. It's just you and your bodies, but in order, you call it a marriage not because anything physically changed, but just because something imaginary changed. A
Yeah,
mindset, a mind state,
yeah. Yeah, emotion isn't a physical thing. Commitment is a concept. And also in the legal context, when you get married, like legally married, like when you involve the state, like you can make a commitment before God and be married without getting the government involved. But the whole in the legal
Right.
context. of getting a license, a marriage license, which a license gives you the ability to do something that would otherwise be illegal. Like you can't drive without a license. If you drive without a license, it's illegal. Well, even though you have a right to travel, but we won't go down that rabbit hole. But a license gives you the ability. And so committing to somebody, that's a commitment before God. It has nothing to do with, oh shit.
Let's deep.
Okay. Well, one more thing I just remembered. So, and then also like the whole thing of when you get divorced, because like what you're doing is like in a legal sense, you are a corporation and your wife is a corporation. And when you get married in the legal context, you're merging your corporations. And that's why, if you've ever wondered, why does the wife get half of all your shit, or is entitled to half of everything, whether be half hers, whether it was yours or you got it together.
That was the deal you already struck.
Right? Well, it's called liquidation. So like when a company or a corporation goes bankrupt, they liquidate their assets and they split it. So you've merged your corporations together, and when you get divorced, you're separating the corporations. And that's why like she takes your last name. She takes your last name, keeps hers, merging the corporations together, and you get divorced and you separate that, and then she's entitled to 50% of your assets. It's corporate,
right?
But yeah, it's the two becoming one, or one becoming two, or whatever. Or that's why the woman is entitled to half of your stuff, is because you don't realize that you signed a contract and involved the state and have a legal marriage instead of like a holy marriage or commitment.
Right. There is a big difference. Marriage is sort of a religious ritual, right? And it was only later on sort of adopted by government as like a formal, like a documented sort of a contract, right? And I think we should keep these things as separate as possible, and because they've kind of been conflated, right? Where it's like gay marriage. Why is gay marriage an issue? Well, if it's strictly paperwork and bureaucratic stuff, then there is no fucking meaning behind who can get married to what and whatever. But when it
because
takes religion,
you get legal privileges when you have a legal marriage, and that is the only like thing to motivate you to get legally married, is because you get
it, right? That's it. Just the rights, or not the rights, but the contract fulfillments,
privileges. Yeah, like visiting a loved one in the hospital. Like if you're not the husband or like married, or like you're given.
Or when you die, right? When you die, your spouse has like first authority on to how to disperse your possessions. Right?
Yeah, she's the trustee of the estate. She's the living trustee of your dead corporation.
Yeah, and there's definitely value in that system where you've singled out a single person to take over, your decision makings, after you can't make decisions for yourself, whether you're in a coma or whatever. It is a worthwhile system to have in place to say this is the person that I want making my decisions for me when I am not there to make decisions for myself. Yeah, that's all good.
They call it an authorized representative. Authorized. So Thor. You know what I'm saying? AU is gold. The authorized representative is, you become legally, you're the authorized representative of the estate of and the assets.
Hey, by the way, we got Miguel here. I just noticed. You around, Miguel?
Hello, good night.
Hello, good. I just want to tell you something real quick, because I know English isn't your first language. When you tell an English speaker good night, it's almost always used as a goodbye. But this is like the third time I've heard you say good night as like a greeting, like salutations, greetings, hello.
And good morning could be hello, and hello is helio. So you have the sun rising, giving you daylight. You say hello, or like helio, and then good night is goodbye.
Okay.
Right. I was just telling you, Miguel, when you say good night to people, they might think you're leaving.
Yeah.
Like last time you said good night, I thought you were saying goodbye when you
Okay.
said good night.
Thanks for that. Because here at Portugal, it's normal. People say when they arrive, they say
Buenos
good night.
noches.
Yeah. But we are arriving, not leaving. So that's a thing I have to memorize. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and
no problem.
isn't aloha mean hello and goodbye?
Hello, goodbye.
They're used paradoxically. One word giving you a greeting or a goodbye, hello or goodbye, is encompassed in the same.
Here
No,
at Portugal, at Portugal, we say hello when we arrive. Not, like I came here to the chat, and in Portuguese I say olá. It means hello. So yeah, it's when I'm coming, not leaving. So it's different. Yeah, it's a little. I don't know if at Spain they say that hello to go
Hey,
away, but
could you
I
say
don't
that
know.
slower for me?
In Portuguese,
Yeah, the Allah, was it?
olá. It's
Allah.
like,
Okay.
yeah. I'm gonna type it if you want.
Sure. I don't mind.
That's amazing. If he doesn't literally mean Allah, but it phonetically sounds the same, that would be super cool.
Maybe,
Hola without the H.
yeah. There's,
Ola and Allah.
yeah. There may be some connection to that, because
Oh yeah, I mean,
yeah,
go
we
ahead.
were invaded by them, by those Arabs a long time ago, and there are a lot of words with al at the beginning of the words. So yeah, maybe I have to search that. Maybe that Allah comes from, but we have, when you say to the future, like there's a word, the Oxalá. It's a Portuguese word, but it has its roots from those Arabs, because the Allah, it's something. Yeah, maybe I can translate to English. Oxalá, it's like maybe, like I see, maybe in the future. Oxalá in the future. So it's kind of weird, but we have some words from those Allah things. Yeah.
It's never come up. I've wanted to ask you some questions, but I never got around to it before. And since you speak Portuguese, I'm so excited to ask you some questions. They're not hard or anything detailed. I was just wondering, have you ever noticed D's in your language when you translate the word to English being a T instead? Like similar words, but when we say T, you say D.
Um,
As in like the spelling, not the pronunciation, but the spelling. Uh like how would you say motor of a car
motor.
with a T? Motor.
Yes, with a T. Motor.
Okay, so that's
But
the same. What about
it depends
doctor
of doctor. Doutor
with a
with
D or a T?
um, the T.
Yeah.
Doutor. Yes, with a T. But we don't
Okay.
spell any, we don't say with the. You say doctor, but you have the C in the middle, yes, before the T. So we don't have that.
Oh,
They between Brazilians and the other other Portuguese, Portuguese, other countries that speak Portuguese, they did an agreement, and because the Brazilian guys sometimes they cut those C's, you know. So like fact.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, like a fact, you know, a fact. Now we don't say the C, no. So yeah, it has been changed. But pharmacy, you know, you say a long time ago the Portuguese said with ph, pharmacy, yeah, pharmacia, like pharmacy, and you are still using ph, you know, the f the beginning, but now we change the pf with an f, you know. So it's some things like that.
Have you ever heard of the term apothecary?
Not really.
I think the old name, as far as like, I don't know, English, I suppose. I think the old name for a pharmacy used to be called an apothecary. I don't know how to break that down at all, but I think that's legit.
Yeah. And it depends, because there are some regions here at Portugal that the accent is different. So
Oh yeah, definitely.
when you say the T from the D, yeah, there are some regions like Porto and Braga, they speak with a different accent. So you have right, you know, reason, because yeah, so they spell it. Some words they don't spell correctly. They do with a different word in the middle of the word. So yeah, with a different letter in the middle of. So they change it a lot. So yeah.
Hey, I got a really cool fact for you. I'm not sure if this is correct, but this is what Google says. Portuguese has 37 sounds.
Wow.
I want to look up English afterwards, because it says Romanian has 29. That's a lot less. Russian has 40 sounds, and something Serbo-Croatian has 30. Well, okay, so Portuguese has 37 sounds, and in English, let's see, English search. English has 44 sounds, and Portuguese has 37. That's pretty interesting, because you know, you probably only have like 24 to 28 letters in your alphabet, right? Maybe like 28 or so.
Yeah.
But you know how like one letter can have multiple sounds that it makes when you spell
Yes.
things out? And English is really bad at that. That's why we have 44 sounds, but only 26 letters. It sounds like Portuguese is just as bad, having probably 28 letters but 37 sounds. And
Yeah.
it's pretty interesting.
I was hearing, you know, 24/7. Ardent, and he said one word I didn't understood. You know, it's pun, Pun. So
pun. Oh, like jokes, like dad jokes, puns.
yeah, and I didn't
Yeah.
know what he was, because you know.
Do you still need help? Do you still need help understanding what that is, or do you got it now?
No, it's in Portuguese. I did translate it at the Google Translator. So it's in Portuguese you say trocadilho. It's like a joke, you know. So
it's a play on words, is what they call it.
yeah. Okay. So I
Not
understand.
quite. It's a play on the sound of a word.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Yeah, because there's definitely play on words that are about the spelling or about context and stuff like that. But yeah, puns are specifically about like the sound the word makes. Well, yeah, puns are fun, man. Puns are fun, and the you know what I'm gonna say, illegal. The most meta pun is saying that pun was punny instead of
Punny.
funny. Right?
Yep, I was waiting to say that, and you said it.
Yep, I told you, man. I told you already knew where I was going.
Mm-hmm.
But that probably only works. That probably only works in English. It's a very English pun.
I still want to figure out the connection between P, B, and D. I want to know,
I got
connection.
you, bro. I got you, bro.
Oh shit.
So, yeah, I got you, bro. So, so letters pronounced at the front of the mouth. I've told you about the breath versus voiced consonants, like P versus B, T versus D, and L, or not L and R. That's a different situation. But F versus V. Well, not only are letters interchangeable based on their breath versus voiced versions, but also just in proximity of each other. So there's certain consonants that are produced with like the lips and the teeth. And
hold on real quick. I have to interject real quick because this is what you're talking about, because I recognize the same thing. P and B have the same mouth movements, but the D doesn't. Like the D is the odd one out. So P and B go together nicely with your mouth and how you make those sounds, but D does not.
Right.
P and B, you press your lips together, and D, you're pressing your tongue against
the ridge
teeth.
of the ridge of your palate or whatever.
Right. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So when you're studying phonetics and when you're studying etymology, the first lesson is what I've taught to you so far about interchangeables between breathed and voiced consonants, right? And those are brother and sister. Okay, those are brother and sister. T is the sister to D. F is the sister to V. F is the sister to V. And you got the brother sister relationship going on with the interchangeables. That's the first interchangeable. Now there's a second layer, and that has to do with L and R being the dividing middle point. So so L and R are very centralized in your mouth. You go you can switch between them really easily. They sort of mark a middle point in your mouth, and it's all laid out in a chart called the Consonant International Phonetic Alphabet Chart. And so brother and sister relationships, you've already come to understand that. FV, TD, PB, stuff like that. GK or GC, stuff like that. SZ. But on an even higher, and there's even more than this. There's like more what do you call it? Distant relatives that are like interchangeable. But they're not as common. So the brother-sister interchangeability is the most common, but every consonant in the front of the mouth has the possibility of being interchangeable with one of its cousins. So when you're talking about the front of the mouth, you have M, P, B, F, V, T, D, and you stop there. You stop right there, okay? P, B, F, V, M, and T and D. And it's not as common, but all of these are interchangeable to some extent just because they're all made with the teeth and the lips. They're all teeth lip sort of front mouth sounds. And so some of these can be interchangeable. And that's what you noticed the other day between P, B, and D. It's just that it's just that the muscles you engage and the constrictions you create in your mouth are near the front. But there's also there's no rules set in stone as to how humans evolve their languages. Anything can happen, right? It's a wild west world out there in the landscape of phonetics and etymology and stuff. So you'll find some weird anomalies where W turns into H. Yeah.
But we know there's some organization in the chaos, and so that's what we're doing is we're figuring that out, that there is a pattern or organization, even though it might seem random or chaotic. there is organization to it. It just some things take longer than others to figure out, like the connection or the pattern in it. You know, like P, you say front of the mouth, like P, B, and D. Yeah, they're all front of the mouth, but the P and P and the B are with the lips, and then the D is with the tongue. Involves the tongue.
Yeah, sure does.
Yeah, they are all front of your mouth, but that D, and so I'm trying to connect them all together.
Yeah, and this is that's why I'm really interested in creating lists of really solid examples, really relatable examples. Just to, like I've had a really hard time explaining to people that root words can be jumbled but still related etymologically, like tropical and tornado. It's like, well, one is TOR and one is TRO. You can't just rearrange them like that. Well, yes, you can. That's how it works. That's a hard one to explain to people on top of the interchangeable letters. But then there's etymology and the relationship between letters being interchangeable is a really hard sell to people. And it can often sound like you're being like a sensationalist or a bullshitter, when you're trying to discuss these things and having your mind open to like connections that might seem like really unfounded if you just say them straight. Like if you just present like this word is related to this word, and like just by the sound of it, you're like, I don't see it. But it takes that deeper study to like learn the options that are available. But then once you learn that, you can start having a lot of fun with it. I mean, you and I have so much fun just like uncovering linguistic connections that we don't even need like a reference book or any sort of like website to like back us up. There's certain realizations you can come to when you study this stuff without having to double check from an authority. You know what I mean? If it makes so much sense, it just simply like just must be true in a really reliable sense. Like last week when I realized rect, RECT, is the same word as right. That's why you call it a rectangle shape, because it's made of complete right angles.
Right angle, yeah.
Yeah. And it's fun, man. My whole day is just filled with being like, oh shit, just because I can compare these things in this system of approach.
Yeah, sometimes the connections we make can't be backed by anything other than logical consistency, and so yeah, you can't really like back it or like quote unquote
Right.
prove it.
Well, that's where we got it. That's where we got to be careful. That's where we got to make as best of a case as possible. Because official doesn't mean correct, right? Official does not mean correct. Like official etymology, doesn't have to be true.
It just means agreed upon. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
A whole bunch of people agree on the wrong thing. Like this is the thing that I always say. They say like a million flies eat shit. Just yeah, consensus does not equal truth, or just because it's official does not mean it's true. It just means it's for now. It's the agreed upon thing for now until it changes, until it's not.
Hey, well, let me tell you one of my favorite Ken Wheeler quotes. He says, "What's popular is often untrue, and what's true is often unpopular."
Yep, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth.
I'm ready for it, man. So I can handle it. Lay it on me.
You turn the blind eye. Yeah, see, we keep this mindset that as new information comes in, we're always willing to change or upgrade or whatever word you want to use our opinions or our understanding of things. And so we're open to one thing being true, but then also open to, if provided more information, the more information you have, the better you can assess the situation and make a judgment or opinion or determination from that information. And the more information, the more accurate the interpretation, I guess you could call it, will be. And so we're always open to it evolving or being wrong. And a lot of people, the ego is involved. I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to think.
But check it out, man. Check it out.
It hurts my brain.
There's two types of people in this world. People who are passionate about clinging on to what they have and never letting it go, and people passionate about letting go what they have in order to grasp bigger and better things and move on. And the people who want to attach to what they have and cling to it, they have a real hard time emotionally dealing with anything that try to nudges them towards separating from what they've been so familiar with for so long, and taking a chance and opening themselves to something new and the unknown. But you know me, I'm the type of person who really welcomes having my entire worldview shattered. The more I can have my worldview shattered, or something I used to think totally torn apart, the more I know there's something amazing out there that's going to replace it. And I'm excited for that. Oh, you're roboting,
it doesn't
bro.
matter what the truth is. Sorry.
Well, since he's roboting, can I say something?
Please.
Awesome. Yeah, Fundamental and Illegal, two guys that I love to listen to, and I was so happy to see you guys on here waxing the poetic, and I was just thinking how much a shame it is that you guys haven't been able to be or you haven't been on the YouTube as much when you're in the asylum just talking. I've listened in there, and it's just like, man, I wish I could get a recording of some of this because it's so good, and I just love it. So I'm glad you're on here. I hope you come on this channel or another one that, I can listen in on YouTube more often.
You're still roboting, Illegal. You might want to reconnect. But new perspective, bro. Consider an invitation to me and Illegal's server already sent, bro. Because we're on to doing some bigger and better things, a little bit more organized, a little bit more concerted effort towards making a mark, making something we can look back at and be proud of. So I'd love for you to be part of that. I haven't seen you in a while. I actually forgot about you, honestly, as sorry as I'm having to say that. But man, yeah, I'm gonna send you an invite to our server. We're always jamming out on there, talking some good stuff.
Is that the asylum?
No. This is me and Illegal's place. It's called the Sink Tank.
Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, I'd definitely love to be a part of that. For sure. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. I've got a lot of things that you might be interested in. I'm totally on that tip with the, figuring out how things fit together, regardless if that's the way that they're defined to be fitting together. I made a film in college that reminds me a lot of what you were saying a little bit ago, with
that's cool.
The unpredictability factor being the only thing that's predictable, basically. So many words.
Hey, here's another way of putting that. When discussing this world, right? Not anything outside of this world. Just sticking to this experience we all share. What is it? Change is a constant, which is a paradoxical sentence, but that's how it goes when you talk about reality as a whole. You have to speak paradoxically. Change is a constant. Change is the only constant.
Exactly, and that's what the whole film was about. In fact, my film was called Parabox.
Whoa. Hey, that's sick, dude. Tell me about it.
It's about the last human being left on Earth, and everyone else is in symbiosis with the machine, and they're numbs. And they wear these gold masks, and I had all my friends in gold masks and hazmat suits in the film. and the guy that's left, the last human being that they're trying to acquire, is Mr. X, and Mr. X kind of acts as the variable for the formula that the whole concept of the movie is kind of based around. I had this idea, and I like, you know, wrote out the storyboard for it, and then a friend of mine was trying to get into the film class that I was in the year before, and he couldn't get in because they only take 25 students a year at this really cool college I went to that had no grades, called the Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington. Anyway, so the idea for the film was that once they acquired Mr. X, the variable X, they would have the collective objective, the full collective objective, so that we could all then agree upon what one answer to one thing is, objectively, collectively.
Wow. Wow. Dude, that's really reminiscent of the story idea I've been working on. I can't tell me more, man. So I'm honestly gonna steal some of your ideas. I'm so excited.
I'll link the film to you. You can watch it right now if you want.
Oh my god! You have a link to it? Oh, that's
I got a
exciting,
link,
dude.
Yeah, it's cool concept. You would never get all this necessarily from watching it because you know it's you know there's no dialogue or anything. It's just all black and white and color, 16 millimeter cut together to give you these. You know, the whole thing's there though, and the basically it's kind of like you could interpret it as a sci-fi movie and set in the future. Interpret it however you want, but it is sci-fi without any real special effects except for this Tesla tool that I ended up acquiring from my roommate at the time. And he, well, the thing is, you know, the little tool that you use that has the sparks that come from it, it has a little like Tesla. It's called a magic wand. Anyway, you'll see it in the film, but
I don't know anything about that.
Anyway, you'll see it. Yeah, it's like a little like ancient tech. They call it medical quackery now, but that's the only special effects in it. And then we built this machine in my basement with spray paint, gold and silver paint, and like spent most of the time building that thing. Like, and then you know didn't leave enough time for us to do all we want. Well, we did what we did. You know, it comes out the way it comes out because that's the time limit you have and all that, which is part of the magic of it. But we built the machine for months, you know, because we wanted to make it completely intricate. And actually, the guy that was in my basement that we built the machine in the room next to was Kurt Cobain's cousin. And not that matters, but we let him, or we asked him to star. We asked him to star in the film as Mr. X because you know we were used in the room right next to him. Yeah, he's Mr. X. And
oh shit, dude. That's dope.
So, yeah. And anyway, so he, regardless, so they found a way to encase your state of being inside of yourself and then take yourself outside of yourself to observe yourself objectively with this box, right? This like black box that they encase your state of being in, and then they take it out of your head. And then you could put all these boxes into a formula, and then collectively, objectively, they stand around and like do this like trance like meditation on the formula. The formula to begin with is X equals Y over Y. So they have X, the variable. They only have a question over a question, Y over Y. But then if you solve for X, once you acquire Mr. X, then you have X equals 1. And collectively, objectively, they could all agree upon what just 1 is, you know, because we all have a subjective understanding even of numbers, right?
Damn,
and so if
dude.
that's the case,
holy shit.
And we can all
where
agree
did you get that from?
It just came to me. It was like one of those things, you know, like it just one of those.
That's dope.
You know,
that's
just like I wrote it
dope,
out,
dude.
And so if we all agree upon what 1 is, then it's infinite because we've all agreed upon it. Then it's forever, right? So then X equals infinity, and then if you interpret X equals infinity, it means the variable is forever, which translates to the only thing that's consistent is change.
Oh my god, you're blowing my mind, dude. And by the way, that's the main concept of the story I've been trying to like brainstorm about by myself. I haven't really shared it with many people, but that concept that you just talked about is a major focus of your short film or whatever, your movie. That's exactly one of the main points I'm trying to get across but you put it in a mathematical sense, which has only helped me sort of understand my own thoughts better. And by the way, dude, I looked at our message history between each other, and I noticed like we're not even friends, and we have a message history, and we're like linking up here, and it's I don't know why we're not already friends on Discord, and
I
I
always forget
don't
to
know.
add friend. I'll message people and forget to add them as a friend. I've been doing that a little more lately, just adding the friends so that I keep track of them, because sometimes they'll disappear, and I like, wait, I had message history with them. Why can't it? Why is it not coming up?
Right. And what I've kind of been forced to realize is that we had so as far as I can tell about history is that, you know, 'cause I'm sorry, man, I've kind of forgotten who you are in a sense to a certain degree.
I'm Dave.
Not hi Dave, I'm Dill. And
All right, Bill.
and man, like I know we've had a past and we've had great conversations, or else we wouldn't have the message history that we have that I just looked through. Like we shared some good stuff with each other, but it must have been like maybe almost close to a year since we've talked, you know?
Time goes by
And
so quick; it doesn't even seem like that long.
yeah, it really doesn't, but it's crazy, man. Uh, so you know, now that I got my own server, you know, well, you know, it's illegal and I server together, but you know, now that I have this place of my own to an extent, I can't wait to like have you there, because we're always hanging out there every night and talking about some real good shit. And
For sure. That's the thing. I hate that it's
let me
not
just
on
put it this
YouTube. I
way.
wish I could just listen in. You guys should get a YouTube channel
Oh,
and have your stuff go
we're
live.
working on that. We're working
We're
on that.
working on it.
We're moving
So,
forward, but we're taking it one step sturdily. You know, we're taking one sturdy step at a time, at the right pace. We do need a little bit motivation, you know, because we're procrastinators. But especially I take hooking up with you again. This reunion, you could call it, between me and you. I take that as a sign, with especially with
there
the
you go.
words
Right on.
you're speaking to me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Go ahead.
it's the raw union, you know. And
Uh,
also he pointed out a great another, we talk about paradoxes, and with his movie he pointed out a great one, which is the only thing that is constant is change. And that's another perfect beautiful paradox of the only thing, you know, that's constant, that doesn't change, is the fact that there is change.
Yeah. And
boxes. So,
change is the opposite of something constant, you know?
And
right.
and that the whole concept, everything you described about your film is like, what I would call synctastic. Like the whole concept like fits into like our whole conversation. So if you made a movie short film based on what you described, you know, you're gonna fit in, you know.
He already did. Yeah. He already made
Yeah,
it.
I'll link it right now on the live stream.
Hey,
Okay.
go wait. Better yet, did I invite you to my server yet?
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure. I'm
did.
driving right now. I'm on the highway, so
All right. Well, instead of texting while driving, just you got a link in our DMs, and link that video in my server. You know, because I mean, as a request, I'm not ordering you or anything, but like,
sure.
uh,
I will.
either post it in both or mine, because
Yeah, no worries.
we're
I'll
kind
make
of.
sure.
Hey, dude, it's so nice to reconnect with you. I know I don't remember you too well, and I hope you don't take offense to that. But I can understand through like our message history that I looked through that you and I have already connected very deeply before, and something, you know, some sort of distance got put between us and our like Discord hangout areas where we haven't really crossed each other's paths too much. But I'm really excited to sort of, you know, reconnect with you, man. I can't believe I ever let you go, in a sense. Sorry
I
to
haven't
put it
gotten a
that way.
chance to really lay my shit on you guys yet. I've been listening in. Usually on YouTube, I'm busy doing other things or whatever. So it's good that we'll definitely get a chance to throw down some other ideas, because I'm totally on your wavelength with using the words in a way that they might have been meant to. You know, that isn't
Hell yeah.
necessarily something that's been said before, but it makes sense. And like you guys were just saying, it doesn't matter if something comes up that changes that idea, because that's the best thing. Change is the most consistent thing, and you got to
Yo.
flow with that. And the concepts, like I think I was listening in last time with Illegal and some other people there, maybe you too, that were talking about a lot of numbers and how these numbers keep coming up. And I was just like, you know, just listening in and like tripping out on what you guys were saying.
Yeah, numbers and letters, qualities and quantities, and whatchamacallit?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that while
I got.
while you gather your
Go ahead.
thoughts, that's the thing about letters is in school, like you know, public school or whatever, they teach you about numbers and they teach you about the quantity of numbers, but they don't teach you about the quality of numbers. and so and dealing with frequency and letters and numbers and how they go together. That's something that should really be taught, but
Here's my favorite example of that, Illegal.
Mhm.
So we have the number line. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, blah, 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 blah. And there's only one instance that doubling occurs, right? So 3 goes to 4. Is 4 double 3? No, 6 is double 3. The next participant or entry or entity is it's always one more than the last. That's just the rules when you're counting. However, when you count 1, 2, that's a doubling, and that is the only instance of that quality, that relationship. 1 to 2 is the only time where you count, and the number before versus the number afterwards is a doubling, and that highlights that sort of realization highlights a relationship between 1 and 2 that is not shared between any other neighboring numbers. 1 and 2 are intimate as fuck.
We would call that an eve in split of
and you got an eve in, and you got an odd, which is adam. And you got even and Adam numbers, even and odd.
You know, I was just about to say when you guys were talking about two types of people, I was going to say, you know, there's actually only 10 kinds of people in this world. Those that understand binary code and those that don't.
Hey, that's a good one, bro. That's a nice pun.
Yeah, did you
and
say
that's totally
10?
what it is. The 1 and the 0, the 1 and the 2, the binary.
And isn't that ultimately a rhythm?
Oh,
there you
of
go.
course. That's one of the Hermetic principles right there.
Like each frequency.
Yeah, that's one of the Hermetic principles. So, you know, I mean, I'll just lay it out flat on the table right here, guys. I have no, as long as you get a breakdown of the Hermetic principles from the right person, because there's definitely people who will misrepresent it and misexplain what the principles are pointing towards as concepts. But I'll lay my feelings flat out on the table here. I have no issue whatsoever. In fact, I have complete endorsement of the 7 Hermetic principles. I think they just simply nailed it. I think they just literally just nailed it. Completely perfect. I think there's nothing, I can't improve it. I can't nitpick. I can't do shit. I can only say they're perfect, and I hope you have the right person in your life to explain them to you, because you can definitely get fucking, confused by the wrong delivery of them. But as long as you got the right deliverer delivering the explanation of what they represent, I think the 7 deadly sins and the 7 Hermetic principles simply just nailed it completely. Not a single criticism.
Well, guess what, Fundy? You love the Hermetic laws. Well, they're Hermetic laws.
Hermetic Hermes.
Hermetical.
Yep. Met.
Med.
and
Medical. That's interesting.
and of course ends in L, and L in Hebrew is Elohim. So it ends in L.
Well,
I like the hermetical. I like hermetical, like the Mother Earth's medicines.
Mm-hmm. Medical.
Nice, Gio.
Doctor, doctor. Dock is dealing with docking your boat, docking your vessel, and doctor. And then we have the Tor or Taurus, the Taurus field, doctor, the water and the bull. It all fits together. Doctors, childbirth, water, all that jazz.
Yeah.
This is better than Bro Sanchez. I like listening to Bro Sanchez once in a while for some of his extrapolations, similar to what we're talking about here.
No way.
Of course you do. Of course you do, because so do I, and so does Fundy.
Yeah. Because he's on target sometimes. Maybe he's not. Always. Completely. Maybe he's.
I'll give it a 60-40. I'll give it a 60-40.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no one I agree with 100%. So you just take what makes sense and leave the rest. And yeah, but he's got a lot of good shit. But there's nobody I agree with 100%. But I definitely fucks with Brother Sanchez.
Yeah, how could we, right? If you agree 100%, then that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Let me tell you the favorite thing I've heard from Bro Sanchez. To this very day, there's one thing that he said that I haven't been able to go a single day without thinking about it, And there's tons of things I'm like, yeah. He said, if you want to learn valuable life lessons, pay attention to the behaviors of animals in life or death situations. So the example he brought up was there's a shark. Okay, and he wants to feast on some smaller fish. Now, when a shark approaches a school of fish, a bunch of small fish, they will actually swim in circles, and they will all start at the top, going in a circle, but every time they do a loop, it's sort of like a metal spring or a coil. And so the fish, they go, it's a torus. They go in circles. They start at the top. They go in circles and they coil downwards. And once they reach the bottom of the blob or the school of fish toroid fashion, they swim. Once they go circle, 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 lowering and descending into lower altitudes in the water. Once they reach the bottom of the school, they go to the center of the spiral and they swim straight up from the bottom to the top of the circle again. Right? And they go circle, 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 downward, 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 and then once they reach the bottom, they go to the center and swim up and then repeat the process. And he was, he was on a synchronistic rant about syncretism and torus fields and stuff like that. But the one expression, because that's a single instance, that's a single example. He gave other ones, and the overarching theme was, if you want to learn some valuable life lessons about how the universe works, look at the behavior of animals in life and death situations. And they're going to tell you something profound about energy or the Tao or the Tao or the flow and just how things work and respond to each other and react,
And
sort of
I'm glad. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say another one because I wasn't sure if anyone had anything else to say. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I was just trying to, fill the air. Another one might be playing possum, right? There's a person wants to eat me. I'm going to pretend like I'm a dead corpse that's rotting, right? And I'm not going to expand on that because I'm not prepared to expand on that. I'm just trying to support and give one more example in if you want to learn some valuable lessons, pay attention to the animals. Animals are our gurus. Animals have so many lessons to teach us.
Yep. nature and what's natural, and you can see that reflected in their behavior. And if you pay attention close enough, you can learn something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
that's the same way that
that's my shout out to Bro Sanchez.
There you go. Yeah, it's true. And it seems like, Geo talks a lot about, how we've been disconnected from our true selves, through this heliocentric perception and a lot of other ways that they've done the same thing. But yeah, it's like we've almost disconnected it to our instincts, which is basically, the animal nature of things that make sense that we don't even like think about sometimes because we're so cognitive in every decision we make.
I got bad news for you, new perspective. I don't know how you're gonna take this, but I realize the flat Earth is a big joke, and I'm a Glober now.
Well, we could talk about that. That'd be interesting to talk about.
I'm just pulling your leg, man. I'm just.
Okay. I was gonna say because there's some people that I was gonna say that a big joke. I didn't believe it when you said that, but I can understand that you might conceptually not understand how flat Earth could make sense because there's still some things to work out as far as the stars and all that goes.
Oh yeah. I was just trying to fuck with you. I was trying to get her.
Yeah, that did fuck with me. I was like, wait a minute.
Well,
hold on. Don't invite me to your server, by the way.
Well, on an energy level, with the torus field, the toroidal field, energy wise, it could be a sphere in the energy context, but not in the physical context. So we have that, or what they call the cosmic egg.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a toroidal field, and Geo will go off about that. You've heard him, I'm sure. The toroidal field is a dielectric plane. And
then also,
wait, I had to step. Oh, sorry, real quick. I was listening, but then I had to step away for a second. Did someone say that they don't think the Earth is? They think the Earth is a globe?
No, he was kidding.
I thought he was. I figured you were kidding, but like I had to mute my right when that happened, and I was like on the suspense.
Yeah. So Brother Sanchez also talks.
His leg.
Yeah. Sarcasm.
I would be very surprised because my sense was that
yeah, especially following the intuitive nature of everything, the statement about how we've lost our instinct and everything. It's definitely intuitive that we're not moving. That's kind of like the fundamental understanding of flat Earth. It doesn't matter about the hole being flat and all that. It's just that we realize we're not moving and then go from there.
Yep. Yeah.
So Brother Sanchez talks about Polaris a lot, and Polaris is like the middle point, the center, the centaur, the midpoint, and he says that like all like souls or whatever are birthed through the center point of Polaris.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the womb and that type of thing. The mother goddess. Polaris, the center point of our spark, our consciousness, our energy, it comes down through the center point of the torus field. But then also, me and Funny were I was talking about the sex chakra and the genitalia and sex and 6 and 6-9 and feminine and all those great things. And then he broke it down on me. He brought up the word clitoris, and I can't stop thinking about this word because I'm very fond of it in many ways. And so the clitoris.
Oh, that's funny, dude.
So the clitoris. So the clitoris is the torus field. So we have the macro and the micro. Right. We have the macro and the micro. We have the Polaris birthing, all our souls or whatever. But then also the clitoris or the genital area of the yoni. You know what I'm saying? Is an uterus or a clitoris is another toroidal field in which we the Mother Earth, the Mother Goddess, births creation. So we have the Polaris star, the center point of the torus field, and then on a spiritual level, on an energy level, and then we have the physical micro version of the female and her area giving birth, and the clitoris and Taurus field that it is sexual energy and the sex chakra, and all that kind of stuff. So you have the micro and the macro, the big Taurus field, and then of the goddess mother, the mother goddess, and then the micro of the physical female creator, giving birth to more humans or whatever. So that's how I connect it all together. The North Star, Polaris, the middle point, the center, the centaur of the Taurus field, and then also the divine feminine micro Taurus field of the clitoris. It all fits together.
I'm searching for a clip that I recorded of Bro Sanchez talking about almost exactly what you're saying. But yeah, it was definitely the Taurus and being born into this world and how you're the focal point and all this. And I think I put it on my channel. If I don't, I'll upload it and link it. It's like totally in line with what you're saying. Love it.
Hey, new perspective, or Brian, was it?
Dave.
Dave. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Dave.
That's all right.
Hey, Dave. I'd like to break down something to you. Only right off the bat, we can just call it quits and move on to something else if you aren't familiar with the Chi-Rho symbol. You ever seen the symbol?
No, fill me in. Go for it.
Okay, well, I guess I can try to. It's a bit of a long story. I don't want to waste anyone's time, but I'll try my best to like sum it up very quickly. Christ is a title, not a last name, right? Jesus Christ. Christ is a title. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it means like officially the anointed one. And do you know what anointed means?
Yeah, but I got a lot of notes here. So just go ahead and just.
I'm just the type of guy, when I make points like this, I want to like check up on like everyone listening, like every step along the way.
Yeah.
So,
I don't want to try to like interrupt you with my ideas about it.
Please
though,
do.
So go ahead.
Please do.
No. I just want to hear what you're saying about the anointed and how it's the Christ is a symbol. I'm with you here.
Right. So Christ, I guess, like technically or denotatively means the anointed one, and anointed one means ointment in the sense of the ointment being oil. It means the one. You could say it in a lot of different ways, like the one drenched in oil, the one with oil poured over him, the one associated with oil. Go ahead.
Also, don't forget oil, ointment, and ment is mental, ment L. So you have
Very
mental,
good.
mind, L,
nice.
Elohim, and ointment.
Well, let's not get too into the weeds, but your first point was great. Of ointment is oil mind, and that's definitely noteworthy. That
Perfect.
really benefits.
Yeah, and the L added onto it's a good addition too, for sure.
Yeah. So now that we've defined and have understood what anointed one means, or ointment or oil involving, now we can go on to the idea that Christ was once pronounced Christos in Greek. Before English American speaking people said Christ, it was formerly pronounced Christos. And it has the same meaning, of course, but that's how they would pronounce it. They had they had a different set of letters that made different sounds. Very similar, the Greek alphabet to the English or American English alphabet, but to them, the letter X made the sound of a CH, a CHI, maybe more in particular. So the name of X in Greek is Chi or Chai or Chi. Okay, and when you're spelling Christos in Greek, the first two letters are an X and a P. And you find this in the Russian alphabet as well as the Greek alphabet, that the symbol that we call P, they called Rho, and the P made an R sound. And that's why Christ in Greek, or Christos in Greek, is spelled XP with the first two letters. Because even though it looks like an XP to us, the way we make the same sounds those two letters make would be CHR, like Chronos or Christ or Crisp or whatever. That's just the way their letters work. And so the Greeks have one of the earliest, what's called a Christogram. And a Christogram, gram meaning like a picture, and Christ meaning, Jesus Christ. A Christogram is a symbol, is a visual symbol that represents Jesus Christ. Sort of like how Prince abandoned the name Prince and went by a symbol. There was like a symbol who represented the man Prince, the artist, right?
Yeah, it was the joining of the female and the male.
Well, yeah, that's a very interesting symbol.
And it's also the Ankh. It's a reinterpretation of the Ankh symbol, which is male and female.
It sure is. It's also a reinterpretation of like the Mars and Venus symbol as well. And
Prince was androgynous. Like he's a man with feminine qualities.
In fact, now he's playing the part of his sister, Taika, but we don't have to get into that.
Well, he's dead, so he can't really. Well, I don't know what you mean. Maybe you're saying he's still alive and playing a girl in society or something?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. I don't know about that, but it's on the table. I never take anything off the table, so I'm down to hear about it. But just to finish off the Christogram thing. So, there's many Christograms, and do you mind just kind of like humoring me and telling me what a Christogram is real quick?
Well, me?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that I could extrapolate what that might mean, but I'd rather just hear it. So, I said, I've got no issue.
Yeah. I just defined it for you, so it's just sort of like a
the Christ symbol, the ointment, right? The anointed one.
No,
the gram,
nothing to do with that.
The message of the Christ, the message of the oil.
Not quite. A Christogram is a symbol that refers to Jesus Christ. So you can write his name out. You can write the name Jesus Christ, and that involves letters, and you spell his name out and you write the whole name out, or you can make a symbol that represents the same thing. Just a simple little drawing.
So the cross would be basically a Christogram.
Exactly. So I want you to just take a moment and tell me what symbols, like you just said, try to think of more. What symbols do you know of that symbol means Jesus Christ?
Vesica Pisces.
Yep, the fish, the cross, the X.
Not to be too pedantic, guys, but his name wasn't Jesus. Like you keep referring to him as Jesus. That's not even his name.
That's not important. That's a good point. I appreciate the contribution because you're correct. You're completely correct. That's not what he was referred to in person. Like, hey, Jesus, come over here.
Referring to him as Christ. The Christ symbol, though, is a little bit more accurate as far as like what it represents, right? Rather than just the man himself.
We're not using English, so if someone's name was a Chinese name that was pronounced Shulong, and it meant fucking grape, and we just called him grape in English, Wouldn't that be correct still? We're just using the modern language version.
Yeah. We all gotta be practical here. I mean, it's important for us to talk about nuances, but the conversation I'm trying to and the point I'm trying to make to New Perspective is all about principles and generalities rather than very technical nuance stuff. And the question
and you're not referencing the man. You're not really referencing the man anyway. You're referencing the Christ symbol.
No, I am.
No, the archetype.
I am. Okay. No, I am. I'm talking about Christograms. Christograms are symbols that you can put in a text or a painting or any sort of visual media that when you put this symbol here, it means the exact same thing as if you wrote it out in Latin, English, Greek, whatever. You can write the name Jesus Christ, or you can draw a fish instead.
Yo, Fundy. Fundy, isn't there one where it's like a rho and a chi intersecting each other?
That's what I'm getting. Yeah. You must have just joined Numpty. You must have just joined Numpty because that's actually what this is all building towards. I just wanted to talk to New Perspective about how many Christograms there are before we focus on that one in particular. So
yeah, he started with Cairo.
Yeah, that's what I started with. So here you go. So you have a cross. A cross is a Christogram. The cross represents Jesus Christ. Here's another one. The ichthys, or the fish symbol. That also is a Christogram. It's a symbol that represents Jesus Christ. Here's another one. The anchor. The anchor was also a symbol that represented Jesus Christ. And the last one is, and the last one out of the four I'm aware of, I mean, there could be more, of course, there could be more, but the four I'm aware of are the fish, the cross, the anchor, and the last one is XP, where the P is intersecting the middle of the X, and it's called the chi rho. And that's because Christos in Greek is spelled, the first two letters of the Greek word Christos is an X, which makes the sound of CHI, chi, and the P in Greek, just like in Russian as well, the symbol that we call P makes a rope or a R sound in both Russian and Greek. And so they took the first two letters of Christ in, as you would spell it in Greek, and they combined them. Just like, say, the first two letters of my name, Dylan, is DY. And you could shorthand, abbreviate, spell my name by, combining the symbols of Y and D, and that refers to me now. But that's what they do with.
Can I say something real quick? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, of course.
That symbol they use for pharmakia, where it's the R and the X, or a rho and an X, but they're not intercepting. Yes. They're actually instead of intercepting, they're side by side. Which I don't know what that means, but I thought it had.
Hey, Fundy. As a personal synchronicity, RX is 9 and 5.
R. What's R and what's X? How does that work out?
I believe X is 23, the 23rd letter of the alphabet. That would be 5, and then R is 18, which is 9.
X is the 24th letter of the alphabet.
Oh yes, yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's skip over that then. Anyways, so a Christogram is the chi rho symbol, and you can search that. And it's a really beautiful symbol that you'll find alpha and omega written on the left and right sides of the XP intersection design. And of course, like I explained to you, that's the first two letters of Christos written in the Greek alphabet. And I got a whole bunch of images to share with you later. I gotta actually go after like what I say just now. I'm really sorry. I gotta go in a minute. Dinner arrived, but this is all gonna go later on. I hope you guys are around into the idea of why a chiropractor who works on your spine, right? A chiropractor who is a specialist on healing the spine is related to the idea of chrism as the oil contained within your spine called the chrism, which a lot of people suggest that this ointment, the anointed ointment of your spine and everyone's body, that is literally the sort of, in their opinion, the sort of like holy, like the fountain of youth, sort of like essence of life as a liquid, gets retained or spoiled or diminished due to your behaviors and good actions, or wasteful acidic behaviors. And damn, I'm really regretful that dinner just right now. But I'll catch you guys in like half an hour or something. Peace out for now.
Thanks
cool, man.
Thanks for hanging out.
I'm gonna accept your friendship right now and send you Parabox links and all that. And, look at your server.
The chiropractor. That's fun.
Yep. Chiropractor. Yep.
33 beta braid.
Chiron, Chi, Christ, Anointed One, oil. Jesus walked on water. Oil and water separate, so oil settles at the top of the water. So the Christ, the Christos, the Anointed One, the oil walks on the top of the water because you put oil and water and they separate and the oil is on the top. It all connects together. And, you know, Jesus was a shepherd. We're dealing with goats and sheep and rams. And Jesus was a carpenter. You're dealing with carp and tor. Carp is a fish. Carpenter, you know, teach a man to fish. The Visca Pisces. Jesus was a Pisces. You're dealing with a fish. Fish, water, Pisces, carp, carpenter, wood. It all goes together.
Nice. I'm waiting for Gio to jump in on this because I've heard him, go off on a lot of these ideas himself with the ointment and the Christ and the not necessarily biblical, but more of like the symbology of all of this. Are you in there? You still here, Gio?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. I've been listening.
I'd love to hear your additions to any of this.
Well, I was going to say the word christening and how that's connected to Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
And the anointment and the christening, which is connected to anointment, but it's also connected to birth and rebirth.
Totally. I was listening in a while back, and I was like, "Wow, there was a great little bit there that I want to go back and re-listen to, where you were talking about the future and the past." And then some of these guys started chiming in on that. It was cool as fuck.
Yeah. A lot of people, you have palm readings and you have the creases in your hand, and there's a large amount of people that have M's in your palm, and the M is 13. So you have 13 and 13. 13 is a Christ number, Jesus number, and then combined together is 26. That gives you, the alphabet. And then also, Pisces was, Jesus was a Pisces. That's dealing with the feet. Every zodiac sign is assigned to a certain part of the body.
How's this illegal? How's this? You said there's an M on each hand. M is 13.
Mm-hmm.
How's the 13th prime number is 41, 4 and 1. You have 4 fingers and 1 thumb, and you have 14 digits on each hand.
Nice.
Yep, that's perfect. Yep, I love you, Noah. Yeah, because okay, so dealing with the feet, you had the nail. Jesus was nailed to the cross through the palms, the 13s, and also on your hands you have fingers. fin, like fish. Fish have fins. Pisces, fin, fingers. He was nailed to the cross through his hands, which have fingers, and then your feet, and the Pisces is associated with the feet. And like, I'm a Pisces, and when I was 9 years old, I believe around that time, I had surgery on both of my feet because my feet turned in, and so I had basically implants basically put in so my feet wouldn't turn in. And so another personal synchronicity, I know this is personal, so bear with me. My son is a Scorpio, and a Scorpio is every zodiac is assigned to different parts of the body. Pisces is the feet, and Scorpio is the genitalia area. And when my son was born, he had to have surgery, on his genitalia. He had some webbing going on or whatever, and they had to do some minor corrections or whatever. But it's just funny that he's a Scorpio.
Dude, illegal. That's the weirdest shit because I'm a Pisces and my toes are webbed. Like they're the first digits are webbed together on both feet. So it's not just one foot, it's on both feet. Neither of my parents have it. Nobody, no aunties, no uncles, no grandparents, no nothing. And I'm actually the only one who's born a Pisces, in my whole family. So that's kind of weird.
Yeah,
makes
no,
me
it's
think
not
of there's stories about our possible origins coming from the sea people. So that would be an indication that might be true.
Yep, and water and Pisces is the 12th zodiac sign. You have the Jesus and the 12 disciples plus Jesus equals 13. 13 associated with Jesus, the sun, the zodiac, and like I said, all the shit, the Christ archetype, all fits together.
Awesome. So Noah, you never got them surgically separated? You just kept the webbing?
Awesome. So basically, the top 2 digits aren't webbed, but the bottom third is basically, or basically, I can. How do I say? I can move them, but the middle 3 have less mobility. It's not webbed between the big toe and the pinky toe and the other 3, basically. But they're not webbed that badly either. It's not like it doesn't.
Yeah, no reason. Yeah, they're already always completely together anyway, so it wouldn't really matter, would it?
Yeah, it's just the 3 in the middle. It doesn't I've been doing sports my whole life. It's never affected me, but it's just interesting.
I wonder if it gives you an advantage in swimming.
Maybe. I love to swim, so.
Yeah, natural flipper there. It's awesome.
But yeah, I just found it interesting that he had webbing in the place where what is it? The private parts, which is the Scorpio thing, and I'm a Pisces, and the Pisces is the foot, and I got webbing in my feet. I just find that interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the webbing, like I said, the fin, the dolphin. You're dealing with fin, your fingers. You're and Pisces dealing with the feet. You got the hands and the feet, the 2 things that you use to swim with in water, and yeah, there's just so many things with water and the letters EA or AE, and EA is the name of the Sumerian water god. And so I connect any word that has the letters EA in it. It has to do with air, it has to do with water, it has to do with emotion, and it has to do with what was it? Water, emotion. EA is water, emotion, and electricity. Yeah, so because sea water or ocean water is a conductor of electricity. The only water that's not conductive is pure water or like distilled water, because it doesn't have any minerals or salts within it. So we have the ocean, the sea salt, and so the ocean, which has the letters EA right smack dab in the middle, is dealing with electricity, emotion, water, and because it has minerals and salt to conduct the electricity, and our bodies are made up of 75% water, and our body is basically two things. It's water and 14 different types of minerals or salts. So crystal, what minerals are crystals?
Carbon isn't a salt. Carbon isn't a salt.
You motherfucker. Yeah, you're right.
Sorry, I don't know. I keep cutting in and out. I don't know if I'm like, it's just fucking ridiculous. They think that we can get a connection on the moon when I can't even get a connection next to my router in my house.
236,000 miles, man. No problem. Just dial up fucking the president. Yeah, that's
like my router right now. My router is probably legit like 5 meters, maybe 4 meters away from me, and I keep cutting in and out. It's fucking ridiculous.
No, that call to the moon was such theater. It's ridiculous shit. It's like literally Hollywood movie.
You know what I was thinking about? I think every 20 years they have to pull some sort of enormous hoax just to kind of wake up the people with an IQ above like 30. Like it was 9/11, then coronavirus. What was before 9/11? JFK, the moon landing was before that. Like,
yeah. Well, it's interesting. They're all cyclically connected to the ways that the wandering stars move in the sky.
Yeah, and it seems like every 20 years or so, and I'm not saying this is the exact period, but like it seems like every generation or so they have to do something that's like retarded, and then like kind of try to pull it. Like the moon landing was like, for the retards, our grandparents that are retards, and then 9/11 was for our parents who are retards, and then like coronavirus is for our generation of retards. It's like a different retarded fucking thing we have to participate in each generation. That's obvious.
Yep. That's good. Oh, I like that.
I was just looking up some things that because you talked about the EA in the middle of ocean. And so I looked up the symbology or the element that the N represents, which would be nitrogen. The O is the oxygen, and the C is the carbon.
And here's the other thing: ocean is ocean. You have the EA in there, which is the god of water, but then you have the ocean, and shin is the Hebrew letter. You have S or SH, sh, or also the shin. And Funny pointed this out to me, which changed the whole game, which, I said every zodiac is assigned a different part of the body. Scorpio is the genitalia, Pisces is the feet, but you have shin or SH. Shin is associated with Aquarius, which is the water bearer. So you're dealing with water again. So shin basically equals water, like you have a shark. So ark is like a boat or a vessel, and then is shin, dealing with water. So you have, and also shin is also like I forget how, but it also means tooth. So you have a tooth or tooth vessel or tooth ark or shark. You have your vessel of teeth, which is basically what a shark is.
Nice. Good connection there.
Your ark, your vessel, and like I've said this many times, so if you heard it before, excuse me. Noah's probably heard this, or anybody else, but like there's the whole nursery rhyme, row your boat gently down the stream.
Yep.
Yeah, you heard that before. So I break down that as row your boat. Boat is a vessel. Your body's a vessel. So you're rowing or guiding your vessel. Row your boat gently down the stream. Stream is dealing with water. And we also say like stream of consciousness. So like row your boat gently down the stream. It's guiding your vessel down the stream of consciousness. Merrily, which Mary, M-A-R, marine, marine biology, marine, deals with water. So you have the Mary or the Virgin Mary, which deals with childbirth and that whole thing. So Mary or Mar is also water. So you have row your boat gently down the stream of your vessel, gently down the stream of consciousness, merrily, and then life is but a dream. So you're rowing, you're guiding your vessel gently down the stream of consciousness in this God dream that we're experiencing.
Sweet.
Awesome. You know, that nursery rhymes like low. That nursery rhymes low key. My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was gonna say that your boat shit. That's like low key scary, and a lot of those nursery rhymes are like kind of weird.
Maybe it's literally just talking about being in a boat. You know how pleasurable boats can be. Literally just talking about rowing your boat gently down a stream. Like there's people who go kayaking because it's fun.
Yeah, you can take it literal or you can take it metaphorical or symbolic.
Well,
you can go either way.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it literal because it's literal words. But like I was saying, we should call you the word warrior because you look into these words like they're like, okay, do the same and translate them. Okay, if you can translate them into 2 other languages and it does the same thing, then I'll say, okay, fuck, you got something here. But until then, come on, man.
I'm dealing with English, which is Anglish, angles or angles of light, angels, but English is really because the English language is derived from. Shut up, traitor! I'm in the middle of talking. I know you hear me. That's disrespectful.
Sorry, go ahead.
We go into English is Anglish, like angle as in Anglo-Saxon. And
Hold on. How did you get ing from ang? How did you change an e to an a?
Because vowels are interchangeable.
Says who?
Yeah, says fucking the whole body of phonetic research and linguistics.
Linguists are agreeing here. I think
yeah, all of them.
Each vowel
do you need some examples?
has its own meaning and probably doesn't like appreciate you changing its form for other letters and would like to be represented as an A. And an E would probably want to be represented as an E. So by you changing it, did you ask permission to change these letters? I don't think so.
You got a lot to learn, bro.
We have permission to interchange the vowels of L. And they're interchangeable, just like Funny said earlier. T and D are interchangeable. F and V are interchangeable. And all 7 vowels are interchangeable, whether you like it or not. And you don't have to agree with it or subscribe to it. If you don't fuck with it, fuck off.
Yeah, here's one example. How about Gaia and Geo?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Numpty.
Isn't vowels supposed to be very new? Like when you look at all these older, like instead of U, they have the V in there and shit. Like they don't even use the U. They don't have the O. So,
yeah, Hebrew doesn't have vowels.
I don't think Phoenician does either. And then so I would just like to say this. I mean, it's gonna sound dumb because maybe you can't cross check this with fucking Russian and German and Polish or whatever, but vowels to L being Saturn or whatever you want to say, Elohim or L. So whenever you pronunciate a vowel, you're doing a vow to L.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Good shit. You totally pick up when I'm laying down.
Hey, you guys really came up with that one. That was pretty good, Numpty. I got to give props to that. Fundy's like, fuck, I wish that would have been mine.
If you're talking about vowels being vowels to L, I think it's clever, but I haven't seen a single reason to take it that far, other than that surface skin deep connection.
Because the shape you use with your mouth for pronouncing vowels is different from all the consonants, basically.
No, you guys are taking it very far, and you don't want to give any credit to this. This one is probably like the biggest. Okay, you know what vows are? Like vows are like declarations that should be taken very sacred and seriously. So what he just said is probably the most substantial thing about this whole little word game you guys have been doing thus far. And you won't even give it any credit. Or
hey, Trader.
Hey, well, Trader. I would just like to say this.
Hold on.
Let me say something real quick.
Trader's telling me I'm not giving anything credit. Listen, man. I love the idea that the word vowel somehow is correlated with vows to L, and vow being verbal, vowels also being verbal. I think it's clever, and you're out of your league, and you're being way too confident about things that you have no idea about, especially when you talk about me. I've been aware of that connection. It's been proposed to me years ago. Okay, this is not new information, and I do have an appreciation for it. But I do have to be honest and not just a fanboy like you're encouraging me to be, and say I can appreciate up until that point. Vowels L. Okay, one skin layer deep. Can I say
something? Can I say something past the layer of skin deep? So basically, around the same time they're introducing these vowels into the alphabet and shit is around the same time they're reversing it. Instead of going left to right, it used to be right to left. So it's like the same time they reverse the way you write is the same time they started making you pronunciate these vowels back in what 500 BC or whatever. So it seems like a paradigm shift occurred in language back then, basically.
Okay. Now, what if L is really the same thing that they say in the Gnostic Gospels? How it's actually
demiurge,
the devil. But yeah,
L is the demiurge. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah.
I can see that.
And what if this language, these languages are just getting us to like continually curse and like spell each other, and maybe that's why we're in a world of shit, is because we keep talking this evil language. I don't know.
We're in a world of shit because we keep talking shit, basically.
Well, maybe you misunderstand the like you pointed out of spell and letter and curse and cursive as being negative, and maybe they're not.
And grammar and grimoire.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's nothing. I've been around the block, guys. The important part is to realize that everything we're talking about, every single thing we're talking about, has the opportunity for good and bad expression of itself, and that is what words are limited to. Words describe reality, and reality is not absolute. And the words that really actually describe something, well, it's going to be describing something gray. I mean, there's words that you can say like good and bad. Those things don't exist. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But,
Yep. Paradoxical or concepts of man. There's nothing that's good or bad. We apply meaning onto things, but everything just is what it is. We apply the meaning, and paradoxically, we live in a paradoxical reality of it's not just one or the other. It's somewhere in between the three.
Yeah, and the same action, right? The same action that's good for your life could be bad to someone else's life. What benefits you could be a detriment to someone else. It's the same action, though.
You're
all
not,
relative.
like, you didn't write some Bible or nothing, so why should we believe you on this?
No,
Why shouldn't we believe the Holy Bible?
I did actually. I wrote a whole Bible.
Come on, man.
No, really. I did it. It was pretty easy.
Here's the Antichrist.
No, it's just for fun. I'm not trying to sign everyone up for believing in it, but writing a Bible is not a hard task.
Okay.
Yep. Writing a Bible just means book. You wrote a book.
Yeah.
Holy Bible is something different, but Biblos. Bible is just book. I wrote a book.
I wrote a book once.
Isn't that why they call it fucking? Isn't that why all the Romance languages outside of English call library biblioteca or some shit like that, or Liberia or some shit?
Always.
Libra Via. Biblioteca.
Sorry if I sounded dumb as fuck. I'm not good at Italian
you're good.
Spanish, but like I'm pretty sure that's how they say library or some shit, or bookstore or something.
Yeah. I was just also thinking the word library, which starts out with lie, and then brary and airy and air, and we talk with, air coming out of our library.
Yeah, I think there's a name for like a collection of books that someone has written. I think it's called like a bibliography. I forget actually what that means. That's definitely a real word, I think. Bibliography. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's a thing, but I don't have the definition.
Yeah, I forgot too. It's funny when you know a word but you don't know what it means.
Yeah, you have biblos, you have bi, you have two, you have airy, you have air, Aries. You have the ram, which is
Trader. I want you to be less of a put down, okay?
The brain.
What?
Criticism is welcome, but you got like a real put down, condescending vibe to so much of what you say. I don't appreciate it, bro. Especially when you make assumptions about what I do and do not know about. It's like, oh, you don't want to appreciate what Noah said. It's like, no, I appreciate it, and I've also been aware of it for the past like 8 years, and it's one of my favorite ideas. But what I have to say about it is it only.
That's clever, but that ain't that much.
What are you talking about, man? Come on, make a point. Come on, man, make a point.
I ain't talking to you, bro. You're the one
you obviously
jerking off about words.
Make a point, man. I love words. I'll jerk off to them all I want, but make a point, man.
If you don't like it,
I'm not trying to make any point, dude.
If you don't like it, change the channel.
No, I kind of wanted to come back and just hear how funny it is that you're trying to make something out of nothing. Like,
it wasn't even more than 2 months ago. It wasn't even more than 2 months ago that you came into our server about synchronicities and came in and told us, hey guys, don't go down the rabbit hole of connected relationships between things. It'll get you nowhere. It's like that's what the server was about. We want to come in and say you're all wasting your time.
Battle Royale.
Yeah,
Tell us, Trader. What's a worthy pursuit? Come on, let us in on the secret. What should we spend our time focusing on? Obviously, you want to put down our interests because all you do is put down things, and we share our interests and our interests with each other. And you want to say, "Oh, you're wasting your time." So, what isn't a waste of time, Trader? What should humans be focusing their attention and efforts towards?
He has a collection of cards about QAnon, and he wants to trade his cards.
Oh, this guy's funny, dude.
Come on, man. Tell us what we should put our attention towards.
What do you want from me?
I want you to stop putting down the interests of others and tell us the most righteous endeavor we could ever participate in. What should we all be doing, man?
Maybe spending being a man and not being a fucking
that's generic and vague as fuck, man. You got to be a bit more detailed, okay? Because what you just said was worthless.
I ain't your dad.
Dick
what you said was
measuring
worthless
contest right now.
Come on, man. Give us a little bit more detail. I could tell you, hey, do what's right, do what's best. That's what you just said. All right, let's get into the nuance here. What should we be doing? Come on. Oh, you got nothing? You got no clue how a man should spend his time? Do you? You got no idea how a man should spend his time?
Whatever you want.
Oh, whatever I want. Well, then don't put down when I do what I want.
When did I put down what you're doing?
Oh, maybe about 2 months ago when you came into our server, Focus on Synchronicities. We were talking about word connections. You said, "Hey, I've been down this hole. Don't do it. It's a waste of time. You're wasting your time, guys. It's a big waste." You know, when you did that, and when you just said what you said a second ago.
Right, poo-pooing synchronicity. Don't poo-poo synchronicity. Don't say it's not right unless you have, or don't say something's wrong unless you know what's right to have something to offer.
What is time to waste your time on words? Yes, it is.
No, come on, Trader. I asked you to answer a question. You still haven't gotten around to it, man. Trader, what should a man focus his attentions towards?
His family, his life, his job, whatever.
All right, done. I focus on my job. I focus on my family. And guess what? I got some free time after that. You know, I got some free time after I focus on my family, after I focus on my career. Already done. Checked off the list. Done that today. Now I got about 5 hours of free time before I go to bed. How should I spend these last 5 hours of my day before I go to sleep? Huh? What's the right focus?
Maybe do some exercising because maybe you're probably
done. Already worked out. Already worked out, bro. Go on. Next. How about an intellectual pursuit? How about a spiritual pursuit? How about a wisdom pursuit? What do you want from me, man? How should I spend my time after I focus on health, family, and career? All right, man. Yeah, it's rhetorical. By the way, it's rhetorical. You got no advice for me, man. So stop being a put down. Let people enjoy their free time after they've taken care of what's necessary in their life earlier that day. This is my free time, dude. I'm trying to enjoy it. And you kind of ruin it for me when you just come in here and just try to fucking tear apart people just kind of chilling and sharing what they have to say. I'm never coming here and saying, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're wasting your time. You know how much of a waste that is? Go somewhere else. If you think the people you're listening to are doing that.
You're dumb. I never said you're fun. You're dumb.
I say fundy. I say fundy for mod. Honestly.
Well, thanks, man. I got my own place, so I don't need to be mod anywhere else. I got my own place to be, but I appreciate that.
We don't
man.
need.
I really do.
Yeah. You just laid down the law, Fundy. I'm not gonna lie. Like that was some law laying.
We got our own house. We're just visiting. We're just visiting.
I will say that I hope you guys are on here still. That this kind of thing isn't gonna make you not come back on, because it seems like one of the things we started talking about when I came on was, or you were just talking about, was where the ego doesn't get involved, because that's when things get difficult and people start taking offense to things and calling each other out for shit that doesn't even matter for the conversation. It was a beautiful string of ideas that were going, and then someone comes in and starts talking about your right to say something or not say something, and it's just like ridiculous.
Yeah, I think, guys, this server, just a sec, this server meanders around through many topics throughout the day and the week, and they're all fine. They can all have a place. Now, if one drags on a bit long and everyone gets a bit tired of it, then we can change subjects. But I just think it's good advice. Don't drag each other down. Don't shit on each other's conversations. Let it run its course. If it drags on, bring up a new topic. It'll quickly move to that if the room wants to. So just a bit of respect for one another, a bit of patience, a bit of tolerance, and everyone will have a good time.
Yeah, to each their own.
Spot on.
Well, I can change any word to whatever I want then.
Really?
Shut up. Yeah. Next, you're gonna say words don't have meanings.
You shut up. I said I can change words whatever I want.
Try to explain your technique of how you perform the transition and the alchemization and the permutation of one to another, and we'll tell you how valid we feel it is, and that'll be our honest opinion. All we can hope is that you're being honest as well, because all I'm here to do, it's a waste of time if I'm not honestly conversating my feelings in response to people honestly expressing their thoughts. That's all I'm here for. I'm not here to listen to bullshit or to bullshit anyone else. I'm here to be as legit as I can possibly be. I'm not here to fuck around, all right? I got limited time in this life, and I want to spend it wisely and productively.
There you
so
go.
Go ahead and tell me how cat means dog.
Yo, kid. Do you have a specific example of how you can transfer one to the other anytime you want? Let's hear it. You made a claim. Let's see the evidence.
Yeah. How is a cat a horse? Go ahead and explain the connection between those words, like you said you could.
Cat, cot, coat, oat, horse, east, That's what you guys are doing. You guys are fucking retarded, dude.
This guy is disingenuous as fuck.
Yep. Now, even though I have nothing on this subject, I could say there's an animal named horse, and there's a derogatory term pronounced whore. Now, I could bring that up, but I'll admit, as much as I play around with words, I got nothing on that. I don't know how to relate a horse to a whore. But I will bring it up and say, what do you guys think about it? Not that I'm going to bullshit you and tell you, I'm going to make something up on the spot. No, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for people sharing connections that they want to stand behind or maybe suggest at most. But I'm not here to be like, cat, well, if you turn the C into a D and the O into a A or the A into an O and the no, I'm not here for that, bro. I'm here for honest, legitimate, genuine camaraderie.
Yeah, and I agree with that sentiment, what you said there, and I agree with what you're saying. That's my sense of it too. It's like some words, they do sound similar, but like in the way I see it, but they don't really seem to actually have a correlation. Like you said, horse and whore. It's kind of like I don't see much there. But some of these other words, it's amazing. Like the way that the rhythms of the words and these sounds and the connections many of them are incredible and do seem to be connected to the etymology of those original sounds that we made, in terms of language.
I do have a connection for whore and horse. A pimp keeps his whores in a stable.
Oh. Oh boy, do they though? I guess. Well, perhaps like a brothel kind of thing.
Yeah, they call it a stable. They say, "I got a 4-horse stable." It means you got 4 whores working under you.
Okay, well then
I've never heard of that before. Wow.
Yep. Whores and whores.
There's an autobiography on this guy called Iceberg Slim. He's supposed to be one of the best pimps of early American times. He always refers to them as a stable. I got myself a 2-piece stable. And he's like, I worked my way up to a 4-piece stable. And it's
that's awesome. Cause because I didn't think about that connection, and then boom, that's interesting.
Now there's always the possibility of what's called folk etymology. And folk etymology is completely connotative instead of denotative. It's all about pragmatics rather than semantics. And while semantics is what the words you're saying mean, versus pragmatism is what the words you're using don't literally mean, but what you mean by your words. Like that's like fat, right? There's two meanings to fat, and there's a really interesting term called an antonym, which is the same word but meaning opposite things, or at least different things. Fat's a really good example of that, because fat can mean like bad or excess, while the other fat can mean like perfect and good. I mean, we aren't living in the 80s anymore, where anyone actually uses fat as a compliment anymore. But if you want to rewind time back to the 80s, that's a good example to your parents or whatever.
Now they call it.
Here's another loose connection that might work. Here's another loose connection real quick that might work, but it's kind of a stretch a bit. But if you want to make your whore controlled, you make her your bride, and you put a bridle on the horse.
Hey, well, that's a good whore horse connection, man. Right
I wouldn't
there.
make a whore housewife.
Here's another example of an antonym of bad. Again, going back to the 80s. Bad means bad, but when you say I'm bad, like bad is in the Michael Jackson song, bad means cool and good. And so bad is an antonym of bad, depending on how you use it.
Yeah, I think I saw like it was either a Facebook post or a YouTube short or something where it had, maybe it was on Facebook I saw it, where it had a bunch of those, like one word that's used for multiple different meanings. And we all know about, we've heard about them and whatnot, but like just the way that it had the list of them, when I read it, I was like, wow, that's really a phenomenon. Like these words that can mean completely different things, but we use them. It's the same actual word.
Like sick, right? I mean, I use the adjective sick all the time. It's just what I was raised around. It's how I speak since a child. When I say something is awesome, I oh, that's sick, bro. But of course that's an antonym to sick, like, oh, that's awful, unhealthy.
Or sick, like actually sick with like a flu or something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, sick, bad, and fat are all antonym words, because they can be negative or positive.
Right.
Also, the N-word, I suppose, can mean like my lesser or my equal. Like, oh, you're my N-word, right? That means like we're friends, right? Versus you're my N-word, which means like you're my lesser. Yeah, antonyms are fun. They don't take you too far into like.
I thought antonyms are. Hold on, real quick. I thought antonyms are opposites.
Yeah,
they are. In a most pure sense, yeah. In a most pure sense, they are. I'm kind of like bending the rules with those examples, but yeah, you're technically correct. Technically,
well, I think that thing that I saw that I was mentioning on Facebook, I think it was like a paronym or something. There's another word for it, because that's the thing. I hadn't remembered that word meant that. I'll see if I can find that. But there's a name for that? Yeah, it's like a word that means multiple different things, and it's kind of linked to the antonym, because like you were saying, sick, being like, oh, that's sick, like like a sweet like skateboard trick or something, versus something that's awesome, versus like paradox, like, being ill. But I believe
it's called a homonym.
No. That's a little different. There's definitely value in what Gio said with the term paronym. That's a new word to me, but I understood it immediately when he said it. That's dope. Paronym. That's a new one for me. I appreciate that. Like alongside, like like you said, multiple.
Hey, but you guys are describing homonyms, are you not? A word with two definitions, pronounced the same, spelled the same, but with different definitions. That's a homonym.
Right, yeah. So a paronym and an antonym are like subcategories of a homonym.
Okay.
You're right, though. You're absolutely right. The fundamental
I'm not sure
connection is homonym.
I'm not sure an antonym necessarily has to be a homonym. There are cases, obviously, but I'm not sure.
Well, it could be spelled differently, like PH versus F.
No. I think an antonym, if you look up antonym for a word, it's just anything that's the opposite to it. So if I look up
antonym to black, I'm gonna get white, right?
I'm not sure. That could be true,
Because
but
the
that's not
antonym's
how
the
I meant it.
opposite. Antonym is supposed to be like the opposite of a synonym. So like a synonym is like when the shit is like thin or skinny are synonyms, whereas thin and fat are antonyms.
Similar.
And then
versus opposite.
and then a homonym is something that sounds and is spelled the same but has different meanings.
Well, we have a different understanding of antonym then, but you do make a good case for your version.
Look up synonyms versus antonyms. That's
Well, I'd rather just look up the definition of antonym. I'll go ahead and do that.
yeah, either works, but because like they come together, synonym and antonym are like
Okay,
two
so
sides.
I got it here.
Because ant is like opposing, antonym, synonym.
All right.
Is that they're together?
Well, yeah, I'm mistaken. Technically, you're correct. A word opposite in meaning to another. So yeah, that's what you were saying. I was wrong. I guess what I was saying was an anti hominin. Would I guess
right.
would be
so
how I
bad.
would
Like, yeah, like your example of bad being I'm bad or like actually bad would be a homonym and an antonym at the same time, not necessarily always
right.
together.
An anti hominin is guess what I was saying. Yeah, you're right. Technically, technically you're correct. I should explain that as an anti hominin from now on. But hey, I was asking Trader a question earlier, but even though it's a little bit rhetorical of a question because I didn't expect a good answer, I might get a good answer out of you guys in saying, what should a man dedicate and focus his energy and attention and on? Right? Like, what are some things we should be focusing on here, guys?
Learning.
Wisdom.
Learning, whether it be by mistakes or doing things right or wrong. Learning, evolving. I know evolve is a trigger word, but just evolving as a person, learning from your experience. Yeah, learning.
By the way, I found the word I was looking for. Another one that I was relating to that is this word, polysemy, which is really interesting. It's like a word from linguistics that relates to when like a sign or a symbol or a word or a phrase that has multiple meanings that are related but can depend on, and it's connected to homonyms as well, because those are like they're all. It's amazing how they're all interwoven.
Well, you know the word poly is in that word, right? And you know what that means?
Many.
Yeah, poly means many. And you said polysyny,
which means
polysyny. Poly doesn't mean side. Poly means many. I don't know what syny means.
It means sign. Like SIGN, sign.
Oh, it's like symbolic or signature or sign.
Yeah, so like essentially multiple signs or multiple symbols. Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Honestly, that breaks down really well. Polysyny. Sort of like what's a good example? What's a good example? What's the best polysyny you can bring forward?
Christ.
Well, that's a word. That's just a word.
Well, the Christ symbol, maybe.
A Christ symbol is called a Christogram, and there's like 10 different Christograms. So you got to be a little bit more specific.
Well, I was just trying to give you a nod back to what you were talking about before, and see if that might fit.
Oh yeah, it's a good callback, and maybe like a good example of that is like a cross in mathematics, polysyny wise, can be plus, or it can mean a crucifix. So like that symbol would be polysyny, I suppose.
There you go.
Mathematically or religiously, or whatever you want to call it, historic or whatever.
I think it's interesting that. Go ahead. Wait, I don't want to.
Go ahead.
No. You had something better. Sure.
Well, I was just gonna this one polysemy. I was just reading a couple of them here. They're kind of interesting. This one says, "Let's have a drink at the bar. I have to go study for the bar. Bring me a chocolate bar." So it's like the word bar is used. Obviously, one of them is a place you drink. Another one is an exam that you take to be a lawyer, and another one is a chocolate bar. They're all
You
bars.
could also say, "I'm going to bar you from this establishment."
Nah, your example was dope as hell, though. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's good.
You really raised the bar with that one.
You're living on borrowed time right now.
A little bit of a stretch.
Hey! Oh, illegal. That's awesome that you combine bar, which is bull, and row, bar row. Because I mean, we're not gonna waste your time, but I know illegal is feeling me because illegal and I have been on a bit of like a splurge when it comes to words that contain row in it. It's just sort of a personal thing between us. We kind of been on this row kick of sorts when it comes to words.
Oh, I thought you were going to say bull, because I think I've heard you go off on the bull before.
Oh yeah, the Tor and the bull. Yeah. That's my main thing. Like,
yeah,
I could go on for hours about that, but no,
right? And
actually,
the Tor.
The Taurus and the Toro and the bull, yeah, all that. That's my favorite shit. But I'll go on way too long if you get me started on that. Oh yeah, I appreciate that, bro. But yeah, illegal and I, we've been on this kick about row your boat, and
he went off on that. I think you were eating, but he went off on the whole thing with row.
I mean, it's not even a catchy like song. Like I feel like the row your boat nursery rhyme was like passed throughout the ages, just because like it teaches such an important lesson, especially the end of the whole thing synchronistically, holistically. Row your boat gently down the stream. That's like your life, right? Your life is like going down the path, the narrow path of truth and righteous behavior. But then it ends it with life is but a dream.
Right.
Why do some of these nursery rhymes dump the most metaphysically profound lessons on you at the age of like 3 or 4?
And I think that one in particular, just real quick, that you talked about the synchronicity of it. I don't know of any other chants or little jingles that people do with starting in after the first verse, where you could have like 4 or 5 people doing it. They start on the second verse with row your boat, and you're in the second verse and they all line up. You could keep going and have them all out of sync but in sync.
You mean
what I'm talking about?
Cadence? You mean like the cadence, like the flow?
Well, I go row your boat gently down the stream, and then you start in row your boat, and I'm going merrily. You know how they do that? When you start in after that, when you're a kid, you used to have like 3 or 4 different, like three different groups starting at different times with that.
You probably did that in school, huh?
You haven't?
No, I didn't. I never did that, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and it's kind of like a ritual. It's kind of like a magical ritual that you did in school, huh? Like you say row your boat, and then as soon as you're done saying that, then like another group of people start saying row your boat as soon as you finish.
And then you can keep going, and it all is out of sync but totally in sync. And I don't know I can't think of any other little rhythm of words that work that I remember doing that with. I'm sure there's others, but I always remember how cool it was, because you're like off one verse from the person next to you, but you were totally keeping in time, because it's such an easy thing to remember. You, even as a kid, were able to have someone next to you saying different words, but you're totally in sync.
I wonder what the term is for that.
There's got to be a word for that. Speaking of which, I was going to point out how it's interesting that the conversation started to move into getting the definitions of these words and making sure that we were getting the definitions right. when it was kind of like what led from someone saying you didn't have the right to use words in the abstract way you were doing. But that's the difference. You can extrapolate something and derive meaning from it, even if it's not necessarily what was intended. But at the same time, you want to make sure that the definitions of these things and the way you're using them are correct, so that we don't confuse each other or try to say that what the extrapolation is somehow is like written in stone and as what you're defining it as. It's just an extrapolation to engage thought and inspire others to get some kind of meaning out of it that wasn't necessarily the original intention. It was ironic, that's all. Irony is a good one too.
Hey, so I can't respond for about the next minute, but I'll be right back. I'm sorry to leave you hanging.
Cool. Yeah, I'm sort of working here too, so I'm trying to mute as much. I'm doing some sanding and stuff, so I'm making a bunch of noise. But I just wanted to add that if anyone has any response besides fundamental.
Yeah, if anybody is into synchronicity, we have a server dedicated to a synchronicity being the overarching topic, seeing that it connects all things. So there's no better overarching topic than synchronicity and talking about things. And if you're interested in numbers and letters and words and connectedness and synchronicity and fractals and all those other topics, we have a server where we specialize in those topics. And so shoot me a direct message and I'll add you to our server.
Listen, fuck fractals. Have you seen that thing? No, that's the automatic synchronicity. I forget what they call it, where they'll have a whole bunch of those. What are those things that tick back and forth? And they'll have that on a rolling thing, and they'll all end up synchronizing.
Oh yeah, like the therapy, the balls where you lift one ball and hits the other, and they go back and forth. The therapy.
No, it's like pendulums. No, it's like a pendulum thing. It's called like random synchronicity or something. People do it on bridges. Like they had to redo a bridge once because somehow people like sync up on accident, and everyone starts taking right steps and left steps together, and it was like swaying the bridge. And what are those things that tick back and forth? The guy Morgan Freeman used to use it in the movie Seven. He ended up shooting his knife at it. If you put a whole bunch of those on a thing that rolls, and you start the pendulums all at different times, they'll end up syncing up with each other. It's called random synchronicity or something. You never seen it?
Yeah, the same thing with like metronomes. You have a room full of metronomes; they'll all eventually sync up together. But I forget what it's called.
Yeah, I think it needs to be on a moving surface, though. I don't think just on a floor still they'll all sync up, will they?
Well, no. If you have like 10 metronomes and you all set them on a counter, and you have the metronomes going, they'll go tick 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 tick, and then eventually they're all tick 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 tick, and they'll synchronize. All metronomes will synchronize at some point.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
I thought they had to be on a rolling of something that moves.
So how are you saying that links to fractals? Is that what you said originally? You said because
no, Jeremy, he's right. Real quick, I just found the video for that. I'll put it in the live stream.
Were you saying that's connected to fractals though, Jeremy? Like the rhythm of that?
No, I was joking around. I was like, "Fuck fractals." How about that synchronicity thing?
Yeah. Well, are fractal synchronicities?
Yeah, they're the same thing. So yeah, it's a mute point. Like saying fuck fractals and talk about synchronicity. Fractals are synchronicity. The micro, the macro.
Right. Synchronicity is the broadest general overarching term, while a fractal would be limited to geometry. And but yeah, fractals are as pure of a geometric expression of syncing up as possible. Fractal is like defined by as above, so below, or as bigger, so smaller, or whatever, self-similarity. But yeah, synchronous or synchronicity is a bit more generic in general than fractal. And I also relate the word fractal to fracture. And things tend to fracture, like glass or hard plastics or concrete or rock or whatever, in that Lichtenberg pattern, which is one of the most famous like tree branch style fractals.
Yeah, because like if fractals are like self-replicating patterns that are expanding and multiplying in similar patterns in that sense, then as a synchronicity component, if that's happening within a rhythm, like a particular rhythmic cycle, like either in biology or, then the way I would see it is that synchronicity and fractals, like that concept, can be combined, where you now have self-similar, self-replicating patterns or like archetypes that are all coming from that core pattern, and then through synchronicity are expanding and kind of vortexing as that occurs.
Yeah, it's sort of incredibly related to like human what do you call it? Human propagation, human
mechanics,
reproduction,
mechanics.
And it's very similar to the Fibonacci sequence, where everything that comes next is based upon a combination of what came before it. Very similar to how a child will always be based on what came before it, life forms and so on, combining and stuff.
Exactly. And like, my understanding of like the way that like the wandering stars, like what they call planets, like those luminaries, like Mercury and Venus and all those, and how like the moment we're born, it's like there's a snapshot of those geometric positions and the dynamics of that moment, and that's like its own, like a core. Well, it's a whole synchronistic map, essentially. The whole thing is a synchronistic blueprint map. But I was also just kind of thinking of how relating that to like the fractal nature of how those move. And then as your life unfolds, you're getting continued alignments that continue to correlate with that first moment. So like the first moment is you're born, and then all the moments as everything keeps moving, all of the luminaries are making relationships to that core chart of when you were born. So like they're all synchronistic fractals of that core as it's kind of moving through time.
Yeah, that's pretty much like obligated, huh? Like it kind of has to be that way. There's like no other way to do it.
Right. I know, it's all just synced up. Like it seems like the sky is a massive synchronistic time clock that seems like to detail, like intricately correlated with everything occurring like right in that exact energy pattern, but then somehow it's all synced through time. So it's like, wow, like that to me, that blows my mind. And it shows me that everything must have been created out of time, because you then would have to create a time clock that correlates with everything. So it seems like you'd have to create it outside of it first and then play it through almost like a movie or something.
Yep.
Well, I heard today, I don't know if Noah's still here. Is Noah still here? No, he's not. Well, Noah sent me a video earlier today, and it was titled, there's some word, I'm just going to say blank, because I can't remember the word. The blank structure constant. And it all revolved around the number 137. And I was really surprised for Noah to send me like this 4-hour video obsessed over some number and all its implications relating to the universe and constants and synchronicities and connectedness and harmony and stuff. And it just goes to show that numbers, that there's infinite numbers, but then where you find those deepest insights about the universe when using numbers as a tool to look into things is these special relationships numbers have with each other. Like I mentioned earlier, when you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so on, The only time doubling happens is when you count from 1 to 2. You know, 2 and 3 aren't a doubling relationship, and 3 and 4 aren't a doubling relationship. The only time this specific relationship occurs is when you say 1, 2, and you doubled 1 and you got the next number, and it never happens again. But then, there's all sorts of other interesting relationships in numbers, and this whole video he was sending me today was about acknowledging that there might be some sort of substrate fabric, sort of ether type idea to the universe, and that numbers might be one of the greatest tools for like identifying certain metaphysical relationships among all things. And
especially when you talk about the doubling, like you just said, like about vortex mathematics, right?
Right. That's very based on doubling, isn't it?
Yeah. And if you just kept doubling from there, and you go 1 doubled is 2, 2 doubled is 4, 4 doubled is 8, 8 doubled is 16, 1 and 6 give you the digital root of 7, and then 7 doubled is 14, 1 and 4 give you the digital root of 5. Yeah, that whole thing with the vortex mathematics that Randy Powell goes off on, which is kind of based on the original concept, or at least goes back to, what's his name? I forget. Coil, the Rodin coil. Marco Rodin. Yeah. Yeah. That really does synchronize. That really resonates for sure.
So I love what he taught me. Marco Rodin taught me a lot. I listened to a lot of his like lectures and video recordings, right? But there's one thing that Marco Rodin fails to address that honestly makes me very skeptical of why he's sharing what he's sharing, and if he's being like a lying cunt sensationalist or not. And that's that he never once addresses the dignity of a base 10 counting system versus other counting systems. Because you can have as many or as little single digit numbers as you want, and at any point you can change from using single digit numbers to wrapping them on in a logarithmic process that we call a base to your counting system. I say this is the quantity that I introduce double digit numbers at. Like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, they could all be single symbol represented numbers, and 16 could be represented as 10. It would mean 16, the quantity, but it would be drawn symbolically as the symbols 1 and 0. And you can decide to loop numbers from single to double digit at whatever logarithmic basis you want. And he never once addressed that he's operating in an arbitrary system. There's no justification that I'm aware of why base 10 counting is somehow deserving of its role in civilization. Why we
I thought about that before, except then there's 10 fingers, and it kind of seems justified just on that.
That's shallow as fuck, you know. It's like, who cares?
I didn't mean to be shallow. I just mean like if there was, it just makes sense.
Not,
with the
not
10
you.
Fingers.
No, not
yeah.
You. I'm not calling you shallow. I'm just saying, if Marco Rodin is talking about patterns he recognizes in mathematics, well, he hasn't addressed that there's been other cultures that have sexadecimal single-digit numbers, where there's 60 single-digit numbers, or 59 single-digit numbers, and 60 is drawn as 10, because they had 59 symbols before 10. And, you know, I just never saw him defend his position of putting so much stock in counting by tens. Now, that what you brought up is the best point possible, but it doesn't really take us any further. Oh, we got 10 fingers. Well, we also have, whatchamacallit, 12 plus 12 plus 4. We have 28 segments of our fingers, right? 2 on the thumbs, 3 on the fingers. If we're counting our hands, we could just do it by segments. And we could actually add our palms as segments as well. So we've got 28 plus
yeah, but if you have 28 and you add the 2 and the 8, it still comes out to 10.
Well, based on base 10 logarithmic, counting, sure. I always like pointing out to people how much of
I just
their
mean the
lives
digital route
are
kind of.
right. It's digital because digit and digital are related, and you have 10 digits of your hand or whatever.
Plus the 1 and the
But
0, the binary code thing,
right, but that's the thing. There's one thing I wish for everyone to comprehend about numbers more than anything else, and it's the idea of standardized conventions and units. And so much you think is like a concrete part of nature is actually completely arbitrary and made up and man-made. And like counting in tens, 10, 20, 30, that's completely arbitrary. It doesn't really exist, just like 7 days in a week doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a week, in reality. There's no such thing as a 7 day uh, period of days that has anything to do with reality. You could have a 10-day week for all anyone cares. It wouldn't change a thing.
Yeah,
There's no
true.
such thing as
It's
a
just like it goes back to one of the base arguments in this whole discussion about the Earth, because the ballers would like to claim that time is not just a concept; that it's actually a real thing.
Yeah, go ahead and expand on that, man. What do you mean?
I'm kind of working here, so I'm trying to mute as much as possible. But yeah, I was just if you quantify something and you're saying it's arbitrary, it's true. Well, it's not arbitrary if you want to apply it to something that how many fingers do you have? Well, there's an objective answer to that as far as you might be concerned. Someone else might be missing a finger, but the whole idea of like objectivity and subjectivity and how that relates to numbers, as well as like the quantification of time and how we may have something that's predictable with the sun, and the days and the 24 hours and all that. And that's been extrapolated and used as a way of like making this fabric of space-time, and then using that as like an actuality that they've extrapolated into quantum dimensions and all these other things that may or may not be real, quote unquote, but the necessity for time to be something more than a concept really gets to the root of this discussion.
Yeah, the way I see it is that there's two words that are pretty synonymous in my vocabulary or mental dictionary, and it's arbitrary and I'm sorry, trivial. Yeah, trivial. Arbitrary and trivial are pretty much the same thing to me. And what's different than trivial or arbitrary is based, as the kids would say, or foundational or fundamental. And there's certain things that we can notice about the world that there's no there's no how do you say that? There's no arbitrariousness. I don't know, guys. Sorry. Like the platonic solids. There's 5 platonic solids, and there's no argument that can make it either more or less. It's 5. There can't be more or less. It will always. If every human died and the whole like new species was grown with intelligence, like they would rediscover the same 5 platonic solids. While counting numbers, single digit numbers versus double or triple digit numbers, you can have whatever system you want in order to categorize and write those down. It's however you feel. But platonic solids, and say something else like how many planets are visible to the human eye? Well, you can see Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. You got 5, and that's why you got the sun, the moon, and the 5 visible planets. That's where you get all these 7 lights being worshipped. This 7 days of the week, 7 lights of the menorah, 7 Ra rays, light nodes, flowers, as they put it, because what do flower petals do? They soak up the sun like leaves. Headlights is a whole other big important topic, but there's certain things that come in sets, and I think it's really important to focus on whenever someone discovers something that comes in a very specific, like firm set of amount. like platonic solids, or like family, or the triangle, or the tetrahedron, like fundamentals, and then we can at least establish the basics and build up from there, and that'll always help us identify when someone's just making something up, or it's literally like a truth of nature. Like the color wheel. There's no room for like more colors to be squeezed within the color wheel. The color wheel exists, and either you exist within the color wheel or you don't exist. There's no such thing as a color wheel that exists without red, yellow, blue as the primary colors. You can't. There's no other area. It comes in a set of 3.
Well, this goes back to the whole discussion that I think you got distracted when I was making a comment that it's interesting. We started talking about the real definition of words when, off the comment that you didn't have a right to use certain extrapolations. And now we're talking about, something being arbitrary as opposed to objective. And, that kind of thing with there are objective things about the color spectrum and things like that you could point out. And you could also say that there's objective things about numbers in general, or the Fibonacci sequence, which is kind of random but orderly. And and so it doesn't necessarily matter if it's a base 10, but the base 10 applies to certain things in a certain way, which doesn't necessarily make it arbitrary. It just makes it a way of looking at it. Like it's difference between perspective and definition, maybe.
You're right. No, you're right.
Real quick, did you say that? Real quick, did you say that spontaneous synchronization can happen on a non-moving surface?
Yeah, I put the thing in the live stream with the metronomes. They're all sitting there next to each other.
The surface can't move though?
Well, the surface isn't moving, but I didn't hear about the one that you were talking about with it moving. I've never heard of that one.
I didn't know it could happen on a surface that was still. I thought the surface had to be moving.
No, it does. It does.
Surface has to be moving, right? That's right. Well, he said he's got a video of
what do you mean? Look in the live stream. There's a video of just the metronomes there in a room on a stable platform.
All right, let's see it.
Something exterior, right? In order for things at a distance to be connected, they have to share a medium or a platform. And if you hang pendulums from you go to the park at a children's park and you have a swing set, and you've seen those swing sets that have a wooden plank as the seat, not like that flexible rubber U-shaped seat, but a hard wooden seat. If you put different pendulums, on top of that wooden seat, and then put the seat in a swinging motion, then they will pressure mediate and find the closest thing they can to harmony and pressure mediation and equilibrium. But of course, it'll only be temporary until they go out of sync. But then they will seek to reunite as soon as possible. A general rule about all mechanics and operations of the universe is pressure mediation and seeking equilibrium. Everything does that, no matter what. That's a general overarching principle of reality. Seeking equilibrium or pressure mediation. So the pendulum's going to do that, of course, especially if they have something to connect them, like a platform or a medium that they share.
Perspective. That video you posted, those metronomes are on a moving surface, bro.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I thought your shit was still too, but it's low key. It's you can see that it's swinging the base that they're on. Yeah, it can't happen unless it can't happen. It can't happen unless the surface can move. Otherwise, it just won't work. I don't think.
Hey, maybe that's proof we're not on a spinning surface. Otherwise, we'd all be in sync all the time too much. We'd be using the same words eventually.
Get the fuck up, man.
What?
I've seen that happen before on bridges, though, like bridges that are made for just people to walk on, and you get a lot of people walking on it. This shit'll start swaying crazy. Like they've had to redo bridges because of this spontaneous synchronization thing.
Well, it's resonance, right?
Reminds me of I've seen concerts at Madison Square Garden, which is in New York City, and apparently like MSG, like Madison Square Garden, it's do you remember what floor it's at, Jeremy? But it's at like the 30th floor up above the ground. It's like it's a really high up off the ground, like the entire arena, the whole stadium, and this band in particular, Fish, as like I've seen them like for New Year's Eve there, just absolutely huge party, just incredible concert, and from everybody dancing, like everyone was just dancing, like around the whole arena, and the floor actually literally bounces, like because Madison Square Garden is up at like several floors off the ground, so it's already not like on the ground. And it literally bounces. So you're just standing there and everyone else is dancing. But if you just stand there, it's like the whole floor is moving up and down, like probably like as much as like 6 inches. Like it literally feels like you're like bumping on something. It's unbelievable. The whole floor just vibrates and resonates from everybody dancing.
Yeah.
And it's totally like that. I know exactly what you're talking about. Did you see Bandsaw's dancing? There's a thing that Bandsaw was talking about. There's this club that has a moving dance floor, like a circle dance floor.
Real quick, can I just interrupt? I just got here, and the first thing I heard was Gio saying, like 6 inches, it just like bumps into you. It's just funny.
Oh, wow. All right.
No, dude, I was talking about at Madison.
He was telling he was going to write the biography of your sex life %.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, now I feel like I have to repeat it for you if that's what you heard. No, we were talking about like rhythm and vibration and shit. And
you're not helping yourself.
No, but I was talking about these concerts. Like, you know the band Fish, like Phish?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
I've been to Fish concerts. So.
Yeah, it's like a huge party. Everybody's dancing. And like what I was saying is they've done these New Year's shows at Madison Square Garden. And since Madison Square Garden is like up like several floors off the ground, like it's literally up at several floors. I was trying to look at what exact floor it's on, but it's on like something like the 20th floor of like this building. Well, it says the lower bowl is on the 6th floor. Okay, so but yeah, the higher part might be higher. But anyways, so it might only be like 4 or 5 floors. It might not be 20. It might be 4 or 5 floors, but it's still like floors above the ground. Anyways, when everybody's dancing, the whole arena is like bouncing and the floor is going up and down like 6 or 8 inches. Like you feel like you're riding on because everyone's dancing. Yeah.
Kinky.
Cool. I had no idea. Go ahead.
That's not the same thing though. That's not that spontaneous synchronization. That is neat.
But is it? Though? Is it though? Because everyone's dancing and the floor is going up, down, like at a particular synchronized rate.
Yeah, but they're all going to the same beat. They're all going to the same beat. Everyone's dancing to the same song, so it's like,
Yeah,
that's what's keeping them in sync.
It's probably a different phenomenon technically, but it's similar. But I just want to add real quick, just because the Fish topic has been brought up. One of the coolest tours that Fish had that I saw a couple shows at was when they played chess against the audience. Did you ever see that or hear about that, Gio?
Yep, actually, they did. I actually went to a show where the first show I went to in 1995, and they had the chessboard up on the stage, and then they basically like played chess against the audience. So like every show, like they would make a move, and then the audience would make a move the next show, and then the next show. That's so cool. It was like the band versus the audience playing chess.
Yeah, and then at halftime, when the intermission, just in case anyone's wondering, at the intermission there was a table you could go to, and you could talk with a couple people that were like trying to, get the next best move. I think Fish won. I think they played a couple games and they won both times.
Yeah, they did that in like 95. Yeah.
Some talented technicians there.
Well, they basically just like hung a huge chessboard, like kind of up to the left, like behind the stage. And then they had these like big pieces. And then I guess the audience would all like get together. Like, I think they had like the Greenpeace table. So like you would go to the Greenpeace table and put your like vote in of what you wanted the move to be, and then they would, however they decided, I don't know, amongst all the fans, whatever the move, and then like the band would make their move the next show. So like usually beginning of every show, they would go up and like whatever the move was, move the piece on the big board.
Hey guys, I wanna share something with you. It's my favorite childhood toy. And before I share mine, I'd like to ask you guys, what was your favorite childhood toy? Not video games, like a physical object. You know what I mean?
That's tough.
That's tough? Why? That shouldn't be tough, bro. It really isn't like a tough question. Like, what did you play? What did you play with a lot? Come on, it doesn't be so serious. We're just, we're just.
Hey, to quote real quick, to quote Red Fox, when I was a boy, I was so poor. If I hadn't been a boy, I wouldn't have had nothing to play with.
No, with my walkie-talkie.
All right.
You're talking about like an actual physical item?
Yeah, like a physical item, like fuck electricity, fuck the internet,
Like
computers.
like Gio's rocking
right?
horse.
What was your favorite toy as a child?
I said walkie-talkie.
Yeah,
Mom.
At,
what age are we talking here?
whatever you feel like mentioning, because I know there's different like eras throughout your childhood or whatever.
In that
But
case,
just pick, just pick one, right? No. I said screw electricity, screw electronics, screw computer chips, right? Nothing involving computer chips or electricity. Just your favorite like analog basic toy, an item, just an item you played with the most as a kid without computer chips involved. Or electricity.
Mine would probably be
your mom.
Sticks, wooden sticks in different variations, because I like the sword fight a lot.
Pick up sticks.
All right.
Yeah, it's sword fight.
Anyone else?
Brother.
Yeah, that's a good one, bro. Yeah, that's a good one. A stick. Anyone else? I want to get to mine, but I want to get everyone else's first. Who wants to share?
I also had like a transformer that I used to play with, and also
like an action figure.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You could actually like transform it into a I think it was a car.
Fire truck.
A car with that where the doors open, like a bigger, not like a Hot Wheels. It was like maybe 4 times the size of a Hot Wheels, 3 times the size. It was like a white kind of old school. I don't know, like. I want to say old school, like Cadillac maybe, with the doors open.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, toy car. A lot of people had like baby dolls, right? I was it's more of a girl thing in my culture, at least where I live. It seems like girls get handed like baby dolls real young. They're like real fond
sure
of.
that's every culture.
Yeah, it probably is. It probably is. But I'll tell you guys my favorite toy. I want to relate it back to what we were talking about before I brought this up. So my favorite toy when I was a kid was a snipped on both ends a telephone cord. Like the spot, like the telephone cords where like you have it mounted on the wall, and the telephone. You can walk like 10 feet away from the console of the telephone with like the receiver.
Like pigtail type coil. Cords.
Yeah. The pigtail coiled wire. The
What's
telephone
up, bud?
cord.
What house was it?
What?
Oh, I was at the wrong house. Sorry.
Yeah,
it was the wrong one. My bad.
Anyway, so my mom she just took some scissors and cut like a 4-foot section out of the telephone cord that we got rid of, and she gave it to me as a toy, and it ended up being like my favorite toy for like 5 years straight. And one of the funnest things that I ever did with this telephone cord that I wish for everyone to experience. It's actually fun to do as an adult, honestly, like a chain or like a beaded rope or something like that. It's really fun to do as an adult or a kid. When you got this like heavy weighted rope of sorts. Elastic is preferable, but as long as it has some weight to it, and all you gotta do is like lift up one end and let the other end hang plumb, and then all you gotta do is rotate and twist your wrist, and the whole thing sort of spins in a sort of gyroscopic manner, and it makes one large bulge. It's very interesting the way it rotates when you do this, but it makes one large bulge when you start twisting your wrist. But then if you double the pace of your wrist, it then divides itself into two bulges and starts resembling like DNA. And then if you quadruple the rotational speed of your wrist, it divides into 4 sections. And then if you double that, it divides in even more sections. And it gets thinner and thinner and thinner. The same way that when light is at a higher frequency, it has a smaller amplitude and a smaller wavelength. And I feel like it was like almost destiny that I was given this toy as a child, because the more I grow up and learn about different subjects, especially in physics and stuff like that, and metaphysics, the more the simple toy that I would spin seems to relate to deeper and deeper understandings of how like energy operates in the universe. And I encourage all of you to play around with a weighted string as soon as possible, because it's actually fun as fuck, even as an adult.
Cool. What did it, like you said, it spoke to other areas in your life? How, like, were you reminded of it? What were you studying? What was it that reminded you of it?
Yeah, so so the idea of critical mass is the first thing that comes to mind. There's plenty more to talk about, but the thing is, like I was saying, you have to double the pace of spinning your wrist, in order to create the next like entity and like division in the rope. And the cool thing was that you could spin a rope and it only has one lump in it, as I'll call it, or one node. And you could spin it 1.5 times that pace, but it wasn't at the critical mass enough in order to trigger that cell division. It didn't quite have enough energy to split in half yet. And so that reminds me of like cell division in biology. At the same time, it reminds me of so many other things that follow that same principle. And then another thing would be what Ken Wheeler has said in a way I disagree with. I'll say his version first, and I'll correct him from my perspective. Ken Wheeler says that the toroid and the hyperboloid are the two constituent geometries of the universe. Now, I think that's stupid as fuck to put it that way, but with a slight adjustment, I think it's profound as hell. And the toroid and the hyperboloid are the two constituent geometries of motion, not of the universe. There's tons of geometry of the universe, but when it comes to movement and motion, there actually are only 2 archetypes of motion. And as he put, incorrectly stated or described, or labeled, but yeah, there really are only 2 constituent geometries of motion: turning and turning left, right, up, down, forward, reverse, clockwise, counterclockwise. It comes in a set, turning, but so does the idea of rarefaction and compression, or expansion and contraction, or out and in, or back and forth. And there's literally nothing. There's no movement that isn't either a combination or singularly back and forth, or a turning clockwise or counterclockwise. There's no other motion that anything can perform. Go, come, up, down, expand, contract.
What about tilt?
Separate, combine. Yeah, tilt is TIL. L is R. Vowels are interchangeable. Tilt is literally based on the word tor. Tor is tilt, or tilt. A tilt is a turn, right?
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. Tilting is turning. Like a tilt requires an axis point, a fulcrum, right?
Yeah, but it could be argued that it's a separate axis that it's working on.
No.
It's like
A tilt is
expanding,
turning.
going
There
forward and backward. You know, expanding, contracting. That's in the x-axis, right?
Hold on. Try to make your case. I'm going to listen to you wholeheartedly. What's your point?
Well, I was saying, what about tilt as being one of the, you know, forms of movement or what have you?
Yeah, that's turning.
All right, I guess.
How is tilting not based on an axis?
I'm not saying it's not. Like, you know, classically there's the three axes, right? X, Y, and Z. So I agree with you in terms of contracting and expanding. That works on the X axis and the Z axis, right? And
Works on every axis.
Every axis, I'll agree with that, yeah. I guess turning could work, yeah. If you're turning basically up and out, that I guess you could call that tilting.
Well, there's combinations, of course. Like, I mean, I could paint an example, or but that's not really important. What's important is that
what were the two shapes? Toroidal and
hyperboloidal.
I don't even know how that looks.
A hyperboloid, when put into motion, is like an hourglass. Now think of an hourglass with a singularity point in the middle, right? And so it's like a corset, right? It's thinnest in the middle, and then it's sort of like two triangles, like an upside down triangle and a right side up triangle that meet at their points in the middle. You know what I mean?
Got you.
Now the opposite of two triangles touching their points together in the center is a diamond. And now what you got to imagine, to take it to its very extreme examples, is an infinitely wide triangle on two infinitely wide triangles with their wide bases at the top and bottom, with their points meeting in the center, like that hourglass singularity corset sort of thing, versus an infinitely wide diamond with their points just an inch above and below the center. And you can imagine a pulsing going on where the middle sides shrink in to a singularity, but the up and bottom sides expand. And that's like a give and take sort of pull. It's sort of like a heartbeat in a sense. So that's like sort of an expansion contraction thing going on there. But yeah, I mean, the way you can best visualize it is like you got a piece of Play-Doh in your hands, right? There's nothing you can do to that like lump of Play-Doh besides spin it and expand or contract it, which is the same thing in my opinion as like separate and combine. I don't want to get messed up there, and the words that sum it all up, the root words, are tor and bowl. And tor means twist or turn, and bowl means pulse.
The thing you said about the triangles with the infinite area or whatever, it reminded me of this thing. I forgot the name of it, but it's like a horn, Gabriel's horn maybe, and it has an infinite area but a finite volume or something. They say you could fill it with paint, but you couldn't paint the inside of the thing. It literally makes no sense.
Oh wow!
Once you start,
is that a Bible thing?
Some kind of fantasy geometric shape. It literally makes no sense though, because they say you could fill the thing with paint, but you couldn't paint the inside of the thing.
Oh man, you should send a link about that. By the way, I think I sent you an invite to my server. I'd really appreciate it if you post it in there.
What's the name of your server?
The Sink Tank.
Yeah, you sent me an invite the other day, and it was an invalid invite, bro. You don't.
It probably expired within like 24 hours.
I saw it within an hour. When you create an invite, you need to make it so it never expires.
Well, I don't like that idea actually. I like the whole like one use expires within like an hour or a day.
Resend it to me right now, then.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, go ahead and do that right now. But you go ahead and tell me about what you're talking about with this whole biblical painting of horns.
It's not biblical. It's just some. Maybe it is. I don't know, but it's just some made up geometric thing. It's not even real. When you start talking about infinite, and it doesn't even make sense because they say you could fill the thing with paint, but you couldn't paint the inside. It's like it's ridiculous. You're telling me I can fill something with paint, but I couldn't paint the inside? That doesn't even make sense, like logically. Obviously, if you can fill the thing with paint inside of the thing, how could you not be able to inside with paint? I don't get it.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't make sense because if it's filled with paint, then the paint within it would inherently be coating the inside surface of it. Ergo,
yeah, like you could just dump the paint and the whole inside would be painted.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
I might not even be explaining it right. You might want to look into that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds like maybe like it could be delivered better because I'm sure there's a point there. Whatever the author who said that, like he probably had a valid point to make, but the way you put it, yeah, there's some issues trying to make that make any sort of sense, even paradoxical sense. It's like it's just bad. You can fill it with paint, but you can't paint the inside.
I'm pretty sure I'm explaining it right. I mean, you could check it out for yourself on Google or whatever.
Now there are
send me that invite.
I did, man. Yeah, I did that while I was listening to you. It's waiting for you in the DMs. But there are paradoxical ways of describing the universe as its parts and as a whole, and that conflict with each other. Because like here's my favorite example. So check it out. We all know, based on the laws of physics, that friction is involved in every mechanical situation, and so because there's always energy loss due to friction, because nothing is frictionless here. There's no such thing as a perpetual motion device because energy is always going to be sucked out of it. You can never have over unity devices mechanically because there's always going to be loss, and you'll never get more out than what you put in.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all.
All right, well, that's fine. That's fine. What you're saying is you believe in the Philosopher's Stone, but we'll get to that in a second.
No, you got to give me like permissions or something for here. It's not letting me.
Oh yeah. I'll get to that in a sec, man. But yeah, the first step is you accepting the invite, and then you're stuck in one room until an administrator gives you extra roles on my server. But yeah, I'll do that in a sec. But check this out, man. Despite your fantasies, which I'm with you, man. I fantasize about the same thing. A free energy or over unity device, whatever. Yeah, but getting grounded in like sort of what do you call it? Accepted, physics or whatever. The thing is, the universe cannot contain. There's no such thing as inventing within the universe a perpetual motion device or a zero loss energy device. But even though perpetual motion devices can't exist within the universe itself is a perpetual motion device, which is the craziest thing.
I don't believe that either.
Well, hold on. You think that the universe has a gas tank that eventually it's going to run out of fuel and have to stop existing because it ran out of its fuel to metabolize? It's like, oh shit, the gas tank ran empty. Now existence is done. We're all done existing because the universe ran out of fuel.
It It is one of the mainstream theories about the cold. I think they call it the heat death or the cold death
That
of the
isn't the end.
universe.
That isn't the end of existence. That's just about chemical potential energy. And honestly, their idea of that is nonsense because they have
I
a
know.
constant speed of light. The universe,
It's
even in
not
their
constant.
opinion. Well, I know what you're saying there about passing through
No, they
mediums and like going through glass and slowing down to 40% speed or 60% speed through glass or water, whatever. But
hold on a second.
Okay.
Go ahead. Whatever. Go ahead. That's not what I was talking about. But go ahead.
I thought you were talking about the heat death of the universe due to entropy. But even within that paradigm of like what do you call it, unanimous fucking consensus physics and like cosmology, they may call it the heat death of the universe, but it's not a death at all, because the whole create nor destroy principle that they hold to, which I'm fond of as well. They got one thing right, is that you're never going to get rid of light, and light's never going to stop moving. So even if the universe does what's called annihilation of all matter, where matter transforms into just light energy, that light energy doesn't stop, and what you're left with is still a perpetual motion device of a universe where there's never going to be stillness. Stillness will never occur. There's always going to be some sort of motion occurring within the universe, whether that's a physical or energetic, resulting in just light itself. If all matter gets fucking entropied the fuck out into just being like photons or whatever you want to call it, the eternity doesn't have a beginning or an end, and that's what I think is going on here.
Well, in order for that to be the case, for that to be the case, the universe would have to be infinite, which I don't believe in infinity. It may exist. I don't know. It's highly unlikely. The second thing is the thing with the universe, the light speed. I wasn't talking about in mediums, dude. They've gotten light to travel different speeds in free space, in a vacuum.
There's always a medium, though, in my opinion, the ether.
Yeah, it's not a perfect vacuum
whatever.
as well.
Yeah, whatever they did it in, they got light to travel at a different speed in the same vacuum, same light, different speeds.
There's not a vacuum. There's no absolute vacuum, though.
You'll have to bring something to the table if you're talking about one instance in one laboratory of a particular scientist who did some magical thing, and then we can like look at that. We can take it slow and like go through all the details of that. But as far as I know, light always moves, and as far as like the heat death of the universe sort of thing, it only it's misleading in the way that people sort of like think about it, but it also supports the idea that the universe as a whole is a perpetual motion device, and the idea of the universe is exactly the same idea as the philosopher's stone, the thing that can do anything. The universe is the object that can do anything possible.
I mean, what's the motor that can run off the downward current that Witsit was talking about the other day? Like that right there should be over Unity device. I have to my AirPods.
Yeah, that goes against. I mean, he get the Nobel Prize if he could actually like send a video or something like that, because you could power cities off of just putting those in tandem with each other. So it's probably bullshit. And another one of those tricks you want to look out for is this root that's like a spiral shaped root that a lot of people are passing around these videos of a spiral shaped root of a plant that like swims upstream. They're faking those with very thin strings that they run upstream, and they pretend like it's like spiraling up current. Unfortunately, yeah, this stuff doesn't exist except for the universe as a whole. The universe as a whole is a perpetual motion device, but it's sort of like how the father of the household can set rules for everyone within his household that he doesn't necessarily have to follow himself. Like the father can give everyone else in the house a bedtime, yet he doesn't have to go to bed at the bedtime he sets for everyone else. That's sort of how the universe works compared to everything within the universe.
Yeah, obviously the creator wouldn't be bound by by natural law. Yeah.
Well, not the creator, because I don't even like that concept. I actually really despise the idea of the creator. Even though I appreciate and value it, I do despise like the commitment to that idea in your own personal.
Well, what do you think? I'm not that committed. What do you think happened?
Well, I think the idea of I think the idea of creation is kind of silly. Like saying like this existence we're in is 6 billion years from the start. Like 6 billion years ago, or 13.8 billion years ago, or whatever, existence began. Like existence has only been around for an amount of time you can count in years. Like
yeah, that gets to the root of what you started with this conversation about, because the idea of perpetual motion and whether it could exist or doesn't exist or does exist, there's no reason to argue about that because we can't prove it one way or another, just like you can't prove it's infinite. But by the first law of thermodynamics about energy not being able to be created or destroyed, to say there was a beginning and an end, it violates that. So that's kind of what you're saying when you say that. Yeah, the idea seems silly because that means that before that time that there was nothing, and then we get back to the paradox: how can everything come from nothing, which the Big Bang tries to purport? I would say what makes the most sense is there was no beginning and there will be no end, and that's not to say that I know that or that I can claim that, but that's the only thing that makes sense. Just like if you talk about the infinite plane, I mean, how could you even imagine a point where this would stop? I mean, what's on the other side? A non-reality?
Right. Yeah. To me, existence is eternity, and obviously, eternity has no beginning or end. And I just think it's a really fun idea, and it's on the table. I'll never take anything off the table. Maybe existence is only 6,000 years old, or whatever number you want to put to it. I don't care really. It's fun, and my only request is show me
a subjective opinion anyway. Like existence according to us, right?
Right, yeah, and my only request is show me what you got. Now, I've been around the block and I've asked show me what you got to lots of people, and no one has anything except for like trying to analyze the Bible and like add up the amount of years it claims certain people lived in family lineages and adding up to, oh well, Adam existed 6,000 years ago. Oh, fun story. Okay, but as far as I'm concerned, when I look at everything I've ever learned about and correlating it all together, this is a place that's always been and always will be, and I think it's a very silly idea for anyone to make any sort of definitive claim that existence has only existed for a certain amount of years and that there was a beginning so many years ago.
And I know that you're not saying this because a lot of people might try to pin you on that and saying that, oh, you're saying there's no creator. That's not the case. It's not that there's no creator. It's that creation itself is the creator and always was the creator and always will be, and that there's a piece of God in all of us, and doesn't necessarily mean there was that you're taking God, quote unquote, out of the concept or denying God, right?
Well, you do feel me. You do feel me, but I would make a slight change as the way I would say it versus the way you say it, because I do deny a creator, because creator implies a moment of creation that he actually made something.
I agree in that way.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you have creation without a creator? That's like
there's no creation. There's no creation.
Okay, well, the other guy disagrees with you. He just said that there was a creation with no creator.
No.
I'm not. Well, just to clarify, what I was agreeing with him about is that I don't think that's necessary. If you say that God or whatever God is within us, within everything, if everything is God and everything is always existing and always was existing, it's kind of like the same definition that a lot of biblical adherents might say about God, that God's eternal, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that there's not a creator that or a creation, but that the idea of it having a definitive beginning and end doesn't necessarily negate the significance of that.
Well, what you're talking about is an oversoul. not necessarily a being that's separate, because I've talked to a lot of Christians, and I don't want to single them out or anything, but I just have a story to tell real quick. I've tried to get like an understanding. I was raised Christian, but I wanted to like make sure I bounce my understanding of what that means to be Christian off of like the other Christians around me, and they've all kind of summed up their beliefs most of the time as saying there's God over here. All right, there's just God, this deity, male, female, hermaphrodite, whichever one they want to view it as, and then he wiggles his fingers and lightning bolts shoot out 100 feet in front of him, and then 100 feet in front of him, all the lightning bolts converge, and then like at a distance in front of him is the universe, and there's God over here. And then there's existence in front of him that he can look down upon and watch from a distance. And I hate that. I honestly hate that idea. I'm not a hateful person. I don't even really hate it, but like I don't jive with it. To me, there can be nothing other than God, and a lot of this like perspective a lot of people approach it from is that, like I said, there's creation over here, and then there's God over here, and he watches it from a distance. Well, and that does lend to the idea of he being a creator and existence being a creation. But I can't think of one single way how I can separate what I'm part of versus God itself. And a lot of people might call that pantheism. And the best expression I have to sum up the idea of pantheism is not what I thought, but I was corrected on. I was enlightened by someone.
I gotta put the clock on you, bro.
Yeah,
there,
10 seconds.
There is only God, and that's how I would put it. There is only God, and God doesn't have a certain amount of time he existed before, and there's no difference for me between the creation and the creator, and I don't think either one of them had a starting date.
Can I just say your conception is wrong? Okay, because God wasn't here and then he made creation there or something like that. God is immaterial. He has no physicality. So he's not looking from above or anything like that. Your entire conception of God is flawed because you're basing it in
not my conception.
Real physical world.
Well, I think the problem is fundamentally, bro, you're acknowledging a creator but disacknowledging it simultaneously. Like, you can't use the word creation and creator and God while simultaneously claiming there is no creator. I mean, there's your opinion about how you can't, in your mind, it doesn't make sense that there would be benevolence or whatever it is, intimacy, right? And then you get into religion and personal interpretation, but just from a fundamental perspective, if the earth or existence itself is designed, if it's designed and created, then it requires a designer and a creator. You can't use the words creation or design, right, without intrinsically invoking the designer. So I'm just explaining that, right? Like, it's like, a personal opinion aside, that's just kind of a logical axiom.
I agree. I agree. I have a better way of just speaking my own mind if I were to give you my idea straightforward. And that there's God and there's movement involved, but it's actually an illusion of movement. But disregarding that little nuance, there's God and the expression of God, the constantly evolving expression as he continues to express himself. And what we think as the expressions of God as something separate from God himself is where I draw a problem with most religions. Because to me, there is only God, and God is in motion. And we're just, it's sort of an illusory surfing of the waves going on.
Right.
I
was just gonna say, it feels like you're kind of begging a question because this is something that you personally identify with, that everything is God. So it's kind of like,
what other way is there to put it?
What do you mean? What other the way that a lot of faiths?
Like I said, right? There's God over there and existence over here.
See, again, a God over there, you're giving physicality, which these faiths that you're talking about, like Christianity, Judaism, is the biggest religions. They don't say that. They say God is an eternal, immaterial being. Okay.
Right. Specific location.
He doesn't change. He doesn't
the
move.
specific location inherent, like intrinsically, you're claiming a physicality, like he's saying, right? Like to say he's over there, he's limited to physical confinement or location.
But I already explained how that's not my opinion. I think that the physical is an expression of the unphysical.
Yeah, sure, fair enough. But do you see my point that I'm saying to you, right? Like religion aside, personal interpretation aside, it's basically, would you agree that it's like a logical axiom that existence was designed? I mean, yeah, it's a creation, therefore.
Well, you're relating this to like a human or a life form of some sort, where there's like a planning involved beforehand, and then there's like an actualization where the plan comes to fruition. Like I spend like a week planning out what I'm about to do or what I'm about to make, and then I finally put it into action, and then there's this creation that is the fruition and manifestation of my plan. But I don't separate the plan from the creation. To me, there is only God, and this is.
But God wouldn't be God, right?
Oh, what do you mean?
If there's only God, then it's just one entity. It's not necessarily God. Like the idea of God is that he has qualities that entities that aren't God don't have. Right? He has the divine simplicity, all these attributes, like infinite amounts of them. The most, the omnipotent, the most powerful, the most knowledgeable, all of these things that creation doesn't have, and that's why we came up with the word God in the first place. So what you're describing is just a singular entity, not necessarily God, because there's no comparison.
See. I think we might have different views on how real versus how illusory time is, and if all is God and God can do all things, you might think like, well, there's only a certain amount of things happening right now, but that's because you got this limited rate that you can experience, and when there's God and God can do all things, then the universe is the definition as the thing that will eventually do all possible things.
Okay, but you're kind of
I'm with you on that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can't definitionally use the word God, because God is in comparison. God is the creator, right? It's in comparison to... No,
God's not the creator, in my opinion.
Let me just finish saying this. So God is someone that has all of these attributes, right? If you don't have someone without those attributes, there's nothing to basically define the term God with. You're just talking about a singular being, not necessarily God, because there's no comparison. You understand me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I'm just saying it's like a misnomer it would be patently incorrect to call him God if he was all that existed, because there's no one that he's more powerful, or and there's no hierarchy,
I think the craziest part of what you're saying to me, what I hear, is like, okay, time is a finite conception. It's a conception derivative of finite physicality, right? Like literally. So like to ever acknowledge what created the finite existence that we came up with time within, to then take the creator or designer or whatever it was that was pre-existence to confine them into that physical limit would make no sense. Like time is just a concept. It's a concept within a finite limit. So
here's where I disagree. You want to call time finite. Well, I will never call time finite, because time is actually what gives things beginnings and ends. So so things, events, right? Let me call it events. Events have beginnings and ends within time. Time is what gives things and bestows upon events beginnings and ends. But time itself doesn't have beginning and end, even though it's what gives things within it beginnings and ends. Just like how space doesn't have a shape, but things have shapes and sizes within space.
Okay, but time and space are conceptions. In reality, time is nothing but movement. The beginning and
we
ends
have to use words here. I'm just trying to use English to the best of my ability.
That's what I'm explaining. You're using English. English is a word. or from a language. Like English is a language. You're using words from a language that have come from hundreds and hundreds, let's just say to be safe, years of humans trying to express what they experience in their limited physical experience, right? And if to try to take our conceptual description, that's what time is, to take the conceptual description of it and then attribute that finite conception. What I mean is that the conception comes from a finite existence, right? Like that's what time is subjectively. So like a creator couldn't be limited to that. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I was gonna jump in real quick and just say how it's interesting how you're saying that, because like when we call something timeless, that is without time, and that would be the infinite versus the finite.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I think that it's interesting here because I think I don't think everyone's disagreeing as much as it seems almost, because if you're saying that time's a concept, but then you're saying the beginning and the end is definite, then the beginning and the end could be a concept as well because it has to do with time.
Oh yeah, only the guy that was talking about it said that anything about beginning and end. Like my entire point is he's attributing the finite conception of time to what intrinsically has to exist outside of time, which is the antecedent to any type of design, which is what the Earth just objectively is, designed.
Could I add that it might help just think about it as like the essence of everything has an intelligence, which you could call God. And maybe if you look at like the Fibonacci sequence, which is maybe a concept or an order of things that we put to it, that is, man's conception. But at the same time, it's hard to deny the existence of Fibonacci, the significance of the Fibonacci sequence without any perception.
Well, that's true. Like the way that we've quantified it, that's what the Fibonacci sequence is quantification. Or you have geometric expression, like the golden ratio is geometric expression, shapes of energy. So the energy manifests with certain shapes. Like, right, that just happens in our physical world. And then a perfect example, like we're using like our limited perspective within this finite world to try to describe it. So what we have is a quantification method, right? Where we could change the numbers tomorrow. They mean the same thing because it's about the relationship. It's about the relative distance in relationship, the geometric expression, the energy and where it's placed. That's all it is. And we put numbers on it. The numbers have no relation to reality. It's just a concept that we've come up with to explain something. Same thing with time, right? So like you have passing, we came up with the quantification method, but it's just conceptual. So.
But the Fibonacci sequence, I'd say, in a way, if you look at the essence of all things and the expression of that golden ratio that we can recognize within all things, that isn't just a limited concept. That's like the essence, the fingerprints of God, if you will.
Absolutely, I agree that the geometric expression of the energy that's intertwined in like everything from pine cones to honeycombs to the sky itself to the macro to the micro, right? Like, yeah, it's the energy expression of creation for sure, right? But how we count it, like the Fibonacci sequence itself would be, in this analogy, would be time, right? We could come up with something else other than the Fibonacci sequence, but the geometric expression of energy wouldn't change. My point is that like reality is independent of our conceptual descriptions. The creator exists outside of a conceptual limitation of time.
That's all. And I think what Fundamental was getting at was he was trying to say that it, in a way, at least if I could, that I think what he's getting at is that to limit God in this finite way is almost blasphemy in the opposite direction, you might think, because it's like, well, the Fibonacci sequence just is the way we interpret the fingerprints of God, but without us, that doesn't mean that essence of intelligence isn't within everything, and we might as well assume it's forever, right?
Yeah, spot on, bro. And something that me and Witsit might really be able to jive with each other on is the concept of the ether is very, very close to me to the concept of God. I think the ether is being more limited in definition than God himself or whatever itself. But the ether, I think, has a lot in common. It's closest, as a word that I know, secondary to the term God. What do you say? So with it?
Well, I agree. It's a characteristic of, yeah. like because it's the metaphysical glue of everything. So
yeah, I often think of it where like the kind of when I see the kind of unfolding of it from the core, like the way I see it's like light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic. Those all combine. Well, and love is the fifth one, I think. Love and light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic, all combine to then create ether. And then ether, out of ether, we then have the four elements like earth, air, fire, and water. And then that makes up the physical world.
It's not a bad idea. We have slightly different ideas on that, but for the most part, it aligns.
Yeah, I like that, bro. I like it. It's just scratching the surface, right? Just to acknowledge that the antecedent to design is the designer, and that exists outside of finite concepts. This is the fundamental common ground we should all come to, right? Because it's just a logical axiom of stuff like he was talking about, the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah, and you just said fundamental common ground with it, and this is I had a long conversation with a Glober the other day, and he ended up coming up with a term that I really appreciate. I want to throw your way. I was trying to ask him all sorts of questions. He kind of summarized what I was getting to, and I thought he actually did a really good job of summarizing like my point. And he said, like, "Are you asking me if I believe in fundamental unity of all things?" And so if I asked you, Witsit, do you think that everything boils down to some sort of fundamental unity or substrate of underlying connectedness?
Yes, absolutely.
So to me, that's my definition of God. And but I do think that even further than the limited finite world of all that also being fundamentally unified, I also think that the here and the beyond are also unified. And the unifying principle of the finite and the infinite above both of those is where I place the meaning of the word God. You know, that's me. The here
Well, I would say
and the beyond.
The interconnected characteristics is just a sign of a designer outside of whatever attributed those, right? So I don't agree in the conflation of the two, where I think everything's interconnected, and you can scientifically prove actually that even just with electrics alone, everything literally is like the same thing. Everything that exists is vibration. And so in that case, yeah, there's a unified common ground across the board, that everything is intrinsically vibration in different states of vibration. But the question is, like, what puts that into place? Like, what puts the vibrational patterns, whether they manifest as matter or not or whatever, like what creates that framework, right? Something has to exist outside of the vibration. The vibration is a byproduct of what's already here, which you described as the ether. I think is a pivotal essence of the designer. But it's like everything comes down to vibration. The interconnectedness just points to the designer again. It doesn't
like that. I was going to say that concept of ether originally. I mean, yeah, there's like the luminiferous ether and some of those concepts that were coming in somewhat more recent times. But the original conception of ether is of an element itself, and referred to as like quintessence, where it's like this interconnected medium by which it's like the foundational element by which this entire physical world seems to be manifest upon. And then you have the four classical elements of the earth, air, fire, and water, which to me seem to be sort of subsets of ether. And then my sense of it is that light and sound frequencies are what's actually vibrating to create the physical matter within the ethereal medium. So yeah, it seems like the ether is like that fundamental kind of like meeting point between perhaps even creation and the creator.
Yeah, I see. What's it was saying? The design versus the designer, and the finite versus the infinite, and the creation versus the creator. And just where I'm coming from is that there is absolutely no separation between any of these things. It's all one unified substrate of all is one totality. And that what we think and what we experience is an illusion, because I think that like our limited experience and our retarded idea of understanding of time and space is just very illusory, and that we're limited, but it's almost like for fun. I don't really know what the point of it all is. Like, no one can tell you this is the meaning of life, but I definitely think that reality and the experience of reality is one thing, sort of playing a game with itself as like a controlled rollout, where it's limiting itself, because there's nothing that can limit God besides his own self implied limitations, or self bestowed limitations on himself.
Sure, but imagine this, right? So my wife, she can sing really well, right? So say I have a thing of sand and I have my wife come sing like certain frequencies towards the sand, and it makes it manifest in different geometric patterns, and you can hit certain notes that make the sand turn into this perfect Fibonacci sequence geometric pattern.
Cymatic stuff.
Exactly, that's what it is. It's cymatics. So whenever she does that, right, whatever that sand is left as with that geometric imprint, that energy imprint, vibrational imprint, whatever you want to call it, she had to sing. Like, she was the source of creation of the energy that made the matter facilitate a certain way. There has to be someone singing effectively, right?
Right. So like I was saying earlier, there's the sand over there and your wife over here, and she's waving her fingers or speaking with her open mouth, sending vibrations or electrical impulses over a distance, and she can look at her creation from a distance, where I don't appreciate the idea of a creator being over here and the creation being over there, whereas I like more the idea of like you're saying, there's the author and then there's the book. The cymatic pattern of sand would be the book, and your wife would be the author. But my view of the universe is a book that writes itself.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I think that it's not a binary. So I think that existence outside of the physical, which would be metaphysical, which is what any type of designing force has to be, I think that it's not limited to being outside of the physical, though, because the physical, like Gio was saying, is nothing more than a certain vibration of the metaphysical. So everything is interconnected, and the creator is within it all. But something has to exist outside of this physical material vibration for it to happen. So it's like, outside of it, as in he sits completely separate with a stick he pokes at it, no, because he's intertwined with it, because our physical world is within the energy that is within the creator, right? So there's no real separation, but it's still outside of the material.
I completely agree, and I think,
and that's why I said you were agreeing from the very start. I think you're both saying the same thing in a different way, right?
Yeah, we totally are. You're completely correct in your perspective, and that's why I brought up the words here and beyond. And even though I think there's a very practical usage for us humans to use words like here, reality, and then transcendental or beyond, that's what I said, God. That's how I define God. God is whatever is in common between here and beyond. He's both, and it's whatever is the connecting, overarching, unity between what we're doing here and the stuff we have no fucking clue about. The stuff that's like in the background, backstage, going on, governing all this stuff in realms we can't even comprehend, yet we can sort of point towards and imagine, and sort of be like, just kind of insinuate towards. And it's that overarching thing where I say all is God, not all as in what, like, reality, because I think that there's more than reality. When I say all is God, I don't mean reality is God. I say all is God, and I think there's more than reality, the beyond, and he would encompass both of these things.
Right, yeah, exactly. I guess we are pretty much saying the same thing. My only contention would be with the assumed binary of it, where He's either interconnected or entirely detached outside. It's neither of those. It's both things simultaneously. And the finite, like attributing finite characteristics to the creator, it doesn't make
don't do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You never want to call God a guy or a girl or a skin color or a height or a size or a color or a smell or anything like that. You don't want to limit God to these singular descriptive words. Yeah. I like to call it the unquantifiable, the unqualifiable, but also the qualities and quantities here are what do you call it? An expression of him? I don't know. Like I was asking Sin Cleanse, you might be familiar with the guy around here. I was asking him the other day. I'm really hung up on one single point. Like I have a lot of faith in everything I've said to you so far, but I do recognize one huge issue in what I'm sharing, and that I have this idea of God being perfect in a sense. And to me, perfect means unchanging, because a perfect plan never has to be adjusted on the fly, or there's no corrections that can be made to it. Something perfect is set and done and never changes or never needs to be corrected or improved upon. And here we live in a world of constant change. And I don't understand what the Rainbow Bridge connection could be between my experience here of everlasting change and how that could connect to something perfect that cannot change. Like,
right, here's your
answer.
answer.
Okay.
Your answer is that to attain quote unquote perfection that one could argue creation is, it requires the inclusion of freedom. So because you couldn't have perfection without freedom. And so what happens with that freedom, it causes a reactionary state because freedom is present, right? So the plan itself cannot be definitive, because for perfection to be attained, just even in theory, it necessitates freedom, and then that throws everything every which way. So then reactionary would be required, right? Like reactionary action or response or whatever, involvement. So that's my answer. That's how I've always coped with, like, why do bad things happen? I'm like, if bad things didn't happen, then there would literally be no reason to be alive, because we wouldn't be free and able to make bad things happen. So like, then what would actually be the purpose of it? You know, I mean, to have perfection of purpose.
Yeah. Too heavy, man.
Yeah.
Too heavy for me, baby. Oops, sorry.
It's kind of yeah. I know what you're saying. It's kind of the only option, but there's sort of an insinuation that comes along with that, and I've thought about this, and the only conclusion I can come to logically, I think I'm wrong, right? I think I'm wrong, honestly, but my logical conclusion, based upon the same understanding that we both share, based on what you just shared with me, is that God, at least one level up. I'm not talking about 2 levels up or 3 levels up or anything, or the totality of it all. But what I'm involved in right here, it kind of seems like the God we're all talking about for a lot of this actually isn't all that perfect. Because, like, if we're inside of God, it seems like God is having an internal struggle. And we're kind of like the schizophrenic personifications of different aspects of the God, kind of internally working out and warring against each other, trying to find some resolution. Because if you ever seen the movie Bruce Almighty, or if you ever imagined the idea, what if the world was dictated by your mental state? Well, honestly, I say, fuck that guy. I hope he gets in a car crash. And then I look at another person and say, oh, I love that person. I hope they win the lottery. And, well, what happens every day? Some people die in a car crash and some people win the lottery. And that's kind of, that's the way the world works right now is pretty similar to how the world would work if it was up to my mental state. Because I have good thoughts and bad thoughts about people and actions and events. And to me, it all points towards the idea that God ain't so perfect. He's just like a bigger human who's going through some shit and needs to work it out.
That's very deep. That's very deep, bro. I agree with you that it is. We are nothing more than a minute, like minor version of modality of the creator, and so everyone has an inner turmoil or fight, and they have a bunch of different ones. Eastern cultures call it watigo. And so you have to fight with yourself, whether the decision to, be subversive or manipulative or get over for money or whatever it is. You have these internal battles because you intuitively know what's right. Sometimes it's just inconvenient. And so it does appear that that's a defining characteristic within us. And if we're made in the image of, which everything's connected like we've discussed, then there's something to that. And so the way that I view that as well is that inner turmoil as in the opportunity to not do what's just or moral exists. The creator just never makes the wrong decision, and we do. But without there is no such thing as justice without the inverse, standard of comparison. So it's like the way I view that is he just doesn't ever actually make the immoral decision as we do. But outside of that, it would be the same characteristic within us. So I don't know. The freedom thing is a big part to hone in on, right? Like really hone in on the freedom thing, because like it does. I've never heard anyone answer the question like, why do bad things happen? Well, then okay, how could you have freedom without bad things happening? And then you have to then sales pitch that you'd rather live without freedom, and there's no purpose of life. So
then it's all fucking bland and stale. There's not that back and forth swing, and it really brings up a lot of questions. Like I said, the main one is like, is God really all that perfect if everything that happens is according to God's will? It's also related to the idea of natural law. And if we just want to define a law real quick as a rule that cannot be broken, as in like the laws of physics cannot be broken, if we want to define a law that way, a rule that cannot be broken. Well, if we're talking about God's laws, well, murder happens, and if it's allowed, it obviously isn't breaking laws, because you can't break a law. A law is something you can't break, in a sense. You can break rules, but you can't defy laws. So, in a sense, you can kind of say, I know it's morbid and stuff and not so positive, but you can kind of make the argument very like strongly that God allows and wills murder of babies. You know what I mean? And I hate that. I don't even like saying that. You know what I mean? But obviously it's allowed. Like, you're allowed to do so much. You can do all sorts of horrible things. And if God didn't allow you to do it, then you couldn't do it.
But that's the thing, bro. He allows you to do whatever you want to do, right? So, like, to hyper focus on the bad decisions that people make isn't fair. The creator, like, what is fair and true will always be known outside of what we're talking about right now in the finite. But it's like, you can be perfect and still have the opportunity to be imperfect. And since we're made in the image of, we have the ability or opportunity to be imperfect, and we actually don't always make the right decision. And I'm just saying, you can see where creation, it's like a double-edged sword. It's like, is it worth making in the first place? Because to make it perfect and enjoyable for the inhabitants, it requires freedom, and inevitably, unavoidably, that will result in immorality and improper decisions. So it's like, either it doesn't exist at all, or you take the good with the bad. There's no other way to propose it, right? So it's like, it's easy for us to be like, why'd you do this? But like, dude, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to be able to ask me that question, because there's no other way it could exist. You couldn't ask me questions and be critical and think what you want if it wasn't for freedom that I put in place. So we have to kind of watch the dominoes fall over so that everyone has the fair opportunity of freedom.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like, you honestly just laid out like my honest perspective, and I was sort of playing devil's advocate with my my last thing that I said. But yeah, that was a perfect answer, because it's sort of like it couldn't be any other way. Like, go ahead and make an argument for how it could be any way else, and it kind of defies logic. Like, what do you mean a utopia on Earth? What do you mean, like a living hell on Earth? No. Even if the whole world's on fire, someone's going to be having a good time. Even if the world is, it has to be this way, And that sounds like I'm making some sort of like arrogant God perspective declaration. It has to be this way, but that's just my reasoning. Like you just expressed it, you have to have the good and the bad here,
Yeah,
and
there's no other way.
here we are, and I suppose there's nothing to do besides talk about it and have a good laugh. I mean,
Well, and just always try to do what's right, even when it's because we have the inner turmoil. Anyone that tells you that they don't, that means that it's in control. And life is religion is just different people expressing how they think you should go through it. But everyone has an inner turmoil they struggle with day to day, and they have to overcome it and do what's right. And that's kind of really what it all boils down to: just do what's right, speak the truth. Once you uncover the truth, you speak it, no matter what happens, and you just always try to do what's right and let the cards kind of fall, or whatever, the chips fall where they may after that. And I think it's that simple. I don't think anything's very complicated. But like, if you were going to make a utopia, quote unquote, well, okay, if I design a utopia, it's like amazing weather year round, amazing fruit, a bunch of people just having their lives and making babies, and everyone happy growing up with tons of fruit and in abundance, etc. It's like, well, for it to really be a utopia, I need to be able to wake up in the morning with the beautiful birds singing and feeling amazing in the morning, and decide which tree I want to eat fruit off of. If I don't get to go choose what tree I eat the fruit off of, then it isn't a utopia. So it's like, it's, even if you wanted to make a utopia, a heaven on earth, if you will, for intents and purposes, for your creation, you couldn't actually do it without them messing it up. I just don't see, there's no other way around it. There's no other way to do it.
Yeah, variety is the spice of life. And
you might choose the bitter fruit for a day just so you could appreciate the sweeter fruit.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
It's a beautiful balance, man. Everything's just about everything seeking equilibrium,
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, there's really nothing to do when you come to these like realizations besides to admit like you're at sort of a dead end. And it's not like you can continue, you can branch off of it. But like at a certain point, you're like, I'm at a dead end and there's nothing to do besides have a good laugh and enjoy myself and do what's right. And it's so funny. All you can really do is go through the motions. And the way I like to put it is that life is a game that you can't win. And a lot of people, nihilists, might say, if I can't win the game, why should I play it? But it's sort of like a game like Temple Run. You remember that game, Temple Run? It's sort of, or Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird, right? There's no such thing as winning Flappy Bird or Temple Run. The only goal is to see how good you can play it and how far you can get. And it's sort of the journey is the reward sort of philosophy,
Yeah, but that's awesome, because if you weren't able to eat, there wasn't even a game to play, what fun. Like, if there's no game to play, there's no record to beat, there's no see how good you can do. What's the purpose of everything? Like, if you can't choose to play or choose to play a certain way, or if you play a certain way, certain things happen. Like, there would be no purpose to life. It seems overall very simple concept. Like someone said it earlier, I think, but divinity is simplicity, right? Like, it's all just point blank.
Ken Wheeler says that all the time.
Yes, he does, and he's correct, because that's what it is, and that's what, like, just look at the sacred geometry. It's very simple. You intuitively understand it. It's just shapes, right? It's like it's just equally proportionate, spaced out shapes, equally proportioned energy. Like, you naturally understand it. Everything is really simple, and I think philosophy is beautiful, and I think it's also arrogant intrinsically from humans typically, right? So it's whatever.
Yeah, we all gotta call each other out on our fucking bullshit.
Well, to relate this back to the conversation that kind of brought us all together as far as the shape of the Earth goes, I like to point out sometimes that it's interesting that it kind of seems like there's this shared goal in mind that we all have, that we all know at the same time is futile, because if they ever admit or absorb flat Earth to the mainstream, it's going to be nothing like we want. Yet we're leading it there in a way. Yeah. So it's kind of an inherent contradiction, or an inherent. It's similar to what you were saying. That it's just as much like what you're saying. There may not be a point to what we're doing, but at the same time, there is a point, because all you can do is speak the truth.
even if it leads to where they wanted us to go.
Exactly. Like you wouldn't want to not speak the truth just because the odds are that they're going to attain it. It's the same thing. Like you wouldn't want to not be free because you may make mistakes if you are free. It may not be.
What if that's the entire goal of the so-called sort of NWO and whatever they want to do is to get it to where, like let's say the truth about the shape of the Earth could be known, but they actually have literally so much control that we're literally like caged in. Like we're to a point to where because I think without the globe Earth they wouldn't have been able to even get the control they have now. Like they wouldn't even be in this position without the globe. So then if the globe is removed, it's like if we wake up quicker than they're able to lock us down, to the next levels that they want to do, then they won't. If everybody knows what the shape of the Earth is at that point, they won't have the global control. Like they won't be globalists. They won't even have that. But if they succeed in some way of just more lockdowns and who knows what kind of control stuff, like whatever they're trying to do with the finances and all the rest of it, but if they get it to that point, then perhaps they could absorb it to some degree, while simultaneously having people so controlled that we can't even break out of it at that point. I mean, I think that's probably their. Unfortunately, I think that's kind of their their trajectory.
I think it's maybe a mistake to define them as only having evil intent. Not to give them the benefit of the doubt too much, but I think they do like to play God, and they balance the good with the bad. And I guess maybe the best we could hope for is that they hope that this waking up process is a sort of leading towards a golden age of some sort, even though it may be to their ultimate benefit. I think that they know that there is a God and there's an essence of everything that they have to follow, and that they can't build on our desperation. They can only build on our inspiration, and it has to be real inspiration, not just something that like the fake materialistic inspiration they've been giving us for the past little while.
Well, now I feel like there's a lot of assumptions of they and like who they is. So like, what do you mean by that? Like, what is are you talking about people kind of in control of things that they?
Yeah, the people in control. Yeah,
it's the opposite. I think they feed off. I mean, they are literally, in my viewpoint, demonic entities that feed off of our suffering. Like their food is our suffering, which sounds kind of crazy, but like that's yeah.
But I think they're both. I think they at least like to think of themselves as both. I don't think they're. When you say demonic, maybe that's one role they play. But I think they also play the angelic role, or at least they would like to think so.
Well, whatever their perspective or viewpoint of themselves reflectively might be, I think that there's definitely forces at play, roles that people inhabit. But one of the mistakes I think that a lot of truthers might get into is thinking that what they're up against is at the very topmost level a bunch of elites in a shadowy back room sitting around a round table thinking up plans to screw us all over and get more control, where the truth might be more akin to the idea that what we're up against truly is actually like a force of nature, in a sense. Like the Christians might call it Satan. There's different names for it or whatever, but I think at the end of the day, our true enemy isn't limited to just like humans and their decisions, no matter how much control certain humans may be in positions of. But like honestly, like in the Bible says, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. And I think we're up against something that we can't actually kill because it isn't made out of things that you can murder. I think all we can do, like I said about like the journey is the reward and the game can't be won, only played, is to participate in this life experience towards the goal of keeping evil at bay, cornering the forces of evil into the tightest little cornered pocket that we can cram it into so that we can all enjoy all the rest and just you know what I mean. It's not
the problem with that is that the definition of evil is so subjective. Not to say that there isn't one, that there is no evil. I'm just saying that I just want to clarify what I was saying about the demonic and angelic roles that they might be playing. Not to give them, like, not to say I don't think there is evil or good or any of that, but I think that, like, for instance, like what we're going through right now, like there's the idea that they may be putting these characters in front of us for a reason, and Klaus Schwab may be that evil villain, not just unintentionally, and that Fauci and all these people might end up at least seeming to go down for the good of all. And that may be what we need. It may not be real, but it may be what most people believe happened. And that's the only way we can really move on from this tragedy.
Well, I suppose one of the ways I see it is that, like, the physical world, like the idea of it being a plane of existence, and having planar geometry, but part of that involves, in my understanding of it, where you've got the upper world, the angelic sort of heavenly worlds, and then the underworld, and everything that involves the underworld. Which there's actually positive parts of the underworld as well as negative, but there's a massive amount of the negative that comes from the underworld. And there is, like, the polarity of the magnetic field connected to that as well. But if the plane is, like, in the center of those, then we are in the plane of existence. So we're on, like, the physical corporeal plane, and then there's, like, an intersection or, like, an interplay between, the dark and light, essentially.
Yeah, and they're both inside of you. In one sense, the potential for darkness or light is within you, and it's your free will that decides which of them you're going to express or let out of yourself. Do you want to shine?
And again, that's why it has to be. It has to be that way.
Exactly. Or there could. I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant, but yeah, like you said, it has to be the way. It couldn't be any other way, or else it'd be like a standstill. Like nothing would happen. It'd just be.
There would be no righteousness in choosing the right path if there wasn't another path to choose.
Right. If there wasn't a back and forth, then there'd be no choice to go forward or backwards. If there wasn't a fork in the road, there would be no left or right. There is a wrong and a right, if you want to put it that way instead, right? And without that, there's no story.
And that's still subjective. It's subjective and objective at the same time.
Oh, that's one of my favorite concepts, dude. Like, subjectivity objectively exists in a sense. It's like my opinion is a real opinion. Like, it's mine, but I exist, and my opinion is my opinion. Unless you want to call me non-existent, like, go ahead. You know what I mean? If you want to call my thoughts like they never happened, I mean, go ahead. That's your choice or whatever. But, like, subjective things objectively exist, which is a weird paradox.
Which is why I called my film Parabox, back to the full circle when I came into the discussion, to tell you about that, relating to what you were saying. Because the only way I could conceive that we might actually all agree would to somehow take this subjectivity out of it and be able to take our essence out of ourselves, and then collectively, objectively observe ourselves, and then we can finally agree upon what one thing is. But without that, there's differences. Even if we're looking at the same number, we have a different interpretation of that number.
So what are we gonna do, guys? What are we gonna do? What do we want to spend our time doing? We all want to be in better positions, financially, spiritually, relationship, happiness, emotionally, physically, right? I mean, a lot of this we can take care of on our own. We can work out. We can whatever, put more effort into our marriage or whatever. But aside from the individual things, is there something we can all aim towards? You know what I mean? Is there some way we can harness the power of cooperation and teamwork to, because there's some brilliant minds in here, y'all. There's some brilliant fucking minds in here, and I think organization or teamwork or cooperation is literally the exponential force of nature. It's the most powerful force of nature out there. Teamwork,
This conversation's a perfect example of doing something. You're saying just the conversation itself, it's been a beautiful example of that cooperation that anyone listening might benefit from. Maybe that's all we can do. I don't know.
Yes. Well, there's speak the truth, right? There's speak the truth, and there's like act the truth. Behave properly. There's proper speech and there's proper actions. Sure. But then that's very individual. What I'm talking about is, because like I said, teamwork is like an exponential force of nature. And like, I'm just wondering, it's just on my mind, no pressure or anything, but I'm always wondering, like, how can we take this exponential force of nature that teamwork is and cooperation and like do something that'll, I don't know, be like really fucking dope as shit. I'd love to be part of something awesome.
You just were.
Thanks, bro. You know what I'm saying, though. I don't know. What do we do? Start a
No,
church?
that's no.
Not.
It makes sense. That's kind of like the unspoken or unestablished goal that we all have in participating in this conversation in an overall sense. Like we don't know what this is gonna lead to. We're not gonna force them to tell us the truth about the world, about the shape of the earth, or about a lot of these things that have been conflated with real things. A lot of the pseudoscience has been conflated with real science, and then separating it all and making some kind of rule about it would be the antithesis of what we're kind of saying at the same time, because we don't want to have this astringent society where you can only speak the truth. But at the same time, we want the truth to be, that we want that critical mass to be something that's more the rule, apparently, than it seems to be right now.
Well, you're right. Yeah, you're doing your part. I'm doing my part. I'll take credit. Thanks for allowing me to take credit for what I just did. Yeah, we're all doing the good works right now. Here we are doing it. I'm just, I'm talking about leveling up though. No offense, right? Because I appreciate everything you said. I'm just talking about like leveling up. And I know Witsit, right? He's been going on the tour. Right, I've seen some videos of that with spreading the good word, going out, having some fun, and that's more what I'm talking about. But maybe there's something even bigger, that the more people involved, that many hands make light work, as my parents used to tell me.
Yeah, the irony in it all, it may be that the people in control right now might have been having these exact conversations, which is what led to where we're at. And not to say that there were only benevolent intentions, and that there's not evil now, and people aren't as a whole being given the benefit of the doubt, or given the few are controlling the whole, and that's not necessarily good, but they've leveled up. It's interesting that you use that terminology, because I think what they think,
they got
whether
organized,
it's right or wrong, their organization has led to this quote unquote utopia for them, at least. And I think it is for us in a lot of ways that we don't really recognize.
Yeah, let's flip the tables, bro. Let's turn the tables. Let's fucking turn this inside out.
The new Illuminati.
Yeah, because right now we see it as the inverse of what we'd like. We have a certain amount of people living in paradise, while the rest of us are outside of paradise, surrounding it, right? How about we have hell in the center, and everywhere outside of hell surrounding it is paradise, right? Let's flip it on its head. How do we do that? That's what I'm interested in doing. Putting the people. There's an idea I had where everyone in the world came together and said, all right, we're all going to be, nice to each other or whatever. But if there's anyone who just can't be friendly, if there's anyone who has like anger in their heart, wants to fight someone, duel another man, go to war, all right, let's put all of you like on an island, and you guys can sort it out alone. Like, because I'm all about peace and love.
You realize how futile that is, because we would they would describe us as having anger in our heart, just trying to change things, to be a certain way.
Sure, but if you ask me, is there anyone I want to be hungry? Is there anyone I want to be in pain? Is there anyone I want to lock up that I particularly know? No. And so I'd like to get all the people in the world who want to like punch or fight or kill or shoot another person, because I mean, obviously there's like these people who convince other people to fight on their behalf and call it war. Let's get all the people interested in war, not the soldiers, not the soldiers, just the people who are legitimately interested in murder and warfare. And I say, hey, okay, you guys like this sort of stuff? All right, you guys do it then. Don't ask other people to fight on your behalf. If there's anyone trying to pick a fight, go ahead and pick a fight with each other and leave the rest of us out of it. And you guys can have this whole continent to yourselves to fight until your heart's content. All the rest of us outside of you guys, we're going to be in the rest of the world fucking having a great time, being peaceful and happy. But whoever wants to fight, go over there, because I don't want to fight anyone. Do you want to kill someone? I mean, honestly, do you want to kill anyone right now? I sure as fuck don't. Anyone who wants to kill someone else, go to this island. That's where it's allowed. Anyone who doesn't want to be engaged in that stuff, don't go there. I know it's like too simplified to really work, but like as far as I can tell, most of humanity is pretty peaceful, carefree, just like happiness-seeking motherfuckers. And as far as people who want to like wage war, it's really a minority, And like fuck those people. I just want happiness for everyone, and so many other people do. We should all fucking team up to work that out and see how close as we can get to achieving that goal. Anyone who wants to get in the way of that, we got a special place for you. Go ahead and work out your issues over there, but just leave the rest of us alone. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, the world could be a much better place. That's really all I'm saying. The world could be a much better place. And I'm pretty happy with life, but I would be 100 times happier if even one of the things I don't like was gone. Like, I would be happy 24/7 if only one of the things that I think is wrong with the world, out of the list of like thousands of things I hate about the way the world's being run, if I could take away even one of those things, that's all it would take for me to be happy all day long. Like, let's just say income tax gets removed. Fuck it, I'm a happy motherfucker now. Like, I don't think you could wipe the smile off my face if income tax didn't exist. That's just one thing.
Well, it doesn't. You don't have to pay it, is the irony. But the bigger irony is that you have to probably kill and do some really like quote unquote mean things to people to get to that utopia you're talking about.
That's not necessary. I know what you're talking about. Like realistically, probably, yeah. But it doesn't have to be that way. But in a sense, it does. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's true.
But then again, that's the paradox. Like we started with, that's the paradox. To have this paradise, it would take sacrifice, and if paradise is supposedly without sacrifice, then it's a contradiction.
But we'd all like to reform the world without violence, right? We'd all like to correct each other's behavior without having to force it physically. We'd all like for some sort of like Messiah, right? We'd all love some sort of Buddha, some enlightened being to go on a world tour and give lectures around the world, just telling everyone and convincing them how to live better than they are right now. And that'd be awesome. Of course, it's not going to happen, but that's kind of what we're all waiting for, right? Some father figure Messiah to come and tell us, stop it, you fucking ignorant, mal-behaving children. Get your shit together. straighten your posture. Be nice to your brother and sister.
Well, what's crazy is there's this the idea that some say the elite, quote unquote, are doing bad things on purpose to summon the beast that will bring order to the chaos.
It's kind of gay.
Yeah, gay. Totally.
I mean, it's kind of really fucking gay, honestly. Like, oh, I'm part of a group that's trying to make the world as bad as possible so that it eventually results in the like emanation of the Antichrist or something. You know, like if we're bad enough, we can trigger the summoning of this ultimate devil demon thing, right? As if we kill
When you
enough
think about it,
babies,
though, that'd be the perfect
rape
way to
enough women,
convince them.
we'll summon the Antichrist. It's fucking gay.
I think it makes sense that they might be using that psychological technique, though, to convince people to go along with whatever's going on.
In like small circles, you're saying?
Yeah, like if you were a part of this beast system, and to justify it in your mind, you needed an out, and they might have realized that they're giving these people an out by saying, well, this is a sacrifice that will lead to a better place for the whole, and then they get the participation to go along with it.
Fucking gay.
Agreed. But probably true.
Oh, gee, that's a whole like "Daddy, come save us again" sort of thing, and it's denying self-responsibility. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
it works. It's probably exactly what they do to make it work. Like that. Have you seen that show Utopia?
No.
Ever heard about it?
Tell me about it.
There's this show that there's an English version and an American version. It's called Utopia, and it in fact it deals with the jabs in a direct way, and it's like crazy because it's like a total mirroring of what's going on, but it doesn't talk about the actuality of what's going on. It conflates it with some other ideas, which actually includes the whole idea of global warming or the global population becoming too great, and the people in the show are fighting for this kind of like they're truth seekers, and it's all based on this comic that deals with this whole conflict. But the main protagonist or the main evil villain in both versions, it's the same story, but the one that they capture and they tie up ends up convincing them that what he's all about actually is righteous, because it's for the good of the whole. Because we have a population problem, we need to give out these jabs so that we don't so the planet, so the people have a better life as a whole in the long run, even though it may seem like a wrong in the short run.
Yeah, the lesser of two evils. Doing bad for the right reasons, sort of thing.
Right, exactly. Yep. Or the noble lie.
Yeah, the thing is, there's also doing good for the right reasons, and that's the ultimate like virtuous activity. And you can make justifications, right, for doing wrong for the right reasons, or for the right outcome. And there's actions, and then there's consequences. And obviously the perfect world would be virtuous actions for virtuous reasons. Now, the second step down is wrongful actions for virtuous outcomes, and then you can go down the ladder from there. Yeah, it's funny, man. Yeah, I've seen so many shows that kind of make the main character someone like for example, there's one of the stories I've come across most recently that kind of is reminiscent of this concept is called Attack on Titan. You ever seen that?
Yeah, I watched the first episode. It was great.
Okay, do you mind me spoiling the ending for you?
No, go for it.
So the main character, due to circumstances and situations that I will not go into because I'm not even sure I can explain the story at all. The ending of the whole story is the main character killing 80% of all of humanity so that the 20% left can be unified with each other. And under like a need for survival and common reliance upon each other. And that's how it goes. And it's
Similar,
it's
yeah,
a
very
very
similar concept.
Yeah, and the thing is that the story makes a very good point to support the main character's decisions of killing 80% of the world's population, because it really supports the idea that what he did was the only option if what you're seeking is world peace without war for the next 1,000 years. It's crazy because there could have been a better way. Like, the story also kind of insinuates like there was another way, but it wasn't a way that you could ever realistically get everyone to agree to. And that's the problem with a utopia. It's that you kind of have to do something to force utopia on people, because you'll never get everyone voluntarily to let go of their individual hang-ups and gripes with each other.
Exactly.
Like,
and how long would the utopia last before, even if you could, how long would the utopia last before the same result might become exactly where we are right now?
Yeah, that's tricky, huh? Because it's about maintenance. Maintenance is the heart. After you achieve a utopia, maintenance becomes the main focus of like, okay, how do we sustain this positive state? And geez, with how complex and petty humans can be, boy, is that's tough. Where you gotta
the people in
acknowledge.
charge are making sure that people, keep believing that the majority of us are petty, when most likely we're not. But the people that are in charge would love us to believe that because it works for what they think is the best possible result. They consider themselves the brain of the nervous system, and that their decisions may not be like, for the good of the whole necessary all the time, but they do see that the whole only exists as it does because of their decisions up to this point.
Right. Maybe I'm selling humanity short, Maybe I've only been programmed, to.
Well, yeah,
to
but you
do
did say
that.
it already. You said people in general don't want to kill. They don't want to, be disagreeable naturally. But they've convinced us that, we have hate in our hearts naturally. And I don't think that's true.
Right. And honestly, I don't want to turn this to like God in the Bible again, but I feel like the whole original sin, however it was meant intentionally from the beginning, I feel like either it was a trick or the idea I support more so is that the idea of like original sin was a hijacked concept and pushed upon us, where the original intention of like talking about that in the Bible was not so much the way it's told to us now, where it's like, you're a dirty, filthy monkey and you need to be redeemed because there's only, like, I don't know. I guess I said it already. You're a dirty, filthy monkey and you need outside help. You can't redeem yourself. You need some sort of pure, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's something to the idea and the concept that like people can redeem themselves without external help, in a sense. Like you always have it within you to choose the right decision as best as you possibly can decide. There's always the concept of unintended consequences. And that's just like a side effect of ignorance, which we all are subjected to. No one's God. No one knows exactly what's going to happen due to, their choices. There's always going to be unintended consequences, but all you can do is ask someone to try their best. And maybe that's a virtue that's been lost. It's like, hey everybody, all I want you to do is try your best. And maybe someone should come up to you once a week and say, hey, have you been trying your best? And if you say, no, I have to admit it, I haven't been trying my best. Maybe that's what the confession booth the Catholic Church has is sort of about. I don't know.
They would like to think so, yeah.
Yeah, they'd like to think so. Right?
That's all it is. I murdered 3 people today. How many rosemarys do I say?
As it is portrayed.
Exactly.
That's what they're doing. That's funny.
That's all I'd ask from anyone, you know. If I was president, you know, of the world, I'd say, hey everybody, I understand you're gonna have some struggles sometimes, but why don't we all just try our best? You know, when's the last time you ever heard some sort of person in authority ever say that? Hey buddy, I just want y'all to know that it's a really good idea, and what I hope for all of you to do is just try your best, please. You know, let's all just try our best here.
Yeah, that's one of the, you know, the 4 agreements, which comes from the Toltecs.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Tell me about it, man.
Well, essentially, the name of the book is The 4 Agreements. This guy, Don Miguel Ruiz, he wrote a book. I guess he first published it in 1997, but it's been like some big seller. It's been on like Oprah Winfrey and stuff. I don't. It's kind of got big at one point, but basically, it's these 4 agreements, and it comes from the Toltecs. So it comes from like Toltec wisdom. And then this guy wrote a book on it. But I mean, originally it comes from the ancient Toltec people and about how just living your life, you know, in harmony with yourself and others to find happiness and love and freedom and a lot of other components like that. So I guess I'll just read them real quick since I brought it up because I just pulled it out because I read the book back years ago, but I just pulled it up again just to read it exactly how he says them. So, okay, the first one is be impeccable with your word. The second one is don't take anything personally. The third one is don't make assumptions. And then the fourth one is always do your best.
So I see the always do your best thing. One of the common themes that I've noticed within all of these 4 agreements is that all of these I think are a little bit like unnatural. I don't mean it that way. That's the first word that comes to mind.
No, I know what you mean, but real quick, because I think it's kind of like his take on it. You know, it's like his wording. Because yeah, the original text didn't necessarily use these words, but it's kind of like how he's taking that and then, you know, he puts his wording to it. I know what you mean. There is a little bit of like I know what you mean with that.
It's like you can't be impeccable with your words until you've been given a proper education on how to use words and gained like life experience in order to like understand yourself to a degree that you can express yourself verbally. And so like it's sort of, and it's still something that all of us here are working towards because we all use words improperly. So everything you said seems like an ideal to aim towards, but not necessarily an achievable goal. You know what I mean? Like you can't achieve these things, but they're ideals you should aim towards. And I agree with every single one of them in that context. Everything you said are goals we should aim towards. And if only we all did that, the world will be a much better place. I don't think they're achievable, but I do think that we should aim towards achieving them, even though we'll never get there. Or maybe we can. I don't know. I don't know shit, bro. Tell me what you think.
Well, yeah, I think these are like archetypal karmic frequencies and vibrations and how to kind of live like I mean, I think a lot of just ancient texts in general, I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's interpreted and reinterpreted in a lot of different types of ways. But yeah, I don't think we'd be doing them if we weren't trying to reach the accomplishment of them. So I think there is
Do you think you're impeccable with your words? Or do you think you fuck up speaking all the time? I'll admit, I have a real hard time expressing myself verbally. It's a real struggle, especially in the sort of conversations that I have with people. I often make mistakes that end up confusing the conversation and making it drag on, or I could have said something way better that would have like ended on a nice resolving moment way earlier and way better. As like I can only try to be as impeccable as possible with my words, but I'll probably always make mistakes every conversation I have. And remind me of the other ones, if you will. Impeccable with your words, and
yeah, and then it says here the word impeccable comes from the Latin word peccatus, meaning sin, and the im is of the im part of it of impeccable is the Latin prefix that means without. So essentially, it's without sin.
Without sin. Ah, yeah, that's beautiful.
And like speaking in trying to speak as much like in integrity and also as clear as possible. Because like if there's like purposeful lack of clarity in communication, that could be like coming from deception, which would be linked to sin.
Well, I want to tell you, Gio, about a project I've been working on for a long time, and it's all about making a chart of words. Because I mean, what else could a chart be about? Maybe shapes? I don't know. Anyways, I've been making a chart of words. I've been working on this for about like 5 years now, and it's probably my most favorite project. It's what I think about most, right? And so there's the idea of taxonomy, and taxonomy is like systematically categorizing things into like a diagram where there's like nodes and lines of connection, sort of like an evolutionary biology chart or like a family tree. A family tree is a really good example of a taxonomy, right? You got you know what I mean, right?
Yep. I'm here. I'm listening. I'm just I'm listening, but I'm kind of not able to get to my computer to hit the push to talk all the time. But yep. I'm listening.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So the idea of taxonomy is exemplified very well in the idea of like a family tree or an evolutionary biology chart where this animal will turn into that animal and species and kingdoms and phylum and taxus and genus and species and type and whatever. And there's a lot of value in that because you could have a taxonomy of, say, fast food restaurants, and it's worthwhile doing because you could say fast food, and then you could say, all right, fast food is at the top. Then we have after that we have Mexican fast food, sandwich fast food, burger fast food joints. What else? I don't know, right? And then within those categories, they'd break up into subcategories. Like, all right, we got the burger subcategory. We got McDonald's, we got Burger King, we got Wendy's. We got the sandwich subcategory of fast food. We got Jimmy John's, Subway, Firehouse Subs. You know, and we can break things down into categories like this and systematically, you know, group them into categories, and then what I've been working on is combining the topics of taxonomy with ontology. And ontology is the study of existence as a whole. And so what I've wanted to do and what I've been working towards is making a chart of an ontological taxonomy chart, which is the study of existence categorized into nodes and lines and a diagram that show the relationships of parts of reality to the other parts in a family tree sort of diagram.
Nice, dude. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, and I've actually gotten about 200 words into it, And what these 200 words are the I'm starting from the bottom up, right? So I'm starting at the foundations. And what I've come up with is I think I've categorized and outlined in a very systematic graphical way the 200 most generic English words, like the most overarching descriptive words possible, in a way that's actually literally drawn out as to like a hierarchy of it all, and what comes from what, and what combines into what, and what's primary and what's secondary and what's tertiary and what's fourthondary. I don't know quad. I don't know the word for that one. But yeah, it's something I'm really proud of, and I'd love to go through it with any of you guys whenever you want to. I got the graphics all drawn up and everything. It's something I'm proud of.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the concept of like the alchemy of language and how these different alchemical components come together. Like you have the vessel, you know, like the original kind of vessel, like container of sorts, and then there's all of the alchemical factors that come together to create whatever the final substance is. But yeah, it kind of reminded me of alchemy, the way you were describing that, like all of those different factors and then how they all branch off and how they all affect each other.
Yeah, alchemy is one of my favorite words, because to me, like secondary to God, as I stated earlier, there is only God. And after that's established, I'd say there is only alchemy. Alchemy is like one of the most generic overarching terms that I've ever heard of. Just like material, energy, the flow of these two things in relationship to each other, and their creations and their interactions and their relationships. Alchemy is just like such a profound concept. It's like physics and chemistry combined, and cosmology, you know, all wrapped up in one.
Yeah. And there's also like spiritual alchemy layers as well, how the metaphysical layers have alchemical qualities to them.
Oh, hell yeah. Alchemy is different than chemistry in the sense that it isn't limited to chemicals. You know, it's the interactions and relationships and creations and combinations of the energetic and the physical. You know, and that's beautiful. That's why I say, like, there, in a sense, there is only alchemy. I'd say the existence is one big alchemical process.
Yeah, I would agree. But yeah, chemistry is just kind of an off branching of the original alchemy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they kind of isolated it and limited it and kind of added a whole fake model, which is what they love to do in today's world, it seems, these guys.
Yeah, you got these electrons orbiting around this nucleus, and
right.
it's got quarks and gluons and all sorts of fun things. But let me ask you, man. You got an object. You got a physical object. Now, to me, there's four types of descriptions, 4 archetypes of qualities that you can describe a physical object with. Now, like let's just say it's a lump of gold, right? You got a solid lump of gold right in front of you. Now there's 5 things that you can always say about a lump of gold. And to me, like, this is part of my fundamental taxonomy ontology chart. But I think this is a really good place to start with. So, and I'm limiting this to reality. I'm not talking about anything sort of spiritual. I'm not talking about anything transcendental or beyond. I'm just talking about like down to earth, realistic experience. There's 5 things there's 5 categories that you can, choose from, and always say something drawn from these 5 categories about this object. And I don't know if I'm making much sense to you guys, but if I am, I'd like to hear it if you might want to take a guess at 1 or 2 or 3 or as many as you want about this lump of gold. Or I can go on if I'm not making sense. I don't know. You tell me.
Just go on. Go on. Keep going.
Yeah, I'll go on. I know I'm not the best at introducing this concept because it's kind of beyond summary, my ability to summarize. So let me just put it this way. Every object, like I said, like a lump of gold, right? Every corporeal object has things that it can't run away from. It must be included. And that's because corporeal or physicality or having a body or having mass or material or substance to yourself, it comes along with certain preconditions or precursors. And there's 5 of them when it comes to material. So every object must have a shape. Is that fair enough? Just the first one right away? Every object must have a shape in reality?
Sure.
Yep. Go ahead and show me an object that doesn't have a shape, right? It's like
right.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
So now every object that has a shape, so you're an object, you must have a shape. Now every object that has a shape must also have a size, right?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I like the feedback, by the way. I appreciate the feedback. So
I'm working and trying to unmute and help. But yeah, just keep going.
All right. So every object, everything corporeal, everything material, everything physical has a shape. It has a size. Now, everything that has a shape and a size also has a location. Fair enough. Still.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Keep going.
And so everything that has a shape and a size and a location.
Ball's lies.
Hey, Ball. That's my homie right there. Me and Ball.
Andy, I feel like you're setting up a magic trick.
Not at all.
Don't lose your train of thought. Just keep going.
I couldn't. This is my favorite thought. I spent 5 years thinking about it. I can pull it up. I can pull it up whenever you want. No way I'm losing my train of thought.
The suspense is killing me.
I mean, there's not much more to go. I mean, there's a whole.
No, I'm just kidding you. I'm just saying. I want to hear it. Where are you going with this?
Yeah. Well, it's my. I can send you my graph. I've gone about 200 or I don't know 200 300 words.
Please do.
After this, but what I'm listing are the fundamental categories of description when talking about reality, and right in the smack dab middle is corporeal, and that means physical, material, mass, physicality, and because corp means body, real means real, so corporeal means real body, as in like matter in a sense. So everything above it is a precursor to what's below, and corporeal is right in the middle, and what's above the middle is, well, you got corporeal in the middle, above it you got shape, size, location, and change. And because we all know there's not a single thing here, there's not a single physical thing here that isn't undergoing some sort of transformation or alchemical process. Right? And there's no pause button in reality. Everything is in a state of vibration or change. Right?
Gotcha. Keep going.
So the highest of all categories of descriptions is incorporeal. And it's a very catch-all term. It just means all the things that aren't physical. So let's say information, or light, or mind, or consciousness, or spirit, or ether. Things like that. And these are the precursors to everything below. Color, I mean, there's so much you could say. But consciousness, or space, or time, or information, or light. It doesn't have a shape, size, location, or chemical components. And so below corporeal is by the way, we what we just went through was the constituent parts of all matter. All matter has a shape, a size, a location, a process of changes undergoing, and all sorts of incorporeal aspect to itself, like color and or its frequency or energetic nature of proton, electron, light turning solid. Who knows? Ether involvement, whatever. But below corporeal is life or biology, because as far as any of us can tell, there's no such thing as a life form that isn't made out of something. Now, there's an argument to be made about ghosts, I suppose, right? But I wouldn't consider ghosts or anything like that. I mean, I've had experiences with them and all, but if we're just sticking to the mundane here, life is preceded by body, right? You can have a body, you can have a physical object and it not be alive, like a corpse or a rock or a body of water or anything like that. So you can have a body or something corporeal without being alive, but you can't have something alive without having a body. Is that fair enough? Like here's this life form, but it doesn't have any mass to it. Kind of a silly notion, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
So the chart goes incorporeal at the top, and then the next level below that is change in location, and then the layer below that is arithmetic or quantity, size, whatever you want to call it, and geometry, shape, pattern, whatever you want to call that. I call it arithmetic and geometry, and then those two combine into corporeal, and then below corporeal is life, and then below life is the two performances of life. So I like interacting with you guys where I'm not just ranting and asking some questions, right? So you got a living thing, right? You got this living thing. Let's go with the human. What if you were to categorize into two generic categories? What are the two things that humans do?
Eat and shit.
Just real quick, Tony, you've got your camera on, so I don't know if you meant to have it on or not, but Tony V.
Tony.
Looks like
you turn it off.
Live and die.
Well, sometimes people flip it on by mistake.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's kind of hard because sometimes the button's like right next to the other ones, So like what I found is that if you go into the actual, like, I don't know what kind of phone, but you have, but if you go into like the actual permissions for the app, you can like shut off Discord's ability to even use the camera. That way, when you click it, it won't do it. I think it's the only way to, make sure it never pops on, because otherwise, like, your finger might slip on your phone, pop it on at some point. What's up, Tony? How you doing, bro?
Good. Good place right now. So you guys are. You guys doing good?
Yeah, you're roboting a bit, but I think I heard parts of what you said. So yeah, where were we at? Yeah, you were.
Whoever was talking was asking us to categorize human behavior or what humans do into two categories.
Yeah, it looks like Fundamental dropped, but he'll be back, I'm sure, because he was in the middle of.
Dave, do you think reincarnation's a thing?
It seems like there's lots of cases that can't be ignored, at least. Some really crazy ones. I mean, there's a lot of accounts where that seems to be like people remembering past lives, and it's kind of like the sighting of UFOs. Like, you could think that it's all just crazy people seeing things in the sky, but I think after a certain amount of cases, you realize there's things in the sky that are not acting like just other things we see in the sky. Not to say that they're ships necessarily, but it seems like there's a lot of spotting of those now. And it's not even to confirm aliens or any of that. It's just, there's definitely sightings of them. We've all seen something like that. And a lot of people have seen a lot of detail, it seems.
Yeah. Well, how is that connected? You're saying you're linking UFOs to reincarnation?
No, I'm saying there's so many accounted cases of people remembering past lives that, after so many cases, you have to start, you have to consider that it's not just people's imagination any longer.
Yeah.
Even if you haven't had a direct experience, once you've heard enough, honest accounts of that, then you have to consider that it's not just some mass delusion.
I got you. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
The preponderance of evidence, not evidence created to make us believe something, but individual personal accounts of things. But then you have to get into the idea of, well, if reincarnation is real, is it just one soul living a new life, or is it that we become merged with the whole and then become an individual again, or become an individual part of the whole, and maybe we have several different lives that could mix in with each other, and we think it's one past life, but it's several different lives because we share a consciousness, and there's that possibility. I think I've heard you say that you think that there may be several different past lives that have been kind of recalled through your regression, your meditative regression. Is that right?
Yeah, I've accessed a lot of memories of previous lifetimes, and ones that have actually existed in the future.
Yeah, that's what when I started listening today, I was hearing you say something about that, and I only caught the tail end of it. I was like, whoa, that's awesome. So you kind of think of time as nonlinear, huh? Hello? Oh, you still here?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of the nonlinear concept of existence or time is what you're getting at.
Yeah, maybe my connection dropped for a second. Is it back now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
It's been doing these little 5-second dropouts.
Yeah, I didn't hear a response yet.
Oh, I'll be back in 1 second.
Or maybe you were already back in the future.
Oh, I was just saying that. Yeah, like, it's possible that it could be someone's first lifetime, like the first time their soul has incarnated, but after that, everybody will have lived multiple.
Do you think it's necessary for us to see it as like, this is one soul and this is another soul, and they're forever indivisible and separate? Like they're definitely, I mean, we're all definitely already, we kind of have the sense that we're connected, and that it's not like every soul is mutually exclusive. But is it important to see one life exist, one life experience as opposed to another life experience as just one soul experiencing it? Is that necessary, or could it be that we all have like a shared soul, and that's what really what God is?
Well, I would say perhaps both, and all of the above, in different scenarios, in different ways. Yeah. Well, but look, you know how like when you're born here in a body, you are who you are. Well, what if on that level, what if our souls are actually born, as it were, in that sense, like from the Creator? Your soul is now, it is one in the same with the Creator. It is all one, in my viewpoint. However, the Creator is creating a unit of itself, essentially, or a separate part of itself that then has its own, nature to it, which is one and the same, but also separate. So if that occurs, and then that soul would be, in a way, its own separate thing, kind of like we are our own separate people when we're in a human body. But on this level, instead of the idea of like incarnating and being a baby and being a human, this is more of a similar kind of mirrored concept, but in the concept of sort of birthing in some level of separation from the Creator, and then going on various journeys and all kinds of acquiring knowledge and information, and learning who we are on so many levels, and then perhaps at the completion of it, rejoining with the center again, and that we all will do that.
Right. And that's kind of what I was getting at, like the whole idea that like, this soul is mine and I will have another life, and everything I do in this existence somehow will affect my next existence. Not to say that it wouldn't, but to think maybe that's part of the trick, kind of like I was saying earlier, is maybe part of the trick of and fundamentals back. We'll get back to him too, but I think what he was partly saying too is that separating us from the Creator and making it a separate thing altogether might be part of the trick, because then we see it as we aren't all connected any longer through this God source. We see it as like our own individual lives, and then that's where they may be convincing us that the materialistic world is more reality than the spiritual world, to get us to think about my soul versus your soul, and what I do in this life will make me end up in a better place than you, and that whole thing might just be, you don't need to live this life I mean, that's a selfish act to live this life in the right way, so that you could save your own eternal existence. And it's kind of a contradiction in what the reason for being good is, right? It should be a selfless act, not something selfish. And when you talk about it being like this soul, my soul will live in this utopia and yours won't because I did this, then it's like the wrong way of thinking about it. And maybe what they're trying to do is make us think about, like I said, the shared soul could be that. The shared consciousness could be that essence of intelligence that we've not been able to tap into since we've been trained so heavily to think of ourselves as separate.
Well, I hear you on that. I mean, there is like a polarity between the duality between separation and unity. However, one perspective is that if you were to create like if the Creator created like a karmic law, essentially, some like foundational component of what's right and wrong and everything involved with that, and then creates all of these separate souls to then go through that process, then it would be as if the Creator is trying to harmonize itself from rules that it set up. But then it doesn't have all the knowledge of all the answers yet until it goes through the whole journey. So it's sort of like, it's like having infinite consciousness, but instead of just having it all infinitely, having awareness of it, like that omnipotence and omnipresence, like instead of just having that instantly, it's a process of like splitting yourself and then going through an entire unfolding of consciousness or experiences in order to become whole again, or to like reincorporate that wholeness.
Yeah, and then there's the paradox right there, right? If you're splitting yourself apart just to become whole again, what's the purpose, right?
For fun. for fucking
Exactly.
for fun.
Right, and that's how it's described in the Bible, right? And that God got bored, so he created man. Or
We have to find some way. We have to find some way to. Yeah, we have to find some way to spend eternity.
Right, exactly. And we can't ever know the answer. We're always going to be seeking an answer that can't be achieved, because if it ever was achieved, then the purpose wouldn't exist.
Here's the definition. Here's the definition of good behavior. It sounds tough, but it's actually from from my perspective, it's easy when laid out in a certain way. And I could be wrong. I'll admit I could be wrong, but it seems pretty good to me. It's sort of like how, if we're talking about right behavior, right? We're talking about I could harm you, right? But if all is one, but you're something that I can't feel. If you get stabbed, I don't feel like I'm being stabbed. So it's sort of like the idea that like you're this person, but your limbs are numb. You can see your hand, you can see your arm, you can see your leg and your toes and your knee and your thigh and your torso, right? You can see all this body that you are. And if it gets stabbed, it's numb. You can't feel it. But when you start saying all is one, I am everyone else, there's a instinctive understanding we all have, an intuitive understanding we all have, more like it, where we might hurt other people, but of course, it's programmed within us not to harm ourselves, right? Like it's just how it is. I don't know any other way to put it. Like there's something within all of ourselves that like prevents us from, like, it's really hard to punch yourself in the face.
What about suicide and also self-inflicted pain and suicide?
It's tough, right? It's really tough to do these things, and you're making a mistake. Like there's no way you do this without being like really fucked up in the head. Now that's always an option, being fucked up in the head. You can get realigned, of course. But, most normal functioning people understand I would never harm myself. It's like, why would I do that? You can be brainwashed, alcohol, it's delayed, or drugs or whatever, right? Making bad decisions. It's because it's not immediately apparent, but no one would ever stab themselves. Maybe if you're fucked in the head, right? But a normal functioning person says this, when you look at your arm, you're like, I'm not going to stab this because this is me and I don't want to harm myself. Now, the only reason you don't see everyone else as part of yourself is because it's a numb body part. And when they get stabbed, you can't feel it. It's the same thing as having like a numb hand or something. But even though you have the understanding because it's connected physically, and you notice that, you're like, all right, and this is the bridge that needs to be connected in your minds. It's like, not yours. I'm just saying. It's like the mistake of looking at your hand and not being able to feel it, but thinking just because you can't feel if your hand gets stabbed, thinking it's not part of you. We all know that even if our hand is numb and we can't feel it getting stabbed, we recognize it's still part of ourselves. And we all got to realize that even though we can't feel it, that thing that we're looking at that gets stabbed that we can't notice and feel the sensations of it, that's still part of us. And when we all start looking at each other as we're all the same thing, and appreciate and apply that understanding of avoiding self-harm, then none of us will ever want to do anything harmful to each other if we view each other as part of ourself.
Exactly.
It's instinctual to not want to harm yourself. It just depends on how large you want to expand your margins of defining what you are. And when you approach it synchronistically, that all is one, well, I don't want to harm any part of myself. And that's where good behavior
That's exactly what I was
boils
getting at
down
right
to.
before you jumped in. Yeah, I was saying that exactly, almost that in that if God is our shared soul, and we all intuitively thought of it that way, rather than seeing it as my soul versus your soul, or my eternal existence versus yours, and what I do and compared to what you do is going to save me or not you, and all these things. If we saw it as a more holistic thing, then it definitely would solve a lot of things, for sure. That could be part of the trick. And it's kind of like allopathic medicine compared to holistic medicine.
I hear you on that, but I mean, do you also feel like we are all on our own journey? Like, I mean, do you feel like you have your own karma, your own, destiny?
Paradox again. Paradox. Alone together. We're all alone together. And alone, if you add a space between the AL and the ONE, is all one. So we're alone, all one. We're alone together.
That's great.
We're all connected in our I mean, whenever you're talking about reality as a whole, it has to be spoken paradoxically. That's the only way to get the full message across. If you ever say this is this and that is that, you're one-sided, and reality is a coin. And even though tails and heads can be perceived as separate, it's really one lump of iron or nickel or copper or whatever the coin is made out of. That's all it ever is one lump, one body. With different faces, sure, but it's at the end of the day, it's a single connected, holistic thing.
Yeah,
and part of that, I was just gonna say real quick, like the idea of all is one, then that means that foundationally there is no other. We are it, and if we're it, then we are alone in a way, but we have infinite capacity to create infinite things, like humans and dogs and cats and animals, all these relationships we have with ourselves and animals and, and nature. And so it's like, it's creating this like multitude of ways to experience, even though it's an illusion ultimately, because we are all one, but it feels pretty darn real. And it's pretty convincing to, this seems worth creating.
It wouldn't be any fun if it wasn't convincing, huh?
Well, it wouldn't be any fun if you really were all alone.
That's the weird part about it, because if all is one, right, the one that we all are as a collective, it's kind of all alone there, which is kind of interesting, don't you think? Like, God is alone. He's the only God. He's got no peers. He's got no friends. He had to look within himself and become schizophrenic and divide himself into a multiple personality disorder in order to have the relationships that you and I are having with each other, which is strange. Maybe we got it all wrong from that perspective. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. But when you think it through from that perspective, it's kind of strange to wrap your head around. It's like,
and it kind of goes against what you were saying in a way. Someone could interpret it that way. I know it doesn't, but at the same time, someone could say, well, why are you saying that God separated himself to experience himself when you didn't want to have a beginning or an end? It almost indicates that you would think that. I know you're not, but in a way it is.
Right. No. The thing is, there's God slicing himself up into pieces and then scattering them, right? Cutting himself, dividing himself into blocks and pieces and limbs, and scattering them like Osiris was scattered across the face of the earth by his enemy, chopped up into bits and scattered, right? That's not what I think is going on in reality. All is God. In my opinion, all is God. But I don't think the way he's divided himself actually, at the end of the day, it is actually any sort of physical or even any sort of separation besides imaginary. Because I do think that this realm is sort of a holographic dream. It's completely light visualized, and the divisions that we practically discuss, like I'm me, you're you, that's the floor, that's the sky, sort of thing, it's illusory, but I don't understand why God would have this like, we're God's fantasy in a sense. But he fantasizes. It's not about what he could be even more. God kind of fantasizes about being lesser, because that's when you're at the top, their only direction to go is down, in a sense.
Right. Like it strives limitation while we strive the lack of limitation. There's like a polarity.
Exactly.
Like it craves everything that it's not. Like if it is omnipotent, omnipresent, infinite knowledge, infinite creativity, it's craving what it isn't, which is limitation, maybe even pain, physical pain, psychological suffering, and positive things too, you know, as well. But it's like it's craving that to have something different.
We might be getting fucked up in the sense of associating like God with human desires, because if you had everything, you'd want to like us the man who has it all. I think there's a movie about this. Like the man who has it all kind of wants to be sort of temporarily, as long as he can quit at any time he wants, like the idea of pain. Like a lot of people think that pain is something humans avoid. But if pain is something humans avoid, then when we lose a tooth as a kid, why do we constantly stick our tongue in the hole that our missing tooth left behind and like feel that sting? You know what I mean? We all do it, right? You got a canker sore, you got a missing tooth as a child, and you got that bloody little sore thing, and you say, "Oh, I'm gonna poke my tongue in there because I fucking like it." You know, I fucking like feeling the pain. It's stimulus, it's sensation. And the interesting thing about pain is that humans actually love pain as long as the pain can stop when you tell it to stop. We don't mind feeling pain as long as we're in control of when it begins and ends. The only thing we don't like is pain that won't stop when we want it to stop. You know what I mean?
Right. That's why they invented the scare of hell.
What do you mean?
Well, the idea that you would have an eternal damnation, you know, and in the same way, I could say that, like, you know, the only thing that scares the fuck out of me is an eternity of anything, whether it be all good or all bad. They're both their own forms of hell. You know, you like, again, back to what we were
right.
into this whole thing is that you have to have both to appreciate. You know,
takes two to tango, right?
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to feel that pain, but then the relief of that pain is really what you're going in for.
When you say scares like hell, the infinity, is that because of loneliness or because of something different?
If the concept of hell was invented to scare mankind into doing the right thing, it's like the worst possible thought that anyone could really come up with. You know, eternity of pain, right?
Mm-hmm. Pain that won't stop even when you want it to. Yeah.
Right.
And then when we look at humans, I mean, the amount of pain that humans have gone through is immense. So on that level, the creator seems to desire that experience, and on some level.
Yeah, but getting whacked off underneath a tree eating fruit all day, you'd say, I'm kind of sick of how unchallenging life is. I kind of want to go through a challenge. You know, humans crave a little bit of obstacles in their path because the achievement feeling, you know, the overcoming, conquering feeling is also very desirable, right? And it's like, and here we are in the exact situation that fulfills all of our desires and puts us in the driving seat to like get what we want as long as we're willing to go after it, which is perfect. It's fucking incredible. This position, this place we're in, it's so poetic and balanced that you just gotta. I mean, there's exceptions. Babies dying, a day after they're born, or whatever. That's almost part of it too. I don't know. I don't want to.
Yeah, you can't separate. You can't separate it into like this was good and this was bad when you're talking philosophically on that level, because you can't say it was right for the baby to die or that it was meant to be. But you know, there is good and there is bad, and without one you wouldn't know the other. You know, suicide
Mhm.
may be painless, but it brings on many changes. I could take it or leave it if I please.
Yeah, in order to have death of old age, you also have to have death as a 1 week-year-old. If you want one, you have to include the other. And like we were saying, it just we're in the place we asked for. I'm not saying I'm not saying there was ever some sort of actual moment in time where humanity as a collective signed up for this, but in some sort of transcendental way, I can only picture it as humanity sort of saying, like, I agree, like signing a contract that says, yes, I want, you know what I mean? Like, we, in a way, we kind of signed up for this. It's the only way I can imagine why we're in the situation we're in, that we volunteered.
Yeah, and then that's maybe you know, one way of seeing it, but I don't know if there was much of a choice because it is what it is, right?
I don't know, man. I think we volunteered in a sense. That's the only way. That's the only way I can wrap my head around it. You know,
Well, you
like
can't imagine what the other option is either, right?
you can't force yourself. Like if you're God in a sense, you can't force yourself to do anything. If you're God, there's no authority who has power to force you to do anything. If all is one and all is God, then in order for God to do anything that ever results in torture or anything, he kind of had to say like, yeah, all right, I'll limit myself. I'll sign myself up for this journey. Sort of like I don't know. You're probably thinking of something right now, like geez,
It's like when you line up. It's like when you line up for a roller coaster.
Yeah.
You're waiting in line to get on the coaster to have the thrills and chills.
But if the only game in town is the roller coaster, then what's the other choice?
Well, did God have a choice, or was this the only choice possible? That's a tough one right there.
Does this all kind of lead back? I feel like we were left hanging on where you were headed before you got cut off. Does this all kind of relate back to what you were saying about the shape of things and how there's?
Oh, I can definitely carry on whenever you're ready. I know where I left off.
I thought it might fluidly go back into it at some point.
Yeah, sure. Hey, I'll just pick up where I left off. So you have a life form, and a life form always has a corporeal body. And every corporeal body, whether alive or not alive, like a rock versus an organism, is going to have a size, a shape, a location, incorporeal aspects, and also undergoing a process of change. That's just the prerequisites. But once you've established that you're a living body, then there's two things. There's how do I put what's the right word? There's two things that humans or there's two things that living bodies do. I'd love to get a guess or your thoughts on what those two things are. As generic and archetypical and
yeah, when you cut off, I said eat and shit, and somebody else I think said
so,
live and die.
So is there a similarity between eating and shitting?
Yeah.
So check this out. Eating and shitting is something you do, right?
Right.
And are both of those physical things you do?
Yes.
Okay. So then we can say eating and shitting are physical activities. Now that's a one thing.
Yes.
So now I've taken your two things and I've summarized them into one single thing. Now I said there's two fundamental things that humans do. So yes, humans do physical things. That's one of them. And my word for that is behave, or the word art. The way I define art is creative activity. It means, behavior in a sense, your actions, your art, as I would call it. Because to me, art, I define art as creative activity, or activity, if you just want to put it to that. And, eating and shitting are both activities you do physically. That's your art. That's your behavior. Now, there's something else life forms do besides act. So they act, they behave, what else do they do?
Well, somebody else, I think it was somebody that left. It was doesn't matter, but they said live and die. It goes Bacon said that.
Right. That's so that's the next layer. That's not fundamental. That's secondary, actually, because you take the word life and you combine it with the word change, and when you talk about the state of life, there's only two there's two words that are the children when you combine the word life and change, and those are beginning and ending life. Other than that, there is no other option. There's living. That's a process, sure, but let me put it this way: life status. Okay, what are the only two options that change your life status? Well, you're either born or you die. Those are the only two things that change your life status. Living is a status, but when you combine change with life status, the only two types of change of a life status are a birth and a death. So it's not quite fundamental to the total 11 most generic words in English, but it's very close. It's part of the next series. It's a secondary level, but it's very fundamental, just secondary, not quite as based as possible.
Okay, so we got status and art.
Well, what we got is there's life. There's a life form. There's corporeal. There's a body, and now it's a living body. Now, what is that living body gonna do? There's two things it can do, and only two generic words for describing what it does. What does it do? We already established one. It acts, right? It acts. ACTS, right? So,
yeah. So I'd say thinks as opposed to acting, right?
Thinking is a form of acting. That's mental behavior.
All right, so that's an act as well. Okay.
Yeah. Now the other thing it does is if you want to let me put it this way, okay? Acting, thinking, or not quite thinking. I don't want to put it that way. Not quite thinking. Acting and behaving is an expression. Okay? Now, what's the opposite of expression?
Feeling.
Ah, very good. Now let's tie it into the word I just used, though, right? There's expression, right? Your behavior, your actions, and the other thing humans do is impression. Like you said, sensing, feeling, right?
Right.
So
the internal and external.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it that way. That's more of a location sort of description of where life occurs, how it, where and how it occurs.
No, I just mean as far as the human goes, you can internalize things or externalize things, or you could see it as an act as something you're doing, or a feeling as something that you're receiving.
Right. So there's mental behavior and there's physical behavior, or mental acts, or mental creative activities and physical creative activities. But then there's also, the receiving end of it. So humans sort of express and get impressed upon. And the way I've summed them up is art and measure. Because a measure, as the way I define it, is a simultaneous noticing, so like a sensing and a comparison. Lucky enough, the way the world works out is that there's no such thing as only being aware of one thing at a time. The only reason we like see or sense or notice or live is that there's always a flow and there's always more than one thing at play. And to me, measurement is defined as a comparison, a noticing and a comparison of two things. Like say, like you can always say like there's a human next to a building, and you can say that building is for that person's tall, right? But you can't necessarily measure anything if there's only one thing in view. If everything was green or if everything was flat, there was no texture. There's no measurement going on. There's no sensing. It's just a standstill nothingness. I mean, I'm not doing the best job explaining, but I think you feel me when I say humans sense and humans behave, if I want to put it that way. I say art and measure, whatever. But if we can sort of accept that, maybe there's better words than I have for it, right? But I think you understand the principles I'm pointing at. There's
totally. I'm with you.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. So there's a really wonderful union of these two things. So when there's an expressor and someone to be impressed upon, or an impressor or impressee, there's someone who's going to express and there's someone who's going to be impressed upon. So this is a really cool combination of what comes next in my ontology taxonomy chart, where I call it conveyance or communication. Because when you think about communication, one person has to give off a signal and the other person has to receive and interpret and analyze or measure, like I said, the signal. You know what I mean? And as long as both parties are there and there's a sort of cooperation between them two, then a conveyance or a communication has occurred. Because it isn't quite communication if you are just on a deserted island yelling at the top of your lungs. It doesn't matter what you say, on your desert, you're not communicating to anyone because there's not a receiver there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry, I'm carrying stuff, so that's why I can't respond right away. So yeah, I'm with you for sure.
Oh, you're good, bro. So communication or conveyance is the next level down after art and measure, because someone has to behave and exhibit and express and act, and then one person has to receive and analyze and measure and interpret. It takes two to tango here again. And once you have an interpreter, a receiver, and a beckoner, or a transmitter, or an action, behavior person, an actor, you can combine those two, and that results in communication or conveyance. And then finally, we reach the bottom of my ontology taxonomy chart when it comes to the skeleton backbone that limits. Finally, we're at like the most generic fundamental term, and that's convention or standards. Because once communication or conveyance can be established between an actor and a receiver, a behavior, and a measurer, and the conveyance happens, then through that process can be established conventions and arbitrary agreements and standards, and now things like inches and seconds and weeks and months and names and words exist. And these are in a sense the most imaginary aspects of life. standardized conventions. Now, it's really interesting. You can take any of these words, and I'll just list them out: incorporeal, change, location, geometry, arithmetic, corporeal, life, art, measure, conveyance, communication, and standards. And you can combine any of these two and sort of think about what the offspring of these are. If these are the fundamental, most generic aspects of existence, then every other aspect of existence will be some sort of combination of something more fundamental. And I've thought recently about trying to express this idea through the idea of a blank sheet of paper that's being drawn upon, and how you can think of a blank sheet of paper as like the ether, and relate that to my fundamentals about reality. And when you got this, blank ether, what can you do with it? What can you draw or paint or symbolize on it? Well, one of the first things you could do is, first of all, change, right? Change has to happen first. First is the ether. Now, for anything to be drawn upon it, a line, a color, anything, first there has to be change from blank to non-blank. Now, where are you going to put this, change? How are you going to change? It's going to happen somewhere. You're going to put that red dot or line in a location. Now, that location that you change, and you're going to make something happen. Well, if you're going to do anything, it's going to be like a size. You're going to draw a line of a certain length, and it's going to be a shape. It's going to be a line or a curved line or a straight line or something. And now you can leave it at that. You can just draw lines all over the place. But one of the simplest things you can draw with lines on paper of a size and a shape is, I don't know, maybe draw a rock, sure. I don't know. Maybe draw something. Or you could draw a tree. Oh, now all of a sudden life is being represented. Right? And is there an action to this life form that you've drawn on this piece of paper? Is it a human? Is it smelling? Is it running? Is it talking? What is it doing? What have you drawn here? And is there two people? Are they communicating? Oh, they could be now. Now that you have two people, all of a sudden you could have speech bubbles and a communication on the drawing on your piece of paper. And then maybe they agree. And that's pretty much the end of it. I mean, that's the final level, until you start inventing things like soccer, including that, and all these other sort of weird, more detailed aspects of life. Because the word soccer, obviously, it's a very complicated word. Some words. What?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, some words are more complicated words than others. Some words require a lot more effort to unpack. Like when I say the word soccer, it obviously implies more meaning than when I say line. Line. Very simple meaning of line. Soccer? Oh, wow. Now I need to involve players, people, biology, balls, goals, field, grass. There's so many, but line, shape, straight shape, line, mark, whatever, What do I say? Soccer or university, professor, student, building, textbook, there's so much more implied. Some words have more contained within them than others,
Could you go back and or at least try to summarize everything you were just saying, leading up from the two fundamental things that people do, and just try to summarize it, and like what's your purpose for all of that? Like what was your if you could give us one line of meaning for it all, where were you headed with it?
Sure. If I were to summarize the whole point of all of this, I'd say that
Or you're 10 seconds and you haven't said anything.
Is that a joke?
No, I was counting.
Yeah, he's kidding.
I hope you're
not kidding.
No, not kidding. I'd say that just like taxonomy has been applied to so many things, and just like the subject of ontology is a serious academic endeavor to study the existence of components in relation to the whole and what order they come in, that it's worthwhile to talk about, say, the word principle. And the word principle is the fundamental and overarching and underlying aspects of a thing. Now, what if we replace the word a thing with everything? Who's done
That's
this?
deep, bro. That's deep.
And you might want to ask Wikipedia, right? You might want to ask Wikipedia, who wants to have an article talking about everything. You say, hey, Wikipedia, do you have a categorization or index that sorts things into the least amount of fundamental concepts possible, that you would group every single page that you've ever written into the most generic categories possible? And what I've done is, even though things are, most things are combinations, most things are a merging of so many concepts. But what I've done is dissected and separated these complicated things and gotten to the root, because like you asked me to do a second ago, like get down to the point of it all. I want to understand things just like all you do, seeking truth. But I'm sure we've all heard the expression, like, it doesn't matter how nice of a house you build if you build it on a shaky and unsolid foundation. It'll eventually crumble. And so the most important part, as far as starting out with in any thing you're trying to build upon, is having a solid foundation. And a foundation is etymologically related to fundamental. The found is related to the fund, and fundamental, the foundation. And so I asked myself one day, I keep on diving into the deep ends of all these subjects. I'm studying magic, I'm studying esoteric, exoteric, religious, physics, chemistry, alchemy, linguistics, etymology, all sorts of things. And I said,
if you're studying linguistics, sorry to interrupt. If you're studying linguistics, have you watched the Unabomber series on Netflix?
No, I haven't. But I've seen like a coffee mug that you can buy from someone on YouTube that says the Unabomber was right, or something like that.
Oh, his manifesto. Don't even get me started.
Apparently his manifesto is really respected by a lot of people, right?
Yeah,
a huge fan, dude.
Huge amount of people, respected people in many respected communities. That's how they all be like him,
you know.
You guys are all going to be listed as terrorists. I just want to warn you.
Well, I mean,
they wrote being sarcastic.
They wrote.
Yeah. I think Unabomber was the bomb.
I'm just kidding.
They published his manifesto in a major newspaper in America. So it was in the Washington.
See, I may be bad at explaining, some of the answers to questions you're asking, but the thing that makes me very
send me your graph. I'm totally interested in what you're saying. I didn't mean to say it should be summed up in one sentence. I just thought there might be like one initial point that we could get to, but it's all good, man.
You should write a manifesto, Fundy.
Well, I should, but the main point is, when you're studying the universe or reality, like we're all doing, right? Can we disagree on that? We're all studying the truth of reality.
Most of us are. Some of us aren't.
Right. Well, if a lot of whoever agrees on that, if you're studying something, you don't. It's fun diving into the deep end sometimes, just like throwing yourself in there. Who knows what'll happen? Who knows what I'll find? Right? Let's just throw myself in the deep end. Well, as fun as that is, if you're taking it as serious as possible, you're gonna want to backtrack, or another approach is starting from a solid foundation. So how do you establish an understanding of what you're studying? How do you come to grips with how you want to approach with a solid foundation the study of literally the entire reality. And what I've done is categorize every aspect that can be described of reality into the most 11 generic terms possible. And then I've branched and combined and fused these 11 as systematically as possible into the secondary and third tertiary, whatever, right? Levels. And I've gotten about 200 words deep. And the thing is, every other word that exists will eventually appear the further I branch out. I just have to make sure I don't skip any steps because I want it to be as legit as possible. But the system I've already proven to myself works so well that's given me insights and conclusions that like blow my own mind, involving myself in things that I don't even know how like I pulled this out of myself. It really all comes down to a system of honesty. And that's sort of the idea that like you already know the truth, you just have to like find it within yourself. And I feel like honesty is the name of the path you take to find the answers that you already know so that you can tell them to yourself. And that's all I've been doing. Just asking myself questions and trying to answer my own questions as honestly as possible.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I know.
Yeah, Alan Watts would say you already have the answer.
I know Globus wasn't doing that this morning. What the fuck were you doing, bro? And back to back with Doofus? That didn't help. That would have been cute if it was just you, but...
What was he doing with Doofus?
Oh, he was doing your favorite fucking game, bro.
Oh, were they?
He was being a...
He's pretty good at that, man. It is my favorite game. That's right.
Yeah.
He brought out Jesse Kozlowski. It's like, oh my god.
He did against me too.
Son of a bitch.
He went all out.
Was Globus playing the Glober just for fun again?
Yep, Johnny Globehead.
I think Rakia. I don't think Rakia knew he was.
Rakia didn't know. Crit didn't know. Fair few of them.
That would have been funny. I wish I would have seen that.
It's just sharpening up the skills that I think we all need when it comes to
Yeah, he's right. He's actually 100% right about that. It's all about steel manning the other side. Because honestly, no, that's not. I'm not saying you when I say you, but I'm saying you as in anybody. Whenever you argue against somebody and you don't even understand their position, then it makes you look like a fool. Like I said, I don't mean you specifically, anybody. I'm just saying anybody. When I do that, and anybody does that.
Did you see Jordan Peterson's thing on that? Anyway, yeah, he was talking about that.
No.
Yeah, what he listed it as a way of like expressing what you just said.
Well, that's even what's done in like marriage counseling and stuff, where you really try to fully understand the other person's position, like really put yourself in their shoes to try to understand where they're coming from. Yeah.
Goes a long way.
Oh yeah, if you're gonna debate these guys, you gotta know where they're coming from. Yeah, absolutely.
And Jeremy does pretty good at that too. At times,
I'm better Glover than you are, bro.
Listen, dude, you're not you fucking dumb. You're not better Glover than me.
Can I quiz you guys on the secondary level of my fundamentals? I'll give you 2 words if you're willing, and then I'm gonna ask you, what is the child that is birthed from the combination of these 2 parents?
Is it consensual birth or sort
of
of forced?
Yeah. Well, yeah, these are words, not living beings.
Yeah. Babies can be made in all sorts of manner. Okay.
Okay, so
we didn't even reach your manifesto yet.
One of my fun. What's that?
We didn't even read your manifesto yet. How can you quiz us on it?
Oh, geez. Yeah.
There's 11 words, man. And he's going to give us 2 words. And we're going to find the child of those 2 words.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, you down?
Yeah, let's hear the 2. Get 2 words, bro. 2 words.
Yeah. Okay. So 1 word is change, and the other fundamental word is geometry.
Transformer.
Now, okay. Yeah, not bad. Anyone else?
Non-Euclidean.
Not as good as an answer, but see where it comes from.
Well, that's what they did when they changed geometry. I don't know.
No, no, I mean about describing reality. No, hey, that was a really good answer, bro. My word is morph. So when something changes its geometry, it's a morph.
No doubt. Power Rangers.
Morph. I feel like that's part of the word I use a little bit. Transformers, morph. It's shorter though. I like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you said Earth and then change, I was gonna say geomorphic.
Well, I was talking
Is
about
that even a
geometry
fucking word?
in the like sense of like shape or well, you know, geometry. Not geometry as in like the school subject, but geometry is like the principle of the universe, like shape and pattern or form or whatever, right? And if your geometry changes, if your shape changes, what is it called when something's geometry change? Now, translation, like you said, right? That's not bad, right? But it's kind of a specific sort of morphing, you know, sliding, whatever. Like, but here I got another one for you. What's the child when you combine the concept of geometry with life? What is the shape of a life form? What's the best word you could come up with when you say what is the shape of a life form?
Genesis or not Genesis.
Biometry.
Symmetry.
No, the life form itself. The
Duality?
shape the shape of the life form, the shape of the body that's alive.
Biometry. Biometry.
I hope you appreciate this. 'Cause that was good answers, but I hope you appreciate what I wrote down. And I'm open to change. I'm open to recommendations for better words. But the shape of a life form, I call its physique.
Because it's physical, but it has nuances.
Yeah, I mean, what is a physique? It's the shape of the life form, right? Like a dog has a different physique than a human. A human has a different physique than a cat. Is there anything more that it refers to than the shape or the geometry?
Well, it's more like a description. It's more like a description of the shape than the shape.
What's it? No. You can say he has a this physique. He has a that physique. But in general,
right?
Physique just means the shape of the life form.
Gotcha.
The geometry of the being.
All right. You got more?
Oh yeah, I got 200 words for you guys. No, yeah, no problem.
Do one more.
Okay. So one of the words is change. Okay. Change. And another fundamental term that I combine with change is arithmetic. But instead of taking it as arithmetic, take it as amount or quantity, because that's what I really mean. Okay. So what? There's two answers to this. Maybe there's a word you can summarize both my answers, but in my opinion, there's two words that are both correct. And in order to give the full correct answer, you have to name both words. So, what are the words?
Amass and deplete.
Anyone else?
Flux and dynamic.
Grow.
I like dynamic.
That's very one-sided. I said it takes two.
I just say that. Yeah, grows is one-sided. Yeah.
Grow and shrink. Hey,
yeah,
Coach,
grow and shrink.
A number can shrink too, right?
Can I ask you something pretty quickly? Sorry to interrupt the conversation for a second, but do you have the link for that other project challenge?
Yes, I do, man. I got some news to tell you about too, but not right now. But I will send the link.
All right, because I coded a general solution and I don't know how to test it. So yeah, sorry for interrupting the thing that is going on.
No problem.
Because Coach doesn't answer DMs, so I have to.
Oh, sorry. I will answer the DM. I got something to tell you.
Did you solve the sextant on a planar Earth?
Oh, that's undoable. Earth would have to be flat for that to work.
Oh boy.
Oh, I solved on the globe pretty easily.
You guys want to get back to that?
Yeah. What about dynamic or increase or decrease or something like that, right?
Hey, you nailed it. That's my perspective. That's how I would answer it. So, in a change so change, right? That's one of my fundamentals. Change, a very fundamental term to describing reality. Everything is in a constant state of change, and amount is also a very fundamental term, or quantity, arithmetic. And so, when I combine arithmetic or quantity with change, I give birth to the words increase and decrease. But I feel completely comfortable using one. Who said the other one? Like deplete or increase or what was it? Someone gave a really good answer.
I said amass and deplete.
Yeah, amass and deplete.
What
Yeah,
was the one you
bad.
agreed with though? I cut out for a sec. What was the one you said was perfect?
Yeah, so change. So it's just my answer. I'm open to changes because there could be better words than the ones I chose. But when I combined change with quantity, I use the words increase and decrease. That's when you combine the idea.
Basically,
when you combine the
thing,
concept. Yeah. Very similar. A mass almost seems like physical, where like a quantity doesn't necessarily have to be a physical thing. So I don't know if like the word mass and amass necessarily linguistically implies that, but no, it was spot on, bro. Like the point got across. Like you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you totally feel me.
Right.
So
your reason
here's
for kind of making these I know it's just a mental exercise, but as far as your like 200 that you came up with, it's you're thinking of child words that combine two concepts that just kind of generate thought, or is there kind of like a more conclusive goal for all of this?
Well, there's no goal besides doing it. Like doing it is the goal for me, but there's going to be lots of benefits from creating this creation.
I agree.
So I've come up with the 200 most generic terms in language, and these are very helpful for expressing what you want to say. And so if I were to translate the 200 words in English that I've come up with as the most descriptive generic words possible, they would actually be the first 200 words that you would most beneficially learn if you were to translate them into a secondary language that you're trying to learn. Right? Like, oh, I want to learn Spanish. Well, the first 200 words you should learn in Spanish are my fundamental terms, because they're the most generic, expressive terms possible for you to learn. You can talk about shapes. You can talk about things that change, increase, decrease. You can talk about all live or dead. You can talk about physical, non-physical. You can talk about here, there. You can talk about all the most generic things, and then you can get more detailed as you wish for particular circumstances. Which is included within the 200. But the first 11, I mean, those are pretty useful themselves. And the few, well, you know what I'm saying. It's useful in lots of ways. Also, it's providing me a good framework for analyzing lots of things. Like just a couple months ago, the whole room was stumped. Right? Someone asked a question, and they said, "What is value? What do we mean when we say value? The word, right?" And the whole room was just like silent for like 5 minutes. Yeah, I had it in my mind. It's like, oh, yeah, well, I have my fundamentals chart, and it provides me with a framework to talk about things really appropriately and very detailed and principled and based, And I had no issue defining a word, because of this framework I've set up for myself and put thought into that everyone else couldn't even wrap their heads around. And similar things like this fundamental chart and this exploration of words in the most fundamental way, taxonomically and ontologically, has really sort of sorted out my thoughts on a lot of subjects and provided me insights and like consistency on lots of things that might have been confusing me if I didn't have it.
Nice.
Let me ask you, like, what would you say value is?
Well, it's subjective, right? If you're talking about like an overall objective sense of value as opposed to a subjective
You're right.
sense.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but it's a value is a quantitative expression of it's a quantitative quality of what's the word I'm looking for? It's an attribute, a quantitative attribute representing the quality. Yeah.
So value can be shared or personal, but either way, whether it's personal or shared, it's a standard, and it's a standard you hold to yourself or a standard you establish between you and someone else. Now that's one part of it. That's one part of the definition. And we don't need to go into defining value because I know that might get into a long conversation about nuance and details and stuff like that. But just right off the bat, right? I have the insights to tell you just right off the bat very confidently. Like value can be something based upon a relationship between two people, or it can be something you have on your own. And these are the kind of insights that this system allows me to have in defining words and understanding things, and the framework it provides me to bounce things off of. But I want to ask you another question just to show you like how I've expanded this. If I combine the word change with material, a change of material, what is that? And now this is an alchemical term because alchemy is actually the only term. Alchemy is the only field of study that actually has a word for this. So if you haven't studied alchemical terms, then you just won't know the answer. But what is it when you combine the word change with material or corporeal?
Transmutation.
There you go. See, yep. See, that's exactly what I have written down, and the fact that you just answered the same answer as I wrote down means that I'm right, at least between you and I, right? That
I'm
means
looking at your notes.
What?
I was looking at your notes, so.
What do you mean looking at my notes? Oh, wait.
Just messing with you.
All right, you're just messing with me. But no. See, you're right though. Transmutation is the change of one material into another. So yeah, perfect. And the fact that that's what came to your mind, and the fact that that's what I wrote down, means that I'm not crazy. That's what both of us think is the best answer.
Well, you said that it was, something specific to, as it applies to like an alchemical type of thing.
Still, he came up with the exact answer I came up with.
That's what it's called, right?
Yeah, it's just what it's called. There's a word for it. So
yeah, it wasn't like quite as abstract as the other was, is what I'm saying.
It kind of is. I mean, it's just I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows?
It doesn't matter.
Do you guys want more, or do you want to go into something else?
Try one more.
All right, one more. We'll go with one more. All right, let's see. I don't want to pick any sort of hard one. Okay. How do you combine location with measuring?
Geographical.
Geographical means Earth location. I said location with measuring.
Coordinates?
Coordinates is actually another fundamental term. Coordinates is geometry mixed with I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take that back. Coordinates is the combination of location. Hold on. Coordinates is
coordinates.
numerical. Hold on. Coordinates are location combined with arithmetic. Coordinates are numerical, arithmetic, right? Coordinates are, 17x, 15y, right? Coordinates are mathematical arithmetic combined with location. And the same thing, location combined with geometry is matrix, right? Or grid. Location combined with geometry is grid. Location combined with arithmetic is coordinates. And arithmetic and geometry are sister and brother relationship because matrices have coordinates, and coordinates belong to a matrices. But what I was asking is, how does location combine with measure or sensing? Where is the location you measure from in another sense? I think I can word it that way. There's some issues I can run into when trying to put it into sentences, right? And so I might mislead you a little bit, but I think that's fair enough. What's the location someone measures, or what's the location an object measures from? It could be a camera, right? Could be a telescope. Could be a human eyeball. Whatever.
Source. Perspective.
I was gonna say the ground.
Very, very close.
I was gonna say the ground. It all starts at the ground of being, and then measuring outward from there. That's what I was thinking of when you said that.
So my answer, and feel free to disagree with it because it's a work in progress, but my answer is a vantage point.
Yeah, perspective, basically, right?
Well, no. Perspective is a completely different combination. That's one of my other fundamental terms. We're talking about the location, right? Not necessarily the perspective, but the place where the perspective is being perceived from. Where is the perspective, being held in its location? The vantage point. The vantage point is the location of perspective.
Gotcha.
From
like
your vantage.
Coordinates within the ether.
Well, coordinates is like I said, it's an arithmetic term. It's numerical. Coordinates refers to numbers, while matrix refers to geometry. That's why coordinates and matrices go hand in hand. You need a grid in order to have coordinates on that grid, and you need a grid to have, vice versa. But when you're talking about measuring, that includes a life form, that includes a body, that includes some sort of sensory organ. And where is it that a life form is measuring from? It's measuring whatever it is measuring from its vantage point, which does, create its perspective in a sense. But if the whole point of this system I've worked out that I'm talking to you guys about for the past hour or whatever, thank you very much for entertaining me, is as being as fundamental as possible. I don't want to skip over any steps or make any leaps, in combination. I want to be step by step as possible. And the words you're using, I'll get to them, but they're not secondary or primary. They may be 6 steps along the way. And every word in the dictionary, I'm attempting to put in a taxonomical chart of which ones are most generic to which ones are most trivial.
Which is all kind of subjective, of course. But yeah, it's an interesting project. I like that.
Well, I don't know if it's subjective, honestly. I think
well, to some degree it has to be.
I don't know, man.
I mean, if you're judging what's primary and what's not primary, I mean, there is an objectivity to like what's like a fundamental versus more of an extrapolation or something that would like when you were talking about learning a language by first going through these 200 words. That's a good way of expressing it, because it would be like the most basic ways of communicating or basic concepts to communicate to each other. I understand what you're getting at.
Well, what do you call someone trying to communicate a standard to you? Someone says, "Hey, I do things this way. You should do things this way."
Well, that's not standard. That's more like, I know what you're saying, but I don't think it's necessarily standard.
I operate by this standard, and then I want to tell you I want to encourage you or recommend to you to also follow that standard. What am I doing to you? Like say there's say we're on an island, right? Say we're on an island together, and there's a fruit on a tree, okay? And then I point at that fruit and I say, glurple, okay? I say, that's a glurple. What am I doing when I say that's a glurple, all right? And I want you to also call it a glurple.
You're defining it.
Well, I'm proposing a standard. I say, I call that glurple. I want to insist that you also call that a glurple. So that's a proposal. You know what I mean? And so,
so that's the basics. The basics is what you're establishing, the basics of communication.
Right. Yeah. And so what I just said was me conveying a standard. So when there's communication and conveyance, where I give something and you receive it, and you can accept it as a standard or not. You can integrate that as a standard of your operation, or you can reject it as a standard you follow. But when you combine the idea of conveying or communicating with the idea of a standard, when you combine the parents, right? Like the way I've talked about it before, like what's the child? When conveyance or communication between people and standard are the parents, what's the child? It's a proposal. When you try to when you attempt to communicate and share and try to get someone to operate on the same standard or convention as you, it's called a proposal. Now, there's a little bit of like critique you were saying about like, oh, just words, it's subjective. No, it's really not, bro, because there's logic behind it. When you combine,
I agree. I wasn't trying to minimalize what you were saying at all. I'm just saying that if you were to say the top 200, someone could say, well, this is more fundamental. This is a more fundamental word than this one. So I'm saying if your choice is the top 200, it is a subjective choice, even though you may be right about a lot of it.
Graphed out. No, I got it graphed out though in lines and circles. I mean, there's
well, no,
room.
I wasn't even trying to criticize. I was just saying that even within your own words, you're saying that these things can be defined better with a better word than you chose.
Better word,
in a way, right?
Because I speak English, and I think that if I learned like more Greek or Latin or Sanskrit words, I might be able to replace some of them with like more generic, like broader terms. You know how we use like Latin and Greek to like as a lot of our scientific terms in English speaking. I'm not a Latin or Greek scholar or Sanskrit scholar or whatever. So I do think that there's maybe like words like eso or something. You know what I mean? Like we say essence, but there's an even deeper meaning to the Greek root word like eso or something. There could be better words than the ones that I'm but
my point was that you're not. I don't feel like your goal is to say that there's an objective best word necessarily, so much as this is an exercise that we can all participate in, that kind of gets us to agree upon what the combination of things might best be described as, even if we disagree slightly, you know.
Oh yeah.
Or have different ideas about what the best word is or whatever.
Yeah. Although I do think that there can be words that are perfect for their positions. And
sure.
I'm not claiming any of my words are the best choices to fulfill those roles and positions.
It doesn't even matter what the best is what I was saying, right? It doesn't necessarily matter. It's not about what the best word is. It's more about how can we narrow down these concepts to make more sense of them between each other to have the conversations be more fruitful in the long run, right?
Oh, absolutely, dude. And the thing is, I've like I said, I've been working on this for like 5 years, right? And I haven't been working. Honestly, I haven't been working on it hard. It's sort of like a side hobby. Honestly, even though I care about it a lot, it's not something I've really put a ton of effort into very seriously at all. But it is my favorite idea.
You didn't try your best.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, not at all, bro. But it is it is my favorite idea that I can truly claim as like a personal invention, But the thing is, the craziest part about it is that before I ever tried to make this chart on my own, I searched Google and Bing and Yahoo and Ask Jeeves and whatever, right? I expected someone else to have done this. And you can see through the questions I've asked you and how like most of them, right? I asked you guys to think of like 7 different words, the questions I asked you, and like 5 of them you got perfect answers to, which means I'm onto something because the same thing I was thinking was the same thing you guys answered, right? Like, obviously I'm not just like wrong overall, because the thing I have written down on my phone right in front of me is the exact same answer you guys gave to my question, which means you
they
feel
were kind
the
of
same
like
way
logical
as I feel.
deductions, though. They're based on logical deductions, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, based on honesty, right? Pure, unfiltered honesty, and logic, like you're saying, yeah. And so here's my situation. I've taken this upon myself because I thought it was already going to be out there. I couldn't find it out there. That's the weird part. What happens when you Google, how do you categorize all things? You don't get a single worthwhile answer. You know what I mean? I tried so hard for so many years to find the chart that I've had to make for myself already created by someone. And I asked myself, why is it me who has developed this chart that seems so worthwhile that it should have already been made and taught in school and made by so many people before me and worked upon? Why does it seem like no one's ever had this idea to put a taxonomical ontological chart, out here? It seems so simple, and I could be on to like 1,000 words if I even put myself diligently aim towards like creating it. I'm just a lazy bastard, but
I think that you might find something similar when you talk about like the Rosetta Stone or whatever, like the learning different languages. They probably do a certain amount of that kind of, like what are the most fundamental words people learn for what reason. But yeah, not necessarily in the way you're doing it.
Yeah, right, man. I mean, so you know what I'm after, right? You know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to make a tree branch family tree sort of style chart of putting the most generic words that exist at the top and the most trivial ungeneric words at the bottom, and but I'm just starting at the top and branching outward from there. Now,
so you're saying that those children that are born from these two fundamental concepts then could be paired with each other to make a more trivial concept.
Yeah, children, right? This is how families work, right? Children from different families mate together, right? Like
right.
There's
So after a while, people just become trivial. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying. Oh, you got
I'm such a
bro.
trivial 5th generation person. Fuck.
Oh boy. Oh. No, but seriously, say there was 11. Say there was 11. Let's just make an even number. Say there was 10, right? Five female, 5 male adults at the beginning of time, and then they had kids, and their kids are going to have kids with each other, and it's going to branch out in all directions and create more and more nuanced and creative expressions of what's based upon these 10 fundamental sources. And that's how I feel the universe can be categorized. You just have to trace back the family trees of logic and words. And my question for you is, since you've seen that my idea has been so similar to your guys' lines of thinking, like, I've been able to ask questions and have you give the answers that I answered myself. Like, I agree with you, and I wrote it down. I predicted it beforehand, which means we agree. We're on the same page. And so I must be onto something if I can ask questions and write down my predicted answer beforehand,
Sure.
and for you to give the exact same answer. So that automatically means I'm being logical. Hands
for
down.
sure.
And
Hey,
so
I got one concept that totally relates to what you're talking about. There's a lot of other people in here now that probably want to add in as well. But let me just lay this on you real quick. I had a t-shirt company that I started based on this idea, and I've maybe told some other people in here about it before, but the t-shirt company was called 3-Letter Word. And it spawned from this idea that I had. It was just like, what about t-shirts that have a 3-letter word on them? Because unlike 4-letter words, which are very overt, 3-letter words are very ambiguous. They don't really say anything directly. Like if I had a shirt that said try, am I telling you to try? Am I saying I try? Am I just representing the word try? And we actually started this t-shirt company, a friend of mine and I, and we looked up every 3-letter word in the English language. We were like coming up with all these games to play. First of all, just with the dictionary, and then how many 3-letter words are in the T category. So we would both guess how many 3-letter words start with T, and we had a lot of fun just getting the concept together to begin with. But then I went into this whole kind of philosophical part of it, which was that there's only two 1-letter words in the English language. The A and I, right? I, the self, and A is the other. So if you were thinking about it as like a caveman coming up with language for the very first time, if that was a thing, or when language first developed, it may have started that way conceptually. You could think of it as like the first 2 sounds, A, I. Well, I'm going to represent myself with this I, and then everything else is A, right? And then you want to like categorize all of the other things. So if everything else is A, then you need to distinguish between all of the one thing as opposed to another. So you might have added a consonant. So like let's say that a tree, an apple tree, you call ak, and then a lemon tree you're calling an, or whatever it is that you decided to establish these things like you were talking about with defining things and establishing the roots of all these concepts. And so then if you add the third consonant, and you want to say that, okay, these are apples, and ak are these certain kind of apples, or apples in general. But then you want to distinguish one apple. You want to distinguish
red
one
apples
apple
versus
from another.
green apples.
Right.
Yeah.
So you add the third consonant, and then the red apples become akt, and the green apples become ach, or whatever it is.
If only it was that simple, huh?
Right.
If only.
But yeah, exactly. Well, you could almost conceive it as like that might have been similar to how language started, just based on that concept that A and I
that's
are the
a part
first,
of it. That has to be a part of it. Now it's more complicated because how long have humans been talking, right?
Yeah, no, it wasn't trying. It wasn't trying to say that's exactly how it was. It was just like if you could conceptually take language and boil it down to these two things.
This is a quote from Confucius. I literally heard this quote from Confucius for the first time today. So in one of Confucius's texts, he criticizes the Chinese language, right? he's like fuck, you know. He's like, oh my god. Back in the day, this is what he said. He said, back in the day, you know, back in the good old days, the words used to be self-explanatory, and I'm so disappointed in the current state of Chinese because the words no longer phonetically express the meanings that they refer to in reality. And so he was talking about how, like you were saying, like A meant apple, G like ag, like A mean apple, Ag meant green apple,
right.
Aga meant like green apple with a yellow spot or something.
Right.
And he was, and there's literally some quote somewhere where Confucius is complaining that he noticed how Chinese went from a language where you could almost understand exactly what was being said just by looking at how the words were formed. Without even knowing the word, you could just look at the letters that spelled the word, and you say, oh, well, there's an A, there's a G, and there's a U, and there's an M, and there's an N, and oh, well, that kind of paints a picture for me. And he was saying like how the words got so convoluted where it became harder and harder to decipher what the word is referring to based on how it sounds and how it's spelled, where it used to be better and more straightforward.
You know what you just said might lead into other people participating in this conversation, because it reminds me of what they say Tesla was talking about with Einstein and these wizards that run off and with these mathematical equations that don't really define reality or something to that sort.
Right. Oh, that's very similar. What's the quote? He says, the scientists of today's are not truly scientists. They're mathematicians that chase down rabbit holes of mathematics, confusing numbers for reality and getting more
Something
lost.
like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. What's up, Flattered Test? What's up, Brian? Trying to get some of those other people in here. Flattered Test, did you hear about Brian going on?
My hands are tied, but I'm definitely listening. I'll join in here shortly.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Anyone else want to
my
add in?
throat's sore because I've been talking for like 6 hours, so I'm.
Yeah, you've been great, man. I've really appreciated everything you've had to say. It's awesome.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, let's get the party started.
Send me that graph. I sent you my movie, and definitely send me the graph back for sure. I DM'd you.
Hell yeah, I'll do that right now, bro.
Nice. So, Matrix. Anybody. Floor's open. Your mic's bad.
Yeah. I'm smoking a fire. It's like a hallway, so it's gonna be.
No way, no problem. Hey, I think last time somebody told you to mess with the or do the push to talk or sensitivity or some kind of button, and it fixed everything.
Yeah, you should make your sensitivity. Like you should make your sensitivity all the way down to the left, because it seems like it's like kind of ignoring some of your vocal sounds. You should make it like more sensitive, or less tolerant, or more tolerant, whatever.
Yeah, I remember last time you were in the hallway, somebody told you to switch your settings, and it helped. I don't know what it did. Anyway,
How do I do that?
I think someone said to change the. I don't remember. Don't you remember? Like you were in the hallway and someone said try this, and then it fixed it. I don't know. Maybe make it either less or more sensitive. If you click on your name and then go to settings. Anyone else know what I'm talking about to help them?
So I sent you all those files, by the way.
Sweet. I'll definitely respond with some other ideas for you.
So is it I'm supposed to up the sensitivity or to put it down?
I'm not sure what they told you to do before, but
on the sliding scale, on the sliding scale, you should move it all the way to the left. So like the further to the right you place the dial, the more it will ignore, and the further left you move the dial, the more sounds it will like register. So put it all the way to the left so you don't get cut out. It's also that also results in like picking up more background noise, but that might be necessary for you. By the way, guys, I found a lot of similarities between my fundamentals chart and the Kabbalah Tree of Life diagram, and this was completely unintentional, but it's only gone to make me sort of feel that there's probably some very like logical and profound lessons that can be learned from the Tree of Life diagram. You guys are probably all familiar with it, right?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't understand it, bro. I know there's like a left side and a right side, and that has meaning to like Jewish people or whatever, Kabbalists or whatever. But I don't really understand the overall point of what it's trying to convey, and even a single part of its parts. But because my chart that I came up with completely independently ended up being so similar to it, I feel like there has to be something to the Tree of Life Kabbalah diagram that like probably has some like deep messages contained within it. I got a lot of faith that there's something there to be understood.
Well, of course, yeah. It wouldn't be what it is if there weren't, I'm sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't be so popular if it was worthless.
I have been looking in the Tree of Life, the Sephiroth, and I think the two spaces mean the lower body and the higher body, and the left stream and the right stream mean the pillars, which is in the Piscean age different, much more different than in the Aquarius age. And I'm just out of bed, but
good morning.
Good morning. Take your time, Whitewater. I always appreciate listening to you. I've never talked to you before, but I've definitely noted a few times you've come on and inspired me. So keep going.
Yeah. What I noticed is that in most of the Sephiroths, what we call the heart is not depicted. Doesn't have a shield. That is one. I connect that with a movie called Romancing the Stone. So in my ears, that means we are romancing our heart. Stone not to be interpreted as something negative, by the way. Because
precious, rather, right? Gotcha.
Yes, also because the blood has a crystal appearance.
Mm-hmm.
What are these crystals called that they use for lighters? Nobody?
The crystals they use for what?
Lighters. Lighters to
flint.
For lighters to light your cigarette.
Yeah, a flint.
No.
Oh, the piezoelectric.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Piezo.
Yeah, that's flint.
Yeah. Which is of course a beautiful system with acid and
crystal. Yeah.
the two battery system in our blood with the acid and the.
We're talking about quartz crystal.
Yeah. No, well.
Yeah,
okay.
quartz. Right.
And the shield that in the Aquarius age is on our knees, below the two spaces, is in the Piscean age on our wand, our magical wand. And,
the wand, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and funny enough, we will change our behavior in what we want, in what we need.
Interesting.
And
that's the age of Aquarius. Is that the dawning of the age of Aquarius you're talking about?
It's the return of the mother.
Mm-hmm.
It's the
unity.
We have been living in a period of three sources. You have the heaven, which is a father, which also has a female side, and the earth, which is a female, which also has a male side. But the female side, in a garden period, she guides her son. But then there comes a period that son and mother, it is a universal law, I think, or logic, that you want to try for yourself. And that period we have been living. And we become more self-interested.
Interesting.
You can see that as that we have been living in the age of man, and we are now going into the age of sun.
Wait, we're going into the age of the sun?
Age of sun. S-O-N.
Okay.
Man and sun.
Right. And it kind of, but that doesn't. Didn't you just say that we've been kind of living as the son of the mother, and we've been thinking individualistically? But now you're saying we're going into that.
But mother has retreated with her information, with her guidance. How it exactly works in the electromagnetic is I don't know. I wouldn't know how to, but I see it in so many ways. So
no, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah,
like almost like the time of division is now becoming unified under this reunification with the divine feminine.
Yeah. Well, both feminines are divine, but divine means two snakes, two growing plants that twirl around a holding pole, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the holding pole is the dielectric, the male.
Nice.
So I think that in the Piscean age, we as a people function that the male rules the horizontal, to and the female the vertical direction, and it will change into female horizontal and male vertical, which means that the two towers, the two pillars, are no longer divided, but come together and elongate each other.
That's interesting, because we were just talking a little bit about some of the things that the intentions of the ones in control might have, and whether they have benevolent intentions or more destructive ones. But if you look at the two towers, literally the twin towers that were destroyed, and now there's one tower representing it, and they call it the Freedom Tower, I think. Not to say it was a good thing, but I think that they wanted that it was the symbology of leading to the New World Order.
Yeah, it was something when I started to look at to receive all kinds of different information. That was the most troublesome. Some things I had to cope with, but of course, the whole world is filled with humans, and when you have self-interest inside of you that has been, yeah, how would you call that? You need leaders and you need followers, and that can grow out of hand, right? I don't know how. I feel very uncomfortable to speak about it, but
necessary evils. Is that what kind of like what you're trying to say?
well, just the word evil. Eve, ill. Eve is not what she was. Eve. And
Eve is sick. She's ill.
Eve is not level. Eve, L. Not horizontal.
Nice. Fundamental's going to get in on this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean that's really something to think about. It's sort of like a Vesica Pisces sort of situation going on, because when you say Eve and ill, you kind of got to combine both of those words to make the word evil. But when we think of evil, right? I mean, you're spot on. That's incredibly profound, at least on a surface level. There could be nothing at all to that, right? That could just be pure folk etymology, pure just like speculative fun stuff. But when you said it out loud, that's the first time I've ever looked at that word from that perspective, and I got to tell you, that really like struck a chord in my heart. Eve ill is when Eve is sick, right? And
yeah, or illusion, but I is also self-interest, and when I looked at you guys know the 9 circle and the 12 circle. 9 circle is for sound. You know what I mean?
No, I don't actually. The 9 circle and the 12 circle is sound, and what's the 12?
Let me publish.
It's like flower of life type circles.
No.
Yeah, not that. Uh-huh.
Let me look for it.
Wow, you're taking us in some places we've never been before. This is exciting, bro. Hey, illegal, you're hot micing with some rap songs. Hey, what were you saying about evil and the 9th circle and the 12th circle? Because I've never heard of these concepts before.
Yeah, light water throws down, man. He doesn't say much, but when he talks, I listen.
Hell, I mean, just look at his thumbnail. That's a fucking his profile picture, right? I mean, you know this guy's serious when he's got 2 golden rings and a infinity sign. You know, I mean, that's a dope. That's a dope. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, what does this relate to? Because I definitely want to be like based, right? I don't want to be talking about 9th circle, Aleister Crowley, make believe, chakra bullshit or anything like that. Like if this 12 and 9 circle thing relates to something, what's it really rooted in? Because I definitely want things to be rooted in something sort of logical in a sense.
Well, what I think is 3 is a multiple. 9 is a multiple of 3, and that is the mechanics of sound. So if you, for instance, look at sand on a metal plate.
Yeah, cymatic patterns with tones and stuff.
Yeah, and the ordered
frequency.
The ordered patterns are always on 3. So sound works.
What do you mean?
So sound works on 3, And that is
Yeah.
what
What does that mean? Sound worse on 3. What does that mean?
On multiples of 3.
I mean,
On hertz,
I would
in
disagree.
hertz. In hertz.
Oh, okay.
Why?
In the hertz
The
numbers.
the designations are multiples of 3.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Not as far as I've seen. I mean, you
And
take it.
And that influences every part of us, right?
It could be like a
Please
designation
don't-
that isn't necessarily always 3, but where you hit the harmonic tone might be a multiple of 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the lower picture depicts a system on 12, which is 4 system.
4?
Oh, you posted pictures? Let me look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In a live stream. Oh, okay. So I see the first picture you posted. So wow, that's really something. Big circle with a bunch of circles around it. 3, 7, 7, 7, 4, 1, 5, 6. I have no idea what that means.
That's the vortex mathematics I mentioned earlier, where you double. Like you were talking about, 1 is the only number that you double. That has.
I know about Marco
1 to 2.
Rodin and vortex geometry.
Do you see that? Do you see that at the top one? That's the vortex geometry there.
I don't see the connection.
Oh,
but
maybe
Lightwater posted a few different things, so I should probably look at all of them before I comment. Sorry.
I think if you combine the top and the bottom, you could kind of get a similar thing to the vortex geometry. Now that I look at it closer, but yeah, go ahead, Lightwater. Continue.
And in it, you see. So on the left, you see these simple depictions. You have the vectors for female and male, the upward vector and the downward vector that combine are depicted also in the compass and the hook, right?
Yeah, the fire and the water.
But they missed the base. They missed the base. I don't know why that is. I think it has to do with the female missing. But and you see the infinite sign in blue inside it, which is Fibonacci based. 1, 2, 4,
3, 3, 5.
Yeah.
8,
13. 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah.
No, not Fibonacci, but when you double it, yeah. 1, 2, 4, 8. No. It is 2 times 4, 8.
And then 16 and 1 and 6 makes 7. 7 doubled is 14 makes 5. Yep, I got you. That's the vortex math I was talking about.
Yeah. And you can see that in on the right, no line goes through the core, right?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
So our core, and you have to maybe think in fields. So the inner of the field is not available. So you can only get close to it.
Right. Yeah. You can only get closer and closer and closer and closer, but never there. Yeah.
Never there. And in the 12 sign, you go through the core. It's things that I really I am not. I am a visual guy.
No, yeah, but what you're getting at is interesting. Yeah, it's kind of a almost like the theme of what we've been talking about all day.
Yeah.
With the abstract as opposed to the specific.
And
you can only get so close with an abstract concept. You can specifically define something.
Yeah. And that hook, that hook, guys. Most of the times it is interpreted as a measuring hook. But I also see, as a visual, I see the corner of a picture frame in it. And I experience a lot of images coming from source in cooperation with me. But So the electromagnetic, in my mind, creates enables to imagination. And when you have only one corner, only the corner, picture, the corner of the frame of the Heaven Mother, that is the electromagnetic for induction, for energy, how you perform outside instead of inside. So it's only one corner of the picture. When the opposite from the Earth is there, you have more to fill in your picture. Not everything, but more. Right? And
Gotcha.
And to me that also comes back in language, because it looks like an L. And when you talk about personal interest, each on his own, each L on his own, each Al Bundy on its own, and we are now going to care for all, double L. Look at that kind of words like level, 2 L's, 2 legs to stand on, 2 visions to have. Our legs are in inside of us, the electromagnetic and the dielectric are propagated by oil and salt. Oil, the female, and salt, the male. They cooperate in every aspect of our body, but yet they are representing the male and the female. And when you think about these substances, it becomes very clear sometimes in certain ways. For instance, the cooperation in our in a part of our body that is the most male is our skeleton, which is crystalline in nature from salts, but it would be brittle if it wasn't for oil in it, right? Which gives its
elasticity,
yeah,
flexibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and of course this our 2 legs are probably working as the 2 towers, the 2 pillars, and maybe that's I had to think about that. A lot of people experience when you come to a certain therapist, they always try to make your legs from even length, because it happens a lot that one of the legs is contracted a little.
Yeah, like your testes, like your family jewels.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, for all the ladies out there, we all know one sags a little bit lower than the other. Just saying, no hard feelings.
One is on the heavy side side.
Heavy side. Yeah,
That
we all
could
got it
work
going
for all
on.
males as well.
I've heard the sun and the moon compared to the breasts as well in that same way.
Yeah.
The greater and the lesser.
Yeah, of course, and what about the vesica piscis, because I think you can see the influence of the electromagnetic as the oil of seed and the oil of fruit, right?
Yeah, it's kind of related to the shape of an egg, right? An egg is not a sphere. An egg has a pointier side and a rounder side.
Yeah.
I really like thinking about how that might correlate to the universe, especially with Ken Wheeler's demonstration of putting a magnet, a north side of a magnet to like a what do you call it? A cathode ray tube CRT TV, like an old school thick TV, and he uploaded he put up a grid, a black and white grid on his TV screen, one of those CRT TVs, and he put one side of a magnet up to this TV image on this TV. He put the south side up, and it warped the image, which was very noticeable because it was like he put like a grid pattern on it, so you could really see how the magnet twisted the image. So he showed you how much the image gets twisted when he puts the south side of the magnet up to the TV, and it was very twisted. But then he flipped the magnet around and he put the north side of the magnet up to the TV, and it twisted it even more, which is very strange because you'd think, most people would think of the north and south side of a magnet as being equals, but it turns out one side of a magnet is actually more twisted than the other. One has a greater influence of its ability to like warp the electromagnetic field than the other side, which lends itself to the idea that of an egg shape, where they're both round, but one is a little bit more round than the other, and it's not quite a sphere; it's an ellipse.
There's an important thing on what you're saying as far as the north and south magnets and their effect on things. First of all, Ken Wheeler and his recommendation was to keep the north side, I think, up when you're using it for growing plants and they flourish.
Yeah.
And the other thing was there was a talk that this guy came on as a call-in to Iron Realm Media one night, and I was fascinated with what he was saying about magnets being healing devices, more so than people give them credit for. And they've been written off as quackery, but he's healed all kinds of things, including cancer, with just magnets against the body. And it was important that you keep the north side, because you can make yourself really sick by putting the south side against your body, he was saying, because of what it does to your cells. And that the idea behind it is that the north side is going to speed up the torque of the cell, if you will, and the opposite would happen with the south side. And if your idea is to get everything more in sync and in symbiosis, you want to speed everything up to be more wound up rather than disassembled, I guess is what the best way to describe it.
Now that's something, that's something that I shouldn't just listen to you right here and go with based on what you said. That's one of those things where it's so important to get it right and something to utilize, right?
And in fact, it's interesting because it brings up the whole point about how do you know which side the north side is. And a lot of people are now pointing out that the North Pole is actually the South Pole, because if the North is pointing towards the pole, opposites attract.
Right, yeah, I know what you're saying. And despite, naming schemes and whatever, I just, as far as you and I go, both having an interest in this, because you brought it up and I'm obviously very interested in what you're saying. This is something I would love to really get a good body of information and notes sorted out upon, where it's fuck yeah, you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna hurt myself in the future. There's gonna be wounds I want to heal. There's gonna be pains I want to cure in my body.
I was inspired to go out and get a bunch of magnets, and these big. He was recommending these certain kind of magnets that you can get for pretty cheap on eBay. I went and got them, or they were on Amazon. But yeah, basically these flat magnets that not too bad. I ended up ordering 12 of them for a package deal. But I labeled them wrong to begin with, which is what the interesting part is, because we were like, okay, north is north, north is pointing towards the north, that's north, but it would actually be the opposite. And so we had them all labeled with an N on the wrong side, and luckily I hadn't used them up to the point where I really started thinking about it. Wait a minute, that's not right. It's got to be the opposite.
Yeah, like I was saying, that's definitely something that I appreciate you sharing, and that I have a lot of faith in being applicable to healing and stuff like that, and and utilizing it as a tool. And yeah, there's nothing
I
I'd
want to
love.
find that. I'm going to find that interview again. Yeah, I'm going to definitely look for it if I can. I might have saved it.
There's a certain category of information that I put certain things into, and it's like I guess I would label it off the top of my head. I'd label it as like things I should have been told as soon as I could have ever comprehended what I'm
Right,
being told.
exactly. Which brings us back to sacred geometry, by the way. Things we should have been taught in elementary school, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Like if like, and you could even put this in the category, even though I don't want to. If drinking your urine is really the key to longevity or everlasting life, like some of these characters are saying,
Oh
then,
boy.
you know, it sucks, you know. But the manual for life, you know, if that is the key, you know, we weren't told, that is a big thing, and it sucks that, you know. I'm glad you didn't tell me, but at the same time, what the fuck?
You know, if there is any like the way people are presenting it lately, it's like a miracle. And if there's even if what I've been told about urine and stuff like that, if even half of it, if even 10%, if even 5% of what I've been told from these urine drinker people has any validity to it, I'd wish I would have heard about it earlier. You know, even if 5%, even if 95% of everything I've heard about it is false, if even 5% of it is true, I'd still wish I would have heard about that as soon as possible in my life.
It does seem, just to get more general about it, that's kind of what this whole conversation, in general, why we know each other, because some of the fundamentals of you know, where we live in our existence have been obscured and or omitted from a lot of what we're allowed to see. So that's what this is all about, right?
Yeah, see, what you got to do is you got to pump your urine right in the morning every day up your butt and lay on your left side and have a urine
Were you
enema.
listening to me? Are you serious right now?
No. I'm joking. Just let me continue though.
No,
and what you gotta
please
do is that after you're done, right? After you're done doing your urine enema and laying on your left side for 5 hours in the morning, then you gotta, you know, excrete it into a bucket, and then after that, it's
don't
prime.
Don't say it. Don't say
You know,
it.
it's primed to be the most natural and powerful teeth whitener possible.
No, stop
And
it. Stop it. You went a step further than
you
you
just
needed to
swish it
there.
around
No, come on.
it's very antibacterial and cleansing for your
Stop.
teeth, whiten them right out.
Stop.
And then
Come on, you're going too far.
and then you need to spit it out into a cup, right? After you swish it on your teeth for half an hour, you spit on a cup, boil it on a very low heat, dehydrate it, and then put it down into its crystal form and its thick viscous form, and you need to rub that on your skin as the most powerful anti-aging lotion possible. And
Okay. Let's talk about things that we shouldn't take as truth until we look them up. But yeah, or not that there's any kind of, you could be totally dead on is the problem, you know, given that maybe drinking your urine is actually the right thing to do, you know, then it gets into those ridiculous ideas of what could possibly be.
Actually pull the plug, right, or put a plug in your bathtub. You need to pee in your bathtub until you fill it up enough to take a bath in it, right? Because aged urine is actually a lot more beneficial than fresh urine. So
but you're not kidding now. That's what they say. That's the urine. Your urine drinker recommendations are to age the urine with a cheesecloth over a bottle that you let sit out for months.
Listen, man. It sounds crazy, but I don't take anything off the table. However,
that's what I'm saying. That's crazy. It's crazy, but maybe not crazy. That's the point. Yeah.
I really have no idea what to think. You know what my instincts are. My instincts are like, what the fuck are you saying to me? Right?
Right.
But nothing's off the table, but it's gonna take a lot to convince me to fucking put piss up my butthole and swish around my teeth and to wipe.
Well, okay, now that's you know what that's
definitely
that's
off
why I
the
was
table.
saying that's why I was
That's
saying you
off
went
the
too
table
far with
for
it.
sure.
Yeah, because you know what interesting though is that I thought you must have overheard me joking about this one time because I was listening in on a conversation on this channel, in fact, where the people were talking about getting drunk by doing like alcohol enemas, and how that you know even with medicine in general you might get more of a benefit by putting it up your ass because you absorb more of the benefits of it that way. And then they were on to this conversation about urine drinking, and I'm like, wait a minute. So if urine drinking is good for you, then why don't you just get a tube attached to your penis straight up your butt and, and just pee into your butt every day? And I thought you must have been here because you were actually saying that, but it actually is something that they do recommend the urine drinkers. That urine enema is something, and you could actually make a whole like commercial about it. That would be hilarious. Like this you know, what did I call it? Like the pee poop tube or whatever, you know, like the pee butt tube or a commercial with, and there's just the guy standing there with the tube. It was too much for other people at the time. I'm glad you could appreciate it.
Yeah, it's so funny, bro. And really, you need to wash your hair with it, and if if your eyes are ever dry, you need to like put in an eyedropper.
Oh, dude, there was a guy that came on here just like a couple days ago that was like lambasting everybody for taking showers because the you know the fluorides are aging us, and he was saying that he drinks his pee only in the water of life and the book of life, and you know who I'm talking about. There's a couple of them now.
I know that guy. He can't be for real. I can't take that guy seriously. I mean, I know you don't need to shower every day. Whoever's encouraged you to do that is obviously lying. Like, you don't need to wash your hair every day. You don't need to shower every day. Like, humans don't need to be so fucking pristine and clean. It's fucking fine to like shower once a week, even depending on your lifestyle. I mean, it really depends on the individual when it comes to your hygiene practice. But yeah, there's nothing filthy about a person showering every 2 days unless it's a particular type of lifestyle that like, oh, you do need a shower, every day. And there's people take it to the extreme. I've heard about ancient Muslims having a stigma looking down on anyone who doesn't shower 3 times a day, in fact. Right? So there's been plenty of cultures out there that are like, you're gross unless you bathe 3 times a day.
Well, and also
And
the
so
ritual of it, the
it's
cleaning of
whatever.
yourself and all of that is spiritual for other people. Yeah. But that's interesting because of this conversation, as far as it pertains to this general discussion that the reason we know each other again is that there was the whole conflict about, are these pee drinkers infiltrating flat earth to make us look stupid? And then the whole, people that investigate it are actually finding out that there are not only claim benefits, but possible real benefits. In fact, the guy that was Zabrinsky, he lost his medical license for using a practice that was a cancer cure, high rate cancer cure type thing, and they just recently published something that said that the secret of what he's talking about is based on the using human urine and the stem cells that are claimed to be within it that grow even more once you age it, they say, and all those things might actually be something that is beneficial according to that. Who knows?
I don't know what to think, bro. I've heard it all. I've honestly heard it all about the whole urine and all its applications. And I'll tell you, my instincts are like, I don't think so. But like I said, nothing's off the table for me. I'm just gonna need a better demonstration and better evidence before I ever start participating in that and practicing health in that way. It's on the table, sure. I'll entertain it, but I'm not gonna start, participating and following that practice until there's a bit more brought to the table, presented to me, of proof. Not a book. Like, I want literally like a 10-hour compilation or something. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things people want to suggest to me. It's like, well, how many people are doing this? Oh, millions? Millions of people, or thousands of people are doing this around the world? How about a compilation, like a 2-hour compilation of testimonies and examples and like benefits and stuff like that. I don't know. You got to make a good case for me. Someone's got to make a good case for me to convince me to start swishing piss around my mouth as soon as I wake up in the morning. And they even say stuff like, "Oh, it's the most powerful health benefits is the piss as soon as you wake up." It's like that's the least that's the least interesting piss that I'd ever do. You know what I mean? I don't want my morning piss in my mouth. What the fuck are you talking about? But who knows? Who knows? I'm not doing it, but I will if a good enough case is made. That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna wait until that happens. I'm not gonna fucking experiment on my own. I'm gonna wait until there's the proper, demonstration, documentary, whatever, something. I don't know, man. It's too much for me. It's too much. It's on the table, but
it is one of those things that like it sucks because if it is beneficial, you want to know, but at the same time, you really don't.
The fountain of youth, man. Here's the thing, right? Here's one thing I will say. I've seen videos. I've seen like probably 12 videos of chimpanzees pissing into their own mouths. And the title of every single one of these videos that I've seen throughout my life on the internet, right, is like, look at this dumb, stupid, ignorant bastard chimpanzee. He's pissing into his own mouth. What an idiot. What a fool. He's a fucking dumbass. He's a dumb animal. But what if this video was titled, this chimpanzee is doing this for his health? It would give me a whole different perspective to look on it, right?
This chimpanzee is 3,000 years old.
Well, yeah, something like that. You know what I mean? But like when you look at animals, sure, you can call animals dumb, but you can also call animals wise. It's a matter of perspective. And when I see a chimpanzee peeing in its own mouth, I actually have to kind of think for a second now. Now that I've heard about this urine therapy stuff, I say, oh, is that chimpanzee pissing into his own mouth because he's an idiot? Or is that chimpanzee pissing into his mouth because he knows something I don't? And now I don't know what to think. Maybe
just get off the fence and go drink some piss, man.
I don't think so. I'm gonna wait.
Dude, if it was fucking healthy for us, why would our body get rid of it with ammonia and fucking urea and fucking why would it? If it's my body, like I trust what smells good, for the most part, man. If something's nasty, it's probably if something's poisonous. It's gonna taste like shit or stink or, God's give us fucking indicators of shit. Dude, the older you get, the worse your piss fucking stinks, dude. Look, so if you're gonna start drinking piss, do it before you get to my age. Because at my age, dude, no, man, I'm fucking mid-40s, and the older I get, my piss starting to stink like a motherfucker, dude. Ain't nobody drinking my piss, especially me.
Let's just tell you the truth about the whole urine thing is like this. Look, like we know it's like well documented that urine therapy is like an ancient tradition. It goes back thousands of like the written history is there. It was practiced by the ancient yogi mystics in India. This is well documented and it goes back, right? So we know that it's like rooted in the
ancient documents that I trust.
Like modernly, like we think about this as like repulsive, right? And like it is on some level, it's like, wow, your body's like excreting this fluid. It's just absolutely disgusting. It smells and blah 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 blah. But I mean, there's been an interesting. I'm not an advocate for like the whole urine therapy thing, but I do think it is rather interesting. Like there is like a history behind it, so you have to like, somehow come to terms with that because it is like there is like a huge long traditional history of this thing. So it's like, well, is there something to it?
Man, what's the best example? What's the best, clearest, understandable example of an ancient culture telling you to drink your piss? Did the Egyptians say this somewhere? Did the Indus Valley say this somewhere? Like, what ancients are you even talking about that recommend this?
I think it was most largely practiced in India, like ancient India, and I think it is actually still practiced there largely today. I think it's well known. Like it's not like secret. It's pretty open. They're pretty open.
Oh, hey, that's something to look into right there. I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Like I said, I'm not like an advocate for it. Like I've heard, like there's a guy who goes around and he's like, he's been in here.
You
I think
kind
he's
of
been
sound
in a
like an
couple of.
advocate. Honestly, you kind of do sound like an advocate.
No, dude. But here, the truth is like,
Hey, if you
look,
drink your piss, bro,
no,
I won't
the
judge
truth
you.
is like I've never drank my own piss. But like to be honest, just honestly, like I don't think it's like that gross. Like I don't think the idea of like drinking your own piss is like that repulsive. Like most people's like guttural like instinct reactions like, oh, that's disgusting, it's your piss. But like reality is like if you drink lots of water and you're like well hydrated and you eat healthy, your pee would
Right.
also be extremely healthy and it'd be like clear and it actually wouldn't be that bad. Like to be quite honest. But like I've never drinking my pee. I've 100% honest, never done it. But I just think the idea is like not as repulsive as people firstly like think.
No, I agree with you, man. I've seen lots of like survival stories, right? Like someone lost in the woods, someone trapped in a cave, whatever. They're getting dehydrated, they're gonna die, so they start drinking their own piss, and it keeps them alive. If there's nothing else around to drink, your piss is a viable option to keep yourself hydrated, right? And we've all heard that, right? And so piss, drinking your piss definitely, if there's no other option for sustaining yourself, is more of a benefit than a detriment to yourself, because it's really not harmful. I mean, I really don't know if there's even any negative side effects to drinking your own piss. Every once in a while, if you're also drinking water at the same time, it's like one glass of piss per day and 12 glasses of regular water per day. Is that going to harm you? No, I don't think so.
Fucking one a day plus urine.
Well, that's what I was saying. One cup of urine a day, 12 cups of regular water per day. I mean, I don't think anyone's advocating drinking only piss, right? Even the people who think urine therapy is the way to go, like, you're not encouraged to drink only your piss. You're encouraged to drink piss and water throughout the day, right?
Well, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if the guy's like LARPing or whatever. Or I've heard of a gentleman around these bouts who does like the whole thing. Like that's all he does drink. There's apparently like all these like different methods about going to do it. You can like distill it, you age it. Like there's all these things that you get. He only drinks that, right? And you
Put
think
it
it's
in
like
mason
there's like this
jars.
whole system. There's like a whole system about going and like replenishing your own like liquid, your own fluid, like the golden waters, like the golden shower of life. Like this whole idea, like yeah, I mean, it's interesting, dude. Like, I think there is something to it. It's not to be dismissed, and like you said, I don't think it's harmful. Also,
well, what's weird about it is that the people that advocate for it are like so hardcore, diehard believers in it, which makes them seem more suspicious. But then it makes you think maybe they're right, so you don't know which to think.
Yeah, you will hear more.
Agreed.
You will hear more the people that are successful with it than the ones that it doesn't work with, right? It's with every story. That with vegans also. So people think then that everybody will benefit from it in their system.
If it works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very funny, right? Like all of us being very dedicated truth seekers here, it's very funny that none of us have a definitive case to make. Like it's really strange that when it comes to drinking your own piss, pretty much all of us are saying, I don't know. Could be good, could be bad, who knows? And for there not to be like a definitive,
Bro, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're gonna drink your own fucking piss, don't preach it to the choir. Just
why not?
I mean,
they say it has
dude, it's
like
fucking dude. How old are you, man?
That doesn't matter, bro.
I mean, are you in your like 20s, 30s, 40s?
I'm in my 90s. I'm approaching
Dude.
100. What's it fucking matter?
because the older you get, the worse your fucking piss stinks, man. And if you get to my age, man, and you drink your piss, you're fucking crazy as fuck, dude.
It depends on what you mean.
Maybe when I was young and fucking, but dude,
How do you
dude,
know that,
fucking
Brian?
drinking
Yeah, but I
piss.
mean, we could
eats-
apply the same logic. We could apply the same logic to anything, right? You could say, "Oh, it's
Anyway-
like more stinky or more bitter," right? Oh, it's so stinky and so bitter. But like, oh, we could say
Everybody
the same
here,
thing.
I got one comment.
Oftentimes, it's true that more bitter things are like more healthy for you, right?
Yeah, well,
Like,
if you're
this
gonna,
is true
I
of,
got
like,
one,
many
one,
roots and herbs and
just
stuff.
Yep, that's
word
true.
to the wise. Anybody here who does drink their own piss, man, just keep it to your fucking self. That's private, personal shit, man. Just
When I'm saying
Well,
hypothetical,
if it was
hypothetical,
something-
what
if
if
it was
drinking
really
piss
the
was like the
elixir of
cure
life,
to like
if it wa-
living 500 years?
Yeah, if it was the fountain of life,
Like,
and you
what would
really
then
believe-
like that's like the truth that we would all have to preach, right? Like, let's live for
Yeah,
unless you
500
didn't
years.
want to live for 500 years. I'm just
Yeah, if they're right, if they actually are right about it, and they're not, just LARPing or whatever, then that I can understand why they would want to do it. But the way in which at least that one guy I think that we're all talking about does it in his little cryptic way makes it seem like he's LARPing more than serious.
There's certainly no fucking need to ferment this shit, people. Fuck me. That's asking for trouble. It's like fermenting meat. You know, the people that have high meat and they ferment the fucking raw meat and eat that. It's like, if it's all good bacteria, then it's all good. You got good stomach acid, it's all good. But if you're fucking encouraging bad bacteria to grow, you're gonna regret that big time.
well, I mean, you cheese is like aged, right, like lactating fluid, milk, right? And so you like certain things like you eat. I mean, maybe not everyone eats cheese, but like a lot of people do, right? And that's sort of like an aged culture, right? Yogurt.
Oh yeah, but like I
certain
said,
thing that
there's
they
certain bacterias. Do you reckon someone fermenting their own piss in their backyard or in their kitchen is aware of the colonies they're fermenting? They're producing? No. In the cheese factory, it's very precise.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. No, for sure.
Like, how would you know if you had a urinary tract infection? And meanwhile, you're pissing into a cup and then fermenting it. Oh yeah, charming. Keep reintroducing that to yourself on a daily basis. Yum.
It is a funny joke. I mean, I'm tempted to come on here like tomorrow and like pretend to be some sort of advocate of it because it honestly sounds like a fun troll perspective to come on here and be like, guys, listen to me, okay? And just imagine if I actually got someone to fucking do it. I mean,
There's people that do it though already. Yeah.
Guys, I'm telling you, okay, my teeth have never been wider. My digestive system has never been more calm and uninflamed.
That's
cured
what's
my arthritis.
dangerous about what you're saying though, because there's a certain amount of seriousness that people are taking this with, and if it was bad for you and people were putting it out there as a LARP, that's like really.
This is what I thought.
Crazy thing.
Sorry, dude. Look,
go ahead.
real quick. I thought that they were saying like David Murphy and a couple other flat earthers like Pete and them. I thought they were trolling fucking Globers just to prove that they'll do any fucking dumbass thing. I swear I thought they were trolling Globers because no fucking critical thinker is gonna fucking like fall for that trolling shit. That's what.
Well, why would they be trolling Globers?
Then I realized they were fucking deadly serious. Then I realized they were serious, but I thought they were trolling fucking Globers, man, to prove.
Well, why would they be trolling the Globers though? Because I thought it was like
because they say that it's fucking healthy and be dead serious about it and fucking say the benefits and all kinds of other shit. And then,
but if someone was a Glober, they
would
wouldn't
have a
listen to
fucking handful of
anything.
Globers fucking try it, man, to show how gullible they were. But then
why would they?
They're deadly serious.
Why would why would the Globers go for it if it was supposed to? If they wouldn't respect what a flat earther says?
Because they'll fucking listen to any dumbass thing. Trust me, there are Globers who.
Okay.
Like dude just said, he can come in and troll and fucking
interpret it as a way of trolling flat earth.
I'm not saying that they're all gonna do it, but look, there's a fucking full born every minute. Okay, and like that dude just said, if he was trolling and came in with a speech and fucking benefit, you come with a pamphlet. You're gonna have suckers do that shit, and people who followers who just fucking follow blindly, not and don't have critical thinkers like them video game players. What do you call them? UPCs or them types, man. They'll believe anything. They'll believe any dumbass thing. But they were deadly serious when they were talking about.
That's what the Globers were saying about those flat Earth pee drinkers. That it was just there to get the stupid flat Earthers to go along with it. That was the claim, and what a lot of flat Earthers were saying too. Like, why are they?
That's
doing
when I
that?
realized, dude, that they weren't joking. Then I realized, why would they fucking even claim that shit, dude? It's stupid. Like, that's when I found out Pete was dead serious. I never met Dave, but I met Pete, and I'm like, he's deadly fucking serious. And I'm thinking, just dude, why would I thought they were trolling, but they're not. They're dead serious, and making us look like fucking idiots. And that's what I was thinking. If you're gonna do something like that, keep it to yourself. You know.
Well, what if they're right? What if they're right and you drank your pee and you live to be 100 years longer or 100 years older?
Ignorance is bliss, buddy.
That was quite. Yeah, if you had to drink your pee to stay alive longer, would you? Is the question.
Without question. If it was life or death, without question, I don't think that's a. I don't even think that's a no-brainer, man. But
he didn't say life
you
or
had
death.
100 years longer. If you had 100 years more and you drank your pee, would you do it if you would live a longer life?
If it was established science, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but but like this is the sort of thing, right? This is this if the knowledge is out there, right? If there's some sort of like key or secret to like living hundreds of years, right? Like we wouldn't know. Of course,
Not
they would,
necessarily,
like, muddy
mate,
the
no.
waters on this sort of thing and like confuse us, right? And like make a right, and then like obviously everything we eat is fucking poison.
You're gonna live longer,
right?
Sorry, man.
Well, but what like you know?
I think my mic is fucked up, dude. I need to rejoin.
Yeah, I think you have a little delay.
I was gonna say, man, I think there's clear air, but I was gonna say, you know, if you're gonna live longer, like except for just taking care of your body, then you're probably gonna live longer. But there's no way to ever know when you're gonna die. But you know, if you take care of your body and no accidents, God willing, you know, you'll live to be older and everything. And the age of what do you call it? The freaking your predicted or the average age of death, whatever, has been going up every decade. It's still going up. And
yeah, but the quality of life, mate, has gone down significantly.
Yeah, I won't argue that. But I will say this: if you're gonna try and do something to live longer, like artificially live longer, you got to do some evil demonic shit, dude. Like filter fucking baby blood. I mean, I believe
no, but
that
what
there
happens
might
if
be
it's not
shit
artificial?
you can do to live longer, man. Like fucking some rich people might be doing that shit possibly, like with stem cells, and I don't think they're killing kids, but like transfusing blood, you know, maybe from younger kids. I don't know. If anybody's trying it, it's rich motherfuckers who they don't want to die because they won't have their money anymore.
Their power can't take your power with you. You can take all your riches though. Hence the Egyptians, right? Put it in a tomb. Well, look, at the end of the day, you know, if there's something to urine that is beneficial, people are going to preach it if they think they've discovered it. It's just like even THC, you know, hemp oil, Rick Simpson, you know, he was fucking, you know, chastised for a fucking long time before there were any fucking acknowledgements that there is some sort of, you know, apoptosis or apoptosis, whatever the word is, reaction with certain, you know, things in the marijuana plant. It's the same old shit, you know. There may be something to it, there may not be.
And on the other hand, if drinking baby blood is what makes you live longer, you're not going to see too many people preaching it. Or you know, what I'm saying?
That's taboo. That's all though.
No, I know.
It's only because it's taboo.
Do you think there's anything to the I mean, with your knowledge about what might work and might not? Do you think not just with urine, but the blood of youth? Do you think there's a possible benefit that they could be getting?
The blood of youth? No, not particularly. You know,
And
I mean,
there's a name for that
if
shit. Though. Ain't there a
there's something
name
to
for
the
it?
adrenochrome, maybe.
Adrenochrome,
Yeah,
yeah.
adrenochrome. Yeah, the blood transfusions of the fucking of the baby.
Right.
Yeah, well, if
That's
you're
what I was
going to
saying.
terrify someone, they're going to be full of cortisol and all those stimulating fucking hormones, man. So, you know, there's no doubt about that. So they're definitely getting some benefit. But I mean, what sort of person goes to that extent just for a high? Like, you're not going to
I
grow
seen a
longer or
video with
age
Hillary
better because
Clinton,
of it.
man. I seen a video with Hillary Clinton laying on a transfusion table with probably like a 14-year-old. I mean, like I said, she wasn't killing her, but she was they were doing a blood transfusion. It was probably fake, but it damn sure looked fucking real, and it just got me thinking.
Yeah, but
Like
she's
with
not
stem cells
looking
and all
healthy.
that.
She looks fucking like death warmed up, man. Like,
She's
it's obviously not
312
good for
years
you.
old. She competed against Lincoln. She's lost like 5 times, man.
I love it.
Well, that's why
Have you ever
I
seen
was
her
saying.
and
She's
Roseanne
Amelia
Barr in the
Earhart,
same
man.
room?
Amelia Earhart, man.
No, Hillary's
What was that
Roseanne
about
Barr.
Amelia Earhart? Are they claiming Hillary's Amelia Earhart? Is that what you're
No, I
saying?
was just joking, man. I was just joking,
Oh, okay.
dude.
You'd love that. Hook, line, and
I wouldn't be
sinker.
surprised.
Brian.
You almost set me on a goose chase. There is talk about actually Hillary's the daughter of one of the Kennedys. I was thinking that someone said, or
No, but look, you
she's
could
a
sell
daughter
that
of
too, man.
Aleister Crowley. No, Barbara Bush was Aleister Crowley, daughter of
Look,
Aleister Crowley.
you could sell that though, man, because Amelia Earhart was, supposedly a fucking plane Earth and infinite plane society
She
lady.
disappeared. Yeah.
Look how you got Hillary always talking about the glass dome and all that. Yeah, that's definitely, man. Those
There you
are
go.
good point.
There's the
And look,
connection.
so she wasn't lost at sea, you know. She had to
Right.
fake her own death in the airplane, you know, and then transfuse some baby blood. And
I
here she
actually
is
have looked
trying to
into
break
where
that
she went.
that large glass ceiling, man.
I have suspected that she didn't actually disappear the way they said, and I have started to investigate, but I haven't found anything yet.
Lots of good stories around Amelia Earhart, mate. You never verify any of it.
Yeah, but that claim about adrenochrome. Think about that claim. Like there's one thing to say, drinking your urine might benefit you, and someone could do it, and maybe they wouldn't harm themselves. But if somebody that was really twisted got the idea that drinking baby blood was the way to live longer, and it wasn't, and that kind of disinformation is put out there, even if it's just to discredit people that they oppose, these are dangerous kind of rumors. It's interesting, how that's interpreted.
Wouldn't you need to see an example of that though to ever believe that? Like, oh look, here's a 200-year-old person, and they're telling us that what they did was do this.
Right,
And
but
so
then
then the
that
trend
example, how do
starts.
you trust it? How do you trust it, right? How do you know?
Yeah, but I mean, did anyone ever even have that? Like, for it to take off as a trend? Like, I don't think it's anything to do with life extension, the whole adrenochrome. I think it's purely just about the buzz, the feeling. It's a drug. Nothing
right.
more.
Right, maybe it's been
high
converted.
end, exclusive, very exclusive drug.
Right. It's interesting. They say that you can get the same substance from an expired epiderm, or what is it called? You're diabetic and you need EpiPen, expired EpiPens.
Oh, epinephrine.
Yep.
Hmm.
When it oxidates, it gives you the same kind of substance, they say.
Interesting. Well, they are very valuable, those injections.
Yeah, that could be the reason that the price went up on them and so much. There was too many people buying them just to use it for that reason. I don't know.
Could be, mate. Yeah, a quiet black market for them.
Exactly.
It could actually be that the use that they have for anaphylaxis was actually just a side benefit of creating a new drug. Imagine that.
Nice. Yeah, they created it so that the product was needed, but not for the reason that everyone thought it was. I wouldn't put it past
Exactly.
them.
So now it can just be stocked and distributed and everything
Right.
easily.
Interesting. Right. Maybe that's what maybe that's the same thing that happened. That the reason they created attention deficit disorder was so they could have their supply of Adderall always on hand.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the dexamphetamines. Yeah, that's right. The go pills. That's what they gave the kamikaze pilots.
Yeah, the little greenies they call them, right?
Pep them up.
Well, Hitler used to give amphetamine. He used to be like a huge amphetamine addict, supposedly, like a huge amount every day injected. But he would also give the methamphetamine form, the dirty form or whatever, maybe to his soldiers, keep them aware. As the story goes.
Gotta love the stories, eh?
Right.
Nothing beats a good bedtime story. Yeah.
That's what's interesting. That's why it's cool that we could all kind of like suss it out to some extent, figure out where the I mean, that's why we're here. We went through enough of the flat earth stuff to realize that it wasn't a LARP. There was something to it. And this is a paradigm shift that we're sharing.
It is interesting and it's growing. There's
It opened
more and
up
more
my eyes
people.
that they don't know everything they act like they know, man. Like